Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Twin Suns Spartan Masters Invitational. I'm your host from the North. I am Steve, and I'm joined today by two of my great friends, Leaky and Tony. Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Doing fantastic. Been looking forward to this all week long, and we are finally here. I'm ready for some Halo action. I don't know about y'all.
I'm feeling great. I want to watch you guys go at it again. Big money on the line, and also a great cause as well, and some familiar faces.
Yeah, these creators are competing today for a prize pool of 10K, and it's going to be exciting. There's a lot on the line here and a lot of action coming our way. We also have a great list of players and coming out for the show. As you guys know, this is an invitational event, so we have some great captains here. Some people you might know as well. So we have HiddenXperia, Chris Rakerun, the ActMan, and Ubernick. And let's look at these players here for our pool here, guys. Who are you guys excited to see here?
I mean, there's just so much. I've got to say, though, the biggest one standing out to me is the ActMan. I've been a fan of his for such a long time. When I saw that he was in this tournament, I got super hyped. So I've not actually seen him play a whole lot of competitive Halo before, so I am overjoyed to see how he's going to perform out here.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little bit of a different route. I'm going to go Ubernick, literally right next to him, just because this is the reigning Big Team Battle 2.0 champion alongside Golden Boy. But I'm excited to see how he plays in that free-for-all. I'm excited to see how he plays in the 4v4s as well. We know what he could do with a tank in his hands. Now we're going to find out what he could do with a battle rifle.
So speaking of format, I am excited. We got a lot of cool stuff coming down our way. Our first stage is going to be player exhibition. So this is a 12-player single elimination bracket, best of one. And the players basically going to be playing 1v1 to prove who's the absolute best here. Followed up by Captain's Brawl, where our 4 captains will go head-to-head in a series of 3 games for Free-for-All Slayer. After that, we're going to be doing our captain's draft for the day, where the 4 captains will be doing a snake draft, and it's going to be really cool with this. I'm excited. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff to see. Of course, with a great competition comes great prize pool. So our prize pool is really attractive as well for this weekend here as well. As we all know, there's 10K on the line, and here we go. First place is going to be taking away $5,000. Second place, $2,500. And our first event actually coming up here for a player exhibition, we walk away with $500, and Reclaimer round tomorrow is going to be walking away with $2,000.
Yeah,
Pretty
I mean, it's
sick.
A lot of money on the line there. If there wasn't already, because, the smack talk is going to be real here, right? Let's be honest. It's not a Halo tournament unless everyone is trashing everybody else. But you add on top to that this money that is on the line, and these matches are going to be absolutely ferocious.
I agree with you. I'm right there with you with the trash talk. Let me tell you, I was just at a LAN tournament not too long ago, and the actual monitors were facing each other. So plenty of people just standing up and yelling across the room. And that's what I expect to see here, especially during the draft. They're all going to be in the same Discord with each other. So I know it's going to be so much fun hearing that.
It's going to be bonkers. So leading us in, we're going to be jumping right away into our stage 1 format here, which is our 12-player free-for-all. So basically how this is going to work, our 12 players are going to jump into a single elimination bracket. This is best of 1. We're going to be jumping to Slayer with some of my favorite maps actually here. On here, we're seeing Recharge, Aquarius, Bazaar, and Streets. I'm pretty pumped about this because Aquarius is my favorite map here out of the 4.
Yeah, I mean, the map rotation looking absolutely solid. Aquarius is absolutely fantastic, but I don't know. I'm partial to Streets just because of the visual feel and the flow of that map. It feels very traditional Halo to me. Every time I play it, I feel like I'm back in Halo 2 and Halo 3. But, I mean, you can't really go wrong with the maps in this pool overall. And I'm excited to see, especially not having seen 1v1s in Infinite yet. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped, with these 1v1s.
I'm right there with you. And let me tell you, I love playing on the streets of New Mombasa. Let me tell you, I'm all about it. I'm big when it comes to streets, one of my favorite maps. But for 1v1s, something about Bazaar gets me. Just that symmetrical map. I want to see these guys really duke it out on Bazaar. That's going to be really fun, especially all the goodies you have. You have the rockets, the bulldog, camouflage. There's just way too much on that map to try to control, and we're going to see how they do that.
So speaking of these gamers and competitors duking it out, let's take a look at the bracket here and see what's coming up first. So just so everyone knows, this is a 12-person bracket, so there has to be some buys in here just to do with format. So this is all randomly seeded. So up first, we have General Heed versus Halo Follower, jumping against Spiteful, Covent Canyon. And like, we just got an exciting bracket here, gentlemen. What are you guys expecting to see here? Take it away.
I mean, one of the big things that I'm looking for right now, especially with these 1v1s, it's going to be high press. You're not going to really be able to sit around and control zones. You're going to have to be on the move constantly, and I think that's going to open up a lot of really interesting opportunities from a playstyle perspective. So I'm expecting some real fast gameplay, especially, you know, with that 15 kill limit, a 10-minute round timer. You're going to have to really be going balls to the wall to try and make sure that you can get that early lead.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Covent and also Scalp Waka. They're two of the highest Onyx players that we have here in the pool. So I'm really excited to see what they do, especially because at that bottom half of the bracket, if Chris Covent ends up winning his round and then the second round, and then Gigabrit wins her round and the second round, we're going to see a couple battle in the winners semifinals, which, by the way, I heard in the background that loser has to do the chores for today. So lots of implications on the line on top of the money aspect.
That's a lot on the line. Oh my goodness.
That's more important than the money.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, oh my God. So I'm very excited for our first matchup here. We got General Heed versus Halo Follower, guys. Like, I'm pretty pumped about this. This is going to be a pretty tight match.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, you know, randomly seeded, but I still think that we're going to get a lot of really close matches here, including this first one. And, you know, as we get ready to roll into it, it's just going to be so much fun to see how it all breaks down. And, I mean, I'm just ready to get into this. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch these two duke it out. General Heed just recently did a farewell Halo 3 stream that will put a tear to your eyes. Meanwhile, Halo Follower, let me tell you, I think that's about 24 hours worth of gameplay in, 158 matches, and he also did a recent video talking about the Mangler, which I want to see some fine tuning with that, but that's for a whole nother story. General Heed, Halo Follower going at it, and looks like the first map is going to be on Recharge.
Yeah, and this, I mean, I'm excited for Recharge, especially for 1v1s, because you got these nice long sight lines. There's not really too many places for you to hide, and the couple that there are have so many entrances to get to. It was what I was kind of talking about earlier. I think this map is really going to pressure that movement around. You're not going to be seeing a whole lot of sticking in one place here.
All right, gentlemen, you know what? I think we got a lot pre-game talk here. I'm ready to get into the action. How about you? Because we are going to lobby.
Yeah, I'm ready indeed. I mean, this, again, it's the first matchup of the day. There's so much to expect, so much we've been talking about, but I'm just ready to see what sort of strategies are brought out as we get into game number one here.
And one thing you'll always hear commentators talk about at 343 employees as well is the control of the sandbox is going to be so important, as you see that camouflage actually go early into the hands of Halo Follower, but he had to win his gunfight before he was able to apply it. Luckily, he's able to do so. On top of that, goes right in after the grapple and then grabs himself a shock rifle. Again, controlling the sandbox is going to be key. Now he really feels like Master Chief roaming the map.
Yeah, and especially after that initial fight where General Heed actually had the drop on him to start. We'll see if he can potentially get a comeback up here in Attic. He's trying to chase him back down. So far, so quiet. As that Invis doing him well as he comes back over to Sword Side. They're pretty far spaced out right now. It's kind of a game of cat and mouse as they're both looking for each other. But now with the sword in his hand as well, that's going to give him even more of an advantage if they get into a close range fight.
I agree with you 100%. You have Halo Follower rocking the shock rifle, so he wants to keep his distance a bit. Meanwhile, General Heed grabs himself a sword and wants to go up close and personal, and it looks like they're going to meet right in the middle as Halo Follower getting another big kill. So now having the sword in hands, it's a 2-0 lead going in favor of him.
Yeah, 2-0 lead, a great start. He's got the high ground here as we try and see what General Heed's going to be able to do to come back here. It's been a couple of fights early on that haven't quite gone his way, but still, with sword in hand, we'll be able to see whether or not things are going to be able to go forward. And actually, it's General Heed on the red, so it's actually General Heed that is still trying to come back here.
That is, but what a beautiful nade coming in, but it's not going to be enough to stop that Needler. You better fear the pink mist because it rains down on you. And finally, it looks like General Heat is on the board with his first kill. Still going to rock that Needler in hand. And mind you, he also has a grapple, so in case he wants to close the distance or get out of a sticky situation, he's going to be able to do so, which he might have to do right now as the shot's starting to ring out right into his back.
Needler here in close range, though no shields. He's going to have to try and find a way to recharge, and he's not going to be able to do it. General Heat goes down. A little bit of a teabag there on the way out as well, just for good measure. You got to make sure you get underneath the skin, because especially when you're talking about 1v1s in situations like this, it's mental more than anything else, as we're going to see another fight. Active camo grabbed. I'm not sure if he's got the shield to be able to hold on to it. No, the grenade spam comes through, and Halo Follower just on a roll at the moment.
You thought it was going to be a close one, but it looks like Halo Follower is finally going to put some separation in the scoreboard here, doing a great job of not only getting the slaves, but also resetting right afterwards, controlling the spawn. You notice he's going to funnel himself right over to top gold. That's going to make it very clear that the opponent's going to spawn over toward the opposite side of the map, whether that's C side, whether that's A side. He's literally cutting the map in half, and because of that, he knows exactly where the enemy team is and playing with his back against the wall. Now he has the information, going to get a little bit aggressive. Beautiful shots coming in, and that's going to be the 5th kill on the board here for Halo Follower.
Just an excellent way to start things off as well. Just getting absolutely fantastic positioning. He's holding the high ground well and doing a great job, I think, of covering a lot of these different sight lines as he's moving throughout. It's still only, though, a 4-kill lead. He's got 1/3 of what he needs to push through, but still plenty of time for General Heat to try and come back. Another fight breaking out up here, and that is going to be General Heat grabbing one back.
And once again, you're seeing General Heat wanting to close the distance a bit there, getting close range, utilize that melee, and now going to utilize the Commando, which another mid to close range weapon. So you see that General Heat wants to close the distance. He's going to harpoon his teammate and goes in for the slay, but sadly the nades coming out of Halo Follower are just too good, putting a 6th on the board. But let me tell you, that was dangerous.
Yeah, really dangerous there. Good grab, though. Able to get that in. This is going to give him a little bit of advantage, though. Not if he sees it gets popped. Interesting fight happening here near Whirlpool. So they're just going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie a little bit. The Invis coming in clutch. He's landing a couple shots, and he's going to land the kill as well. Halo Follower using an absolutely fantastic advantage to be able to grab that kill and just extends his lead even more.
And now both of these players are clearly warmed up. Camouflage in the hands of Halo Follower, Halo Follower at the moment. Also having that Commando in his main pocket, but he notices the sword is up, and he knows that General Heat wants to get his hands on it, so he's going to quickly go and try to close the distance here. Going to run right into it, tries to mine the gap, but just barely is able to do it, and General Heat going to take advantage of that momentary loss of timing, ends up utilizing that sword to get his 3rd kill on the board, and now we have General Heat within striking distance.
Yeah, and Halo Follower just got a bit too trigger happy with the repulsor there. Had it lined up and really needed it as well with the sword in General Heat's hand, but just missed time by a second. And that's going to give a little bit of momentum back into General Heat as running around here through batteries, trying to find out where exactly he needs to go. Halo Follower gonna be able to get the nade off. He's got to watch out for the sword. Long reach here, but now with absolutely no shields, General Heat's the one's gonna have to back off this fight, coming in underneath. Gets his shields back, able to survive for now. And for Halo Follower, he's gonna try and maintain a long distance here because he knows that sword's still in his hand.
And that's really important. Great plays coming in out of Halo Follower. You have to keep your distance when your opponent has that sword. I love how he's setting up that remote detonation in case anybody tries to overextend, but he needs to be baiting that camouflage. Let me tell you, if General Heat is able to grab that camo and combine it with the sword, that's going to spell trouble for Halo Follower. And it looks like the camouflage has just came up. The bait's coming in from both of these members. But, oh no! General Heat had the grapple. He could have actually grappled it over from top tower, but instead he likes to drop down, is able to get away with it, loses grapple largely because of it, and now the challenge has to come in. Halo Follower has to win this. The repulsor right back, knocking him back. He wanted to close the distance, and Halo Follower not letting that happen. 8th kill on the board.
Great recovery from the repulsor miss earlier as well. Able to use it to push him back, gives him just enough time to follow through with the extra shots. And now, again, in batteries, General Heat not in a great spot. Going to be putting a couple back. Halo trying to get this grenade, and he is going to be able to get the headshot as well. General Heed caught out in the open, nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, as Halo Follower continuing to just rack up the points.
And don't get me wrong, I mean, obviously Halo Follower does have a really good lead right now, and it's looking comfortable here in this game one. But let me tell you, General Heat, I definitely strikes me as like a support player, and I could tell when this goes down to those to the 4v4s and even the 8v8s, he'd do a great job with supporting his teammate and baiting and switching. However, that is not enough here in the 1v1s. Halo Follower coming out on top with another sword kill.
Hanging out in Long Hall here. And for Halo Follower, having the BR and sword puts the General Kid in a really awkward spot because he's not really able to, he's going to have to just take a BR fight. He can't really get in close. Melee's not going to be your friend, as especially with only 5 kills remaining for Halo Follower to get through, and a 7-kill deficit. Did I say 7? I meant to say 8, because Halo Follower waiting in the shadows takes them there. Active camo about to come up, but it just feels like a ball of snow rolling downhill right now for Halo Follower.
Yeah, General, he was doing a great job when he did, and had the sword in hands as far as Halo Follower, but now that Halo Follower has the sword, he has taken complete control of the game, just barely gonna miss the grappling to the camo to himself, but either way, it doesn't matter. Now he has the camouflage. The sword is out of energy, so it's nothing but the trusty BR coming in, and General Heat forced to back down because the damage is just too much.
Yeah, just a bit too much. A comeback at this point for General Heed would be absolutely monumental. But 1v1s, that's a nice thing, right? Is you can get on that roll. Another fight breaking through, goes for the nade. He's going to grab it, but not before getting taken down. And honestly, at that point, the trade is in favor of Halo Follower. He's only 2 kills now off of being able to take this game. And with it being a best of 1, I mean, that's all he needs to be able to try and move forward here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic trade. I mean, obviously he's able to put 1 on the board, but like you said, with this kind of lead, Halo Follower is taking trades all day, all night. He is only 2 kills away from coming out on top. Luckily, General Heat has the sword in hands. If any chance of it coming back, it's going to be on the back of this sword right here, right now.
Oh, he knows he's there. Oh, he's going to be able to get the sword. Oh, he misses the lunge. Goes again just a tad early. That's going to be the sword back in favor of General Heed. And even though he's still behind by a mile, he needs to get 11 kills in a row before Halo Follower can find 1. It's going to be a really tall order here, but with sword in hand and with no absolute expectation, Halo Follower going to be able to grab the 15th and takes the victory.
Man, big ups to General Heat for controlling that sword in the early game, but then once Halo Follower got it in his hands, that was it. His BR was already stronger than General Heat, and then once he got the sword, it was lights out. Beautiful plays coming out of him, but man, that's how you start off a tournament right there. 1v1s, they're kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the 1v1s, they can either be really close all the way down to the end or just an absolute avalanche. And that one right there, the definition of avalanche, 15-4. I mean, that is just that's just a beatdown more than anything else.
That is clearly it's going to be levels to the competition, and clearly Halo Follower just a step above General Heat. But I want to point out General Heat really strikes me as a great support player. So I can imagine when he's following a teammate around, going for that bait and switch, putting down that damage, staying alive, and prioritizing his life, allowing his slayers to go off. That's where he's going to be at his finest. So again, this 1v1, it may not be indicative of his skill set going into the 4v4s or even the big team battle 8v8.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to have a place on a team, but for teams that are looking for potential really high kill carries, Halo Follower definitely a standout in that match. And I think one of the big things that you can take away from was just his movement, right? His ability to really maintain those sight lines. He knew where he was exposed and where he wasn't. Now, as we get into the eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind, you're going to be able to see a lot of these situations where he is able to use his positioning to his advantage. And I mean, it's really why he was able to get such an early lead and such a fantastic win.
Yeah, the sword play, man, let me tell you, man, Halo Follower, once he grabbed that sword, it was lights out. There was no chance coming in, and you're seeing right here that scoreboard doesn't lie. Meanwhile, I hope the captains are paying close attention right now.
Favorite
You
kill
want to
right
know.
here.
You want to know, the crap was disgusting, but you want to know what your competition is, and you got to play. Not only have to be a great player and also a great leader as far as in the IGL, but you also have to be a little bit of a general manager, making sure that you're picking the best team. So captains, I hope you're paying attention right now, and make sure you know Halo Follower is absolutely deadly and has made his way into round number 2.
Yeah, and really, if you think about it as well, it could have been an even more one-sided round for Halo Follower if he hadn't missed those 2 repulsor attempts. I mean, he had really good positioning on both times, just a tad early, but in the end, I mean, the general skill able to come out. He's able to move on to the next round because he's our best of 1. So you got one chance and one chance only in these to try and make sure you keep yourself alive. 15-4 again in favor of Halo Followers. I mean, we get ready to go into our next one here between Ice, Spiteful, and Covenant Canon.
Let me tell you, Spiteful is a deadly player. If I got my money on him all day, any day, and I think it's going to be kind of a blowout in round number 1. I would say probably a 15-4 score line again, because not only is Spiteful a phenomenal content creator, but he has a nasty shot, and he has great awareness as well. So going into 1v1s, he's going to be really tough to deal with.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is. And again, we've seen with these 1v1s, I think that early lead really does give you such an important advantage, being able to get those first 1 to 2 kills. Because, you know, when you're on the other side of that, and, you know, everyone who's ever played a 1v1 with their friends knows this, when they get that little bit of a lead, you start to feel that pressure, right? Because now you're forced to come and seek them out, especially with these time limits. You can't just sit around. You've got to find them and really seek them out. And that gives the advantage to the person in the lead, because they're able to kind of position a little bit better and let you come to them. So it's a really interesting dynamic, and it's why I kind of hope we get to see a bit of more of a shootout here in this next one.
Like I said, maybe not this round number 1, but going further, it's not going to get any easier for either one of these competitors. Like I said, I really got my money on Spiteful because he's a strong competitor. I would say he might be probably the favorite to actually come out on top of this 1v1 tournament. And on top of like kind of the narrative that you created with controlling the tempo of the game in a 1v1. But again, we talk about controlling the sandbox as well. And the only way you're going to be able to make sure you get a hold of the sandbox and also take advantage of it is if you get a clear slay and then utilize that respawn time that your opponent is on to be able to gather all the goodies. Once you're able to do that, like you saw before, it's lights out for your opponent because you're just way too much to handle.
Yeah, and I think proper utilization of the power weapons as well going to be massive. We saw how big of an advantage Halo Follower had once he had the energy sword in hand, because now you're talking about a position where if you're long range, you pull out your BR, you land your shots, you're good to go. But as soon as you close the gap, you're able to pull out the sword, and there's not really a whole lot you can do unless you have that repulsor. But if you are repulsor list, you're sort of just forced to maintain medium range engagements, and if you're not the better shot overall, that's going to really put you in an awkward spot. And it's really, I think, going to put a lot of attention on how you're maneuvering and how you're positioning yourself, because I mean, we saw even in that last one a couple of times where Halo Follower was just able to sneak up behind him.
Movement, spacing, timing, and how you utilize the resource that you have are going to be so important to combat these close range weapons. And it's not just a sword. You got the Mangler, you got the Heat Wave. On top of that, you even have the Bulldog as well. The only way you're going to be able to contest against those weapons when you don't have a close range option yourself is utilizing, like you said, that spacing. And on top of that, those nades and your BR shot are going to be your best friend. Your nades have to deny that angle and deny any closure of the gap while you're ultimately keeping that spacing and utilize that BR. It only takes 4 shots to take down a full shield enemy, but easier said than done sometimes. Obviously, we've all been playing Halo for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, it is such a mental game as it is a mechanical game. Like the ability to be able to, you know, have that really nice flick, to be able to track appropriately, obviously super important, but it always does in Halo specifically come down to that movement. And that's going to be the trend that we see, especially in these 1v1s moving forward. And as we get this next round ready to roll into, we've already seen how much of an advantage it can play. We'll see if it continues on here as we get into this next matchup between Spiteful and Covenant Canon.
And once again, the battle over that camouflage will be so important as Spiteful ends up getting the big kill, then utilizing the curb slide. As long as you have an elevation about curb or knee high, you can actually drop down while you're crouching and actually get a crazy boost in speed and distance when you go in for that curb slide. You saw Spiteful utilize that immediately to take advantage of the camouflage, and now he has the Mangler enhanced right behind enemy lines. I thought the ninja was coming in, but it looks like Covenant had no idea he was there.
All the invis though still popped. Gonna land a couple more shots. He's not able to get the melee, but the grapple will help him out, and that's gonna be the lead taken even farther for Ice. Spiteful off to a quick 2-0 beginning here. He's gonna grapple back around into elevator area, and maintaining this high ground is something that we saw Halo Follower do a lot in the last game. It really does help you maintain control and sight over the majority of the matches. We see Covenant Canon down there near Sword right now, coming around. I think he might be looking to try to push towards Long Haul, but no, he turns back around again.
Well, now Spiteful has to be real careful. He has to play near perfect Halo. When you have a Mangler in your hands for close range and then a shock rifle specialized in long range, you can't make any mistakes. The shock rifle, if you don't headshot that player, that body shot is a decent amount of damage, but it's not enough to slow an enemy down. So a good BR is going to take you right off even before you're able to switch weapons. So, he's playing a dangerous game here, but it's high risk, high reward, and we're going to find out if it pays dividends here and for his third kill or the first kill going for Covenant.
Oh, great movement here. He's got the vision. Covenant Canon choosing, I think, wisely not to push through, and Spiteful doesn't actually see the transition down. Couple shots going to be landed. Oh, but the shot going to come through. Spiteful not phased in the slightest. Off to a 3-kill now lead, and this just absolutely phenomenal from him so far.
I said you better hit that headshot with the shock rifle, and he must have heard because that he did. However, I think he wasn't able to get the camouflage, which actually goes in the hands of Covenant. While he's shooting, is revealing his location. The shock rifle's coming in, but it's not going to matter. The 4th kill on the board for Spiteful, and Covenant struggling to even get one.
We're seeing now Spiteful just really starting to find a rhythm here, and we were talking about it, you know, before they started, potential to see a perfect match. We might be able to see one here. It's still early on, though. Spiteful's got a lot of ground to cover, but he covers it quickly here with the grapple, able to cover the whole span of the map in about 2 seconds. But Covenant Canon already rotating back around towards overhang. Seeing just Spiteful playing it safe. Gonna get a couple of more shots. Blitzes a couple, but only one hit now on to Covenant is needed, and he grabs it right there. Killing spree on the way as 5-0 sits this second round.
And once again, you're seeing Spiteful sitting along one side of the base, so he's sitting along that long haul side, making sure that he cuts that map in half, influencing the spawn over towards back gold. And now Covenant has nothing to do but to run away and try to gain his footing, but he's fighting on the back wall right now. Spiteful getting right up with the repulsor. The backsmack is going to come in, and that's a 6-0 lead for Spiteful.
Oh, the repulsor to jump up and the back slap to slam it down. Spiteful just getting creative out here in this sandbox to be able to continue his streak. Covenant Canon got to be feeling a little bit pressure at the moment. Hasn't been able to get a kill yet. Spiteful low on the shields. The repulsor sends him into the abyss, and Spiteful just cannot find any way to lose.
Spiteful minds the gap, and Covenant's having a hard time even getting a singular kill, let alone stopping the momentum coming out of him. He's just too good right now. Again, he's peaked at Onyx 1820, one of the highest ranked players that we actually have in our tournament, and you're seeing it right here, right now. 7-0 going in favor of Spiteful.
Now just about halfway towards victory. Still hasn't been taken out a single time. The momentum absolutely massive. As he's just working around right now. He's got the invis, using everything in his toolbox to his advantage. Rotating back around now, sword side. Covenant underneath. He might get caught out in the open here, but Spiteful decides to rotate right before. Very, very fortunate timing there for Covenant Canon, but I mean, we're still with the high ground and the advantage as far as weapons go. Spiteful just making sure that he's not getting caught out in the open here as it's going to be another, the perfect hit right there. And Spiteful continues to dominate.
The 6'4" Spartan out of the UK is absolutely dominating right now. And notice how he influenced the spawns over to the bottom team. Already checking it, but just a little bit of a timing loss. Moved right a little bit too early, but we almost saw a spawn snipe coming in out of Spiteful as he's going to utilize that grapple to close the distance. Meanwhile, Covent has nothing to do but continue to back down and try to gain that first shot, which you're able to do. Ends up putting Spiteful one shot as we forced to back down. You're finally Covenant gaining an advantage in a gunfight, but it's not going to be much because Spiteful ends up getting his shields back, drops the nade, goes in for the one-shot player, and that's going to be 9-0, 1 kill away from a killing frenzy.
And Spiteful at this point is just feeling unstoppable. It feels so one-sided. Excellent movement. He knew that he wasn't going to win that fight if he stayed. Able to drop down, able to get back around the nade and everything else, and then another kill there for the killing frenzy. I mean, it really is a frenzy here for Spiteful and for Covenant Canon. I mean, this is demoralizing at this point. Not still looking for his first kill of the game.
And every captain going into the Captain's Brawl is probably wanted to win the Captain's Brawl FFA because you get first pick, and we might be looking at the first pick right here, right now. Spiteful going to work, but sadly, he's finally going to go down. Covenant Canon comes in with the big kill and letting him know about it with the tea bags. The man is down by 9 kills, but that's not going to stop him from having some fun.
He's like, look, I may not win this game, but the bag is going to get dropped down. Maybe that's the confidence boost that Covenant Canon needs to potentially bring things back because, hey, if Spiteful's able to get 10 kills in a row, the possibility is also there for Covenant Canon engaging in this fight up top. He's going to drop back down. Oh, caught in the reload. That's not going to help him there. And Spiteful takes that back. Don't mind if I do.
And I love Spiteful's attitude right now, all business. Like, if I got teabagged and I was up by 10 kills, the first thing I'd be doing is bagging back. But nah, Spiteful is all business. Grabs his shock rifle and gets right back to work. Shots are going to fly over towards Covenant Canon, making him weak, forcing him to back down. But Spiteful does not have the angle to take him out.
Looking to rotate back around here. Just trying to get a little bit of an angle on him. Oh, missed on the first one, but follow-through shots. Has to reload, but Covenant Canon's not going to be able to get away. That's another one down. You can see his body just like a statue there. And speaking of statues, it has been a statue of a performance from Spiteful. Still only 3 kills away from what would be the biggest blowout of the day so far. We're only the second game in, but if he's able to close this out here, I mean, good Lord, talk about domination.
For one of my favorites to actually take the entire 1v1 tournament. I said it in the beginning, and you're seeing why right here, right now. A 12-1 lead, shock rifle in hands, and even able to get away with the camouflage. So nothing going in the hands of Covenant Canon at the moment. However, he does have a little bit of surprise on his side. He can easily come out of nowhere, put a couple of shots of Spiteful. That's the key to the game. Control that health battle. If you don't get first shot, back down, catch a different angle, and throw some denial nades to cut off that push from your opponent. If you have that first shot in, now you need to get aggressive. But looks like it's not going to matter much because if you can't shoot what you can't see, sadly. And looks like Covenant Canon is going to go down for the 13th time.
Oh, the just disrespect there. Doesn't even bother to look at him once he's down. Another shot, great land, gets the headshot. 1 kill away from Spiteful. Taken this round, what would be only 1 death, able to grab the repulsor again here. And just, again, what a performance from him so far. Holding every angle down. He catches sight of him, not quite able to land it, but he's going to come in for the kill here.
He may not have been able to land that shot, but he got the information that he needs to start to up the tempo and to get aggressive. He needs only 1 more kill, and now he knows exactly where the shots are starting to ring out and ends up doing it with style. Ends it with the shock rifle. That's going to be a stake-tacular going in favor of the 6'4" Spiteful.
And you know, Covenant Canon gave it his best, but Spiteful, I mean, he just gave the Covenant back their bomb there. Absolutely dominant. It felt like actual Master Chief just running around, because there was never a moment in that game where it didn't feel like Spiteful was just in full and complete control of the movement, of the sight lines, of the fights. I mean, he didn't even need to teabag him, because, I mean, the scoreline is enough of a teabag for him.
And like we talked about before, he's one of the most dangerous players that we have here. I mean, not only is he amazing with his 1v1 skill, but he's also one of the highest players ranked in 4v4s. And on top of that, he's a big team battle specialist. So he literally hits all the marks for this tournament this weekend. And that's why I'm saying this FFA is going to be so important for the captains, because you're going to want to get your hands on Spiteful. He's going to be a first round pick, as you saw that 15 kills, max killing spree of 10. He did get stopped at the frenzy, but what an amazing performance, a textbook one coming in out of Spiteful.
Yeah, I mean, just we've seen two pretty much blowouts to start off the day here, but it has been exciting. And as we head into the eSwapX Pro Controller Rewind, we're going to get a look back on how exactly a lot of this looked. I mean, we're back into the first round here between General Heed and Halo Follower, but overall, we have just seen absolute perfection coming not only from Halo Follower, but from Spiteful in that last round as well. And, oh, God, when we start getting into the team battles later on and seeing how, you know, these guys are interacting with each other when they have to cooperate, not just in these one-on-one situations, that is what's really going to be pinnacle. And that, to me, I mean, that's just going to be where the fun really starts to begin.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how these skills translate to the 4v4s and the 8v8s. But as far as the 1v1s, it's Spiteful's tournament to lose right now. But there's still some competitors maybe we haven't seen yet, and they're going to probably really blow our minds. But as of right now, I'm sorry, I got Spiteful taking this.
I mean, I don't think anyone is really blaming you for that take either. From what we saw from him in that last game, it's going to really take someone with true grit and determination to be able to outmove throughout the map. I mean, we saw Spiteful going from one side to another in 2 seconds flat, landing shots on his way through. The man could be moving at 20 miles an hour and is still tracking you as if you're stationary. And it's those sort of plays that I think really show how skilled a player is, being able to just not be fazed by whatever situation. And we saw one of those few times where he kind of got caught on the ropes, able to evade, hides, get back, a fantastic grenade to catch him out in the open. And it just shows how he's able to use the map and his equipment to really turn things around, even when he's kind of back against the wall to an extent.
Yeah, now this next matchup, this might be a little bit closer here. Now, you got Chris Covent. Again, one of the highest ranked players that we have here in the actual tournament themselves, but going up against Taquin, or the Reachway, as many might know him as. He's a high ranked player, maybe not quite Onyx, but I know he's Diamond 6 and just on the cusp of making it into Onyx. And I promise you, he was going to get more than one kill, but I used to compete back in the day, way back in the day. And Covent was one of the players that we used to play 8s with all the time, and he was one of the leading slayers, so watch out for him. One of the only players that I know of that actually tried to compete at a pro or semi-pro level, and maybe didn't make it quite there, but still, he was up there with some of the best of the best.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give props to people who've been competing in the scene for that long. I mean, it really shows, I think, a lot of veterancy when you come into matches like this. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how it breaks down. You know, the caster in me, I want to see a close game. I want to see something that comes down to a 15-14 end, but I mean, it's ultimately going to be up to the guy on the other side, right? You've got to keep your mentality in the game. When you go down 2, 3, 4 kills, you can't start letting that affect how you're moving. You need to take a moment, figure out, okay, what am I doing wrong? Why did I lose that fight? And you got to do it quick, because once that momentum really starts to get a hold of you, it can be so difficult to try and turn things around back in your favor.
I know you want to see a 15-14 game, and I do too, but we might have to wait till a little bit later in the rounds. Maybe if Covent and Spiteful end up matching up, because, I mean, Covent literally is Onyx 1,917. He is top 0.8% in the entire world. This man's a top competitor, and he competes at a top level, at least as far as the rest of the content creators. And I think if him and Spiteful end up matching up, that'll be really good. I don't want to count Taquin out just yet. He is a Diamond 6 player, so I promise you he's going to put up a pretty good fight. But there's levels to this. Covent, he's on another level.
Yeah, I mean, he really is. And so we're going to have to see whether or not Taquin has what is fucking needed to really push things forward. And I am excited to see how these two really break out, and especially here on Recharge, again, being able to take control of the sight lines and take control of these power weapons. Again, that is going to be what is the most important, because we've seen how much of an advantage it can give, whether it be the sword, whether it be the energy rifle. It's those that can really turn the tides of war here.
Yeah, the shock rifle definitely is the king of long range as far as this map goes, and you combine that with the BR, you could definitely keep the distance for quite some time. However, if you get your hands on the sword or the mauler, that's when you can really close the distance, and it's going to be really tough to deal with, as we saw in round number 2, and in that second match, and definitely that first match as well. We're going to see, once again, it's all about that sandbox, all about controlling the resources that are on the map. And whoever's able to do that best is going to come out on top, especially if you get that camouflage in hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that active camo really come in clutch in a couple situations, because it was like what you said during the match. If you can't see them, you can't shoot them. And it really allows you to just close the distance, get a backslap. Don't even need to use your ammo in that situation. And so as we get this next game ready to rock and roll, I mean, it's really, it comes down to Halo as a sandbox, right? And you have the tools at your disposal, and you have to know how you're going to be able to use them and how you're going to be able to really utilize them to their fullest. Because we've seen a couple of moments where, you know, you swing the energy sword a little bit too early and it doesn't quite get the lunge. That gets you killed. You pop the repulsor a little too early, and now you're just stuck there trying to pull your gun back up, getting shot in the face. So it doesn't only come down to the tools you have, but how you're utilizing them throughout the match as well.
So we know what both of these teams will be fighting for at this point, as we're waiting for the game to actually start up and for them to get in the lobby and get ready. I do have a couple questions for you, though. I mean, I'm a man. I love the grapple. Let me tell you, and as a Halo competitive player, as a former Halo competitive player, I was a little worried about the grapple maybe being a little bit too overpowered, or maybe not being as fun as I would want it to be. And I think it's kind of in a perfect place where it's really fun and also really good for competitive and give you that edge. What are some of your favorite parts of Halo Infinite?
I mean, it's just still the movement. I think they've gotten the movement to such a good position. I was never a real big fan of sprint in the previous games, but I feel like this implementation of sprint is the best that we've seen, and if it's going to be in the game, this is ideal, as we see right already off the back, Taquin able to get an early lead here after that fight down near Invis.
And that's a big kill for him, but you notice how he immediately slapped that camouflage on. Now, I want you guys to take notes who are in the audience. It's a 1v1. The moment you killed Chris Covent, at that point, he's automatic on a 5-second respawn. I think maybe he should have pocketed that camouflage for a bit, wait that 5 or 6 seconds, and then after gets into an engagement or just about, that's when you activate that camouflage and try to get as much timing of it as possible. Not that it matters, because the sword is still king, especially when you combined it with the grapple. That's a 2-0 lead going in favor of the Reachway.
Yeah, that it is indeed. And now, interesting position here from him, but rotating back around in long haul over to Sneaky. We'll see what kind of he chooses to do here. I think he wants to try and maintain this mid to short range, because, I mean, he wants to be able to utilize that sword if needed. It's a great get out of jail free card. That's Covent now looking to come back around. The grenades kind of giving away where he is. We saw Taquin peek for just a moment, drops down with the sword, looking to potentially get a flank, able to use it to his advantage and grabs the kill as well. Excellent grapple usage there, combined with the sword to make it 3-0.
Let me tell you, I thought Covent was the favorite on this one, especially when it comes to ranking, but man, Reachway putting in that work. A 3-0 lead for him. Make that a 4-0 lead as he goes in for a straight BR gunfight against Chris, who got a little bit overzealous, and sadly that's going to put him onto the black screen. And once again, Taquin able to grab on to the camouflage, and now is combining it with the sword, getting right behind enemy lines, and the killing spree has been earned by Taquin.
Yeah, Taquin, I feel like he's gotten this first 5 faster than anyone else so far, and again, on a roll. It's a bit of an interesting situation here for Covent. He tries to maybe kind of maneuver around the map a little bit safer, staying towards the outside, doesn't want to get in the middle. He's coming back now around through orange pipes. Yeah, he is staying towards the outside. I think he's got caught out in the open one too many times for his comfort here. But that's going to be a sight there from Taquin, trying to get a couple more shots over, using the glass to his advantage to make sure his shields don't go down too much. But Covent going to be pushing quickly. One shot away, but he's not able to finish it off.
Covent getting really aggressive, actually going right across the map. It looks like he's going to pay dividends as his first kill is on the board. And now he has a sword in hands, wants to combine it with the grapple. You can already tell, going to get that as well. And he doesn't know that there's a spawner over towards top A. He has to be careful. He doesn't want to lose that first shot advantage. Able to find him. The first shot comes in, but the nade is going to answer, and he's at the grapple to try to play his life.
Sword still back out, was waiting for the drop, never came through. And after the first 5, it slowed down a little bit here. Covent able to grab one. Now we're seeing the rotate back around. They're kind of staying away from each other at the moment. Don't want to let the momentum shift too much. Is this going to come through? The repulsor, absolutely massive. Covent's got to try and get out of there. Just able to escape with his life. Still, though, low shields, and Taquin could potentially track him down. But great evade there from Covent to stay alive.
Now Covent coming right over towards bottom tower. The shots are starting to ring out, and Taquin tries to stay alive, ends up getting the knockback, but it's not going to be enough. Chris able to put his second kill on the board and winning the battle for camouflage, activating it right away. Looks like Taquin just spawned right after him, so now we're going to see if Chris Covent can take advantage of the spawn and also this camouflage in hands.
Interesting FOV selection there as well, as we're going to come back over to Covent. Going to try and push through. He's got the invis and sword. He's tracking Taquin down, but he doesn't quite know exactly where he is. And I think this invis going to pretty much go underutilized, as he's not going to really be able to get into a fight here. They might run into each other, but the sight lines are perfect. He finally catches sight of him, but right as the invis goes away, couple shots landed and another sword. He wasn't expecting that one.
That he was not. Covent ends up going down, and that's kind of what I was referring to before, is you want to take advantage of that camouflage time, and if you activate it right away, sadly you're just giving up a few seconds of time. This is not Halo 3, this is not Halo 5. That camouflage does not last as long as you want it to, but the sword does.
Yeah, the sword, absolutely massive at the moment. 7-2 sitting the scoreline early on here. As again, just excellent positioning, couple more shots, able to drop back down and uses the grenade as well to be able to grab that kill. Taquin doing a phenomenal job of what we were talking about earlier, proper utilization of equipment, the grenade helping him land that last shot, and now an 8-2 lead. It's starting to get to be another big deficit here.
The HGS Grassroots partner Taquin is taking full control of this game and utilize the sword and the grapple. I have never seen that angle used from B Battery's box and then jumping up over towards that long haul, sneaky, but utilizing the grapple to get right into his face. That was a beautiful play coming out of the Reachway. 9-2 lead going in favor of him.
9-2, another sword gonna make it 10-2, and Covent just can't find a way right now to cancel out this sword. Taquin doing a great job of closing the distance with the grapple to be able to get these kills with the sword. Gonna track him down again, gets a couple shots landed. That's gonna give him time to rotate back forward. We might see another sword usage come out. They're really close to one another. Gonna get a couple of shots landed from Covent. It's Taquin now trying to get his shields back. A couple more grenades coming through. He doesn't see Covent behind him, but still, Covent can't quite drop the shields. Doesn't see him pass from behind, and that's gonna be a great getaway there from Taquin.
It's all about the Halo timing, and it looks like Taquin really understands it, able to get away from that situation. Meanwhile, Covent did have the health advantage. Shockwave from the hands of Covent, just gonna barely miss that, and because of that, looks like the Reachway has the couple extra shots that he needs to put the 11th kill on the board. And now the Shock Rifle in hands. I talk about it all the time. The Shock Rifle was a deadly weapon, but it is not forgiving. The body damage that it does, it's not like a sniper rifle. It makes you one shot right away. If you don't hit the headshot like you saw right there, you're gonna be at a disadvantage, but that means nothing for Taquin, who simply hits his perfect kills.
Yeah, I mean, the headshot, he's like, hey, I don't have to worry about not hitting it because it's not gonna happen. Gets it absolutely on the money. Doesn't see the rotation coming around from Covent, though, but Covent rotating back around the other way. Interesting sight appears right before him. Neither able to get really a good shot there as the grenades come through. Taquin rotating back around now. And an interesting situation for Covent where he's kind of forced to push, but down so much and not really with the utility to make a whole lot happen. Gonna be trying to push forward here again. A couple more shots landed, almost gets the kill, but he has to reload and back off. Oh my goodness. Had one shot away from the kill and has to just completely back off. Is he going to be able to get it again? Yes, he is. There's the killjoy, and Covent able to find one back.
That he does, and once again, Covent now going to take advantage of the camouflage. I love the idea by Taquin to trade off that shock rifle for a mangler, but even that wasn't enough as Taquin now forced to back down, but he has no idea that Covent knows exactly where the 2 shots in, and then the drop immediately. So that's going to be a little bit of tech for you guys. If you guys want, you have, if you play controller, keyboard, you have to keybind something to drop weapon. The reason why is because if you have if you hold down to that Y button and drop weapon, the timing is not fast enough. But if you keybind it to, like, say, your down button, it drops so quickly. The 2-shot mangler comes in, you whip out the BR immediately and end up getting the 3-shot faster than any time to kill in the game outside of the sword or rocket.
Well, the grenades come through. That's going to drop the shields. Covent's going to have to back off here in a really awful spot. He is able to get the shields back. He's still got the mangler in hand. He's going to look to push the same angle again. Catches him moving up. That's going to give away his position. Taquin looking around, but he's not going to catch him coming down. Drops the shields. Needs one more. The repulsor, beautiful. And that's going to give Taquin enough time to rotate back around, grab his shields, get a new position, and get the kill.
13 kill on the board here for Taquin. He's now 2 away from coming out with the win. Covent needs to make something happen right here, right now, and that's going to be really hard to do when Taquin is hunting down the entire map with a sword in hands. Mind you, camouflage coming up very soon, but actually I just realized the time. There's only 5 seconds in the game. That is it. Taquin comes out on top. I did not look at the timer. There's simply not enough for Covent to make a comeback, and in my opinion, that's a bit of an upset. Covent, again, ranked 1912, top 0.8% in the world, but Taquin coming out on top in the 1v1.
Taquin just saying that, hey, you know, maybe that Raken was a little bit carried there because in this 1v1, we didn't see it come out. I mean, again, it was another dominant round. We've seen that so far throughout this first stage, and that just continues forward. And the first time that we're actually seeing the time expire, I think there was a certain point where Covent realized that he was getting caught out in the open just a bit too much, tried to slow down the pace, but at that point, I mean, we just saw Taquin was already too much in control of the game and able to carry it all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to Taquin. Big shout out for him understanding not only the angles, not only the spawn system, but also having a beautiful shot to go toe to toe with the likes of Covent. But on top of that, like the weapon tech that he used, that dropping the mangler, like it takes practice to actually get kind of get used to that. And on top of that, you also have to have the competitive knowledge to know to keybind, especially as a controller player. You don't have many options to keybind it. So I've keybinded to my down button and set up a paddle for it because again, the 2 shots come in, you drop the weapon immediately, much faster than either switching weapons or holding your Y button to drop it that way. You have to keybind it to drop it immediately, and the TTK on it is crazy. And the fact that Taquin is aware of it lets me know that he's been playing a little bit of competitive, or at least been paying attention, and now he's one of my favorites going into the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it feels like every round we're just continuing to see the skill that is absolutely on display here. And it was like you said, you know, I've been hoping for closer games, but with who we're seeing push forward here, we're going to get at least one close game later on in the bracket, because especially at least in the grand finals, because with the skill that we have been seeing so far, it's impossible for two of these walls to not just absolutely collide with one another. But speaking of colliding, we're going to have another collision between Gigabrit and Kevin coming up next here. And this is going to be another interesting one because, again, it's these best of ones, lots of pressure on the line.
Now, you won the close game. Now, as far as ranking goes, this is probably as close as it gets. You have Kevinkoolx, Diamond 6, very close to making it into Onyx. Meanwhile, Gigabrit and Onyx 1574, just over the hump of that. But when I looked at the KDAs actually go in favor of Kevinkoolx. But with that close of a distance as far as the score line, as far as the rating, I'm really excited to watch this matchup right here. Because let me tell you, Kevinkoolx is good. But don't watch out for Gigabrit. To my knowledge, I believe the only female competitor that we have in our tournament.
Yeah, I mean, potentially coming in with a chip on her shoulder, but I mean, I again am just hoping for a good match here. And even though we've had a lot of one-sided affairs, it has still been good matches because we've seen, again, that movement and skill being put on display. It's almost like a sort of reel for the captains to be looking at to pick who they want to choose in that draft later on tonight. You really want to make it as flashy and, more importantly, as memorable as possible so that you get on a squad that has the potential of taking it all. I mean, there's still money on the line here for this 1v1 tournament, $500. So a lot to play for just in general, and I think that's why we're seeing them come out of the gate swinging no mercy so far throughout these matches.
And we're going to see, and like I said, it's going to be a close one. I can just feel it. I don't know if it's going to be a 15 or 14, but if I had to make a prediction, I would say I'm going to say it goes time. And I'm going to say about a 14 to 12. So just that close. I think the time is going to be the factor that goes into this one, because I mean, part of 1v1s is also just slowing down the game, especially when your competition is very close to you as far as skill set. You have to make sure that you're controlling the flow or the dance of that battle. And sometimes going to be putting shots, backing down and staying alive, putting shots, backing down and staying alive, and then waiting for that proper moment where you think you have the advantage, and so does your opponent. And then whoever comes out on top of that BR fight is usually going to be the one who's able to get on to those resources. As we're going to start on board here with Kevinkoolx already battling it out here for the camouflage. First shots are going in. Both players actually going down to one shot. And look what you're seeing. Both of them back down. If they cannot control the flow of the game, they're going to play their lives.
And interesting situation. Always the fight for active camo right off the rip. Seeing check the zones, couple of good evasions, but more shots being landed, and that's going to be Gigabrit taking the first kill of the game, and she also able to grab the active camo. An excellent start here and a great fight to begin things off. That was pretty much down to the end, but just better shots landed right there to finish things off from Gigabrit.
Watch out. Do not count Kevinkoolx out just yet. His shot is mean, and he also has the sword on his side of the spawn. Gigabrit well aware of that, so she starts to get a little bit aggressive here. And let's see if she can see if Kevinkoolx grabs the sword, which actually Kevinkoolx ducks down and goes towards Pit. So a little bit of a juke. Doesn't go for the sword. But is currently still looking for Gigabrit. Camouflage has been wasted. That audio cue was heard by Kevinkoolx, and because of that, he gets a couple of easy shots in, but Gigabrit going to utilize that grapple to play her life.
And good positioning up here, up high. Looking to try and see if she can catch Kevin in an awkward spot. Doesn't want to close the distance too much. And then have a couple of shots landed. Just needs the headshot. Not going to be able to get that there. It's an awkward position for her as Kevin going to rotate back around. That's going to catch her out in the open. And now we're going to have a 1-1 game.
Kevinkoolx quickly going to grab that shock rifle, but somehow the sword not coming into play just yet. Looks like he's more comfortable in the long-range engagements. Meanwhile, Gigabrit spawning over towards back gold and now making her way onto the A side of the map. Who's going to be able to control this camo? Because I bet you both players are going to be baiting it out just a little bit.
Again, good position up high here. Seeing a lot more stationary control in this game than we've seen in the others. Active Camo is going to get grabbed. 1.5 shots landed from Kevin. A couple more going to come through, and he's going to be able to get the kill on her right there. Grabs the just absolute shots that he needs, and a great drop down after she grabbed the Active Camo to make sure she's not able to pop it and use it, and that's going to be the lead taken now for Kevinkoolx.
And once again, Kevinkoolx also trading off the shock rifle for the Mangler. The shock rifle is one of the kings of long range, but usually 1v1 go more towards the mid-range and the close-range gunfights, and that's why you're seeing that happen here. But Kevinkoolx actually losing sight of Gigabrit, who I believe was able to utilize a grapple of her own to play her life. So the information's coming in out of Gigabrit, and Kevinkoolx still not exactly sure where she is, but the fight is coming in. The Mangler's out, dropping the Mangler for the BR. The Holdness medal comes in, and so does the third kill coming out of Kevinkoolx.
And then a respawn for her over near Long Hall. This might be another fight early on. Checking up high, sees in the distance, but she's going to land the first shots. That's going to push Kevin back off as he's going to look to rotate back around through Long Hall. She's going to be content to hold the high ground over there, knowing that he's got the Mangler in hand. Now looking to try and close the distance. This is getting better and better for him as time goes on. Catches her looking the wrong way, not able to get the shield break. Drop down, he's able to get it there. One shot needed, and he's finally able to grab it. Giga not able to make it up the stairs in time, and now it's a 4-1 lead.
Gigabrit needs to find a way to slow down the momentum coming out of Kevinkoolx. He's looking too cool and too comfortable right now. You have to find a way to put him on his back foot. That's going to be really hard to do when the nades are starting to fly. Gigabrit having no idea where he's at just yet. The Mangler's out. Camouflage is coming up soon. This is a very important engagement.
The killing spree coming through. The Mangler into a melee. She did not see it coming. And now she's probably not going to be able to see him coming again. The Active Camo popped, given an advantage here as they come back over towards Whirlpool. A rotation up high for Gigabrit, but right now Kevin, he is feeling cool as a cucumber out here on his rotations. Maybe a little bit too overconfident. It's just trying to go around the whole map, finding to see where she is.
And at this point, with both players actually electing not to go after the sword, I'm actually wondering if these players might have actually communicated beforehand and decided to GA the sword out of this 1v1, because we know the sword is the king of close-range engagements. I'm surprised neither one of these players have been able to go after it just yet. Meanwhile, the Mangler from across map is going to be no match for the shock rifle. Perfect kill right to the head, and Gigabrit putting her second kill on the board and already going in for the spawn snipe over towards top elevator.
Well, she might have the advantage here, able to peek through the glass. Going to be looking to try and get a peek over top here. Grenade, though, comes through. That's not going to be helpful. She's going to get taken down. The grenade ends up being massive for Kevinkoolx as he's able to get that return back. A 6-2. Not the leads that we've seen in previous games. It's a lot closer, but there's also only 4.5 minutes left to play.
The man is too cool for school, but apparently not too cool to play on recharge here as he holds on to a 6-2 lead. And finally, we're seeing a player going after the sword here. So strong on the map, especially when you combine it with the camouflage, which is coming in about 15 seconds. The early damage is coming in, but missing a few shots. Luckily, having the repulsor in hands was just about to lose the gunfight, but Gigabrit ends up being mine off the gap.
Well, let's say, if you're about to lose the gunfight, might as well push it into a push fight. And absolutely what we see come through there. Excellent use of utility, able to grab that invis as well. And hey, I guess the GA on the sword wasn't what was through. They were just deciding not to push it because we see the sword in hand right now.
Sword and camouflage in the hands of Kevinkoolx. Currently trying to sneak behind enemy lines, not letting go for the shock rifle, wants the BR. Love that play here. Gigabrit having no idea, but the audio cues coming in from the sprinting, not gonna matter because the sword is too strong. It's an 8-2 lead going in favor of Kevinkoolx.
8-2, still has the high ground. This is one of the best spots to be in a 1v1 situation because you can really use that glass to your advantage though when you want to peek and when you need to recharge. Giga, over there. trying to land a couple more of these shots, but it's Kevin who's holding down the angles, almost able to get the shield broken, just needs one more, but getting pushed off the play, trying to rotate back around, gonna catch out in the open, but he's gonna miss the melee, and Gigabrit able to take the kill there.
Let's go. I love the thought process coming out of Kevinkoolx to try to play his life and catch a different angle, but Gigabrit cutting him off immediately with the mangler and throwing the sword off the map. But even that's not going to be enough because the perfect kill coming out of Kevinkoolx. Going to grab that mangler right back. It's a 9-3 lead going in favor of Kevin.
Well, good rotation coming around here from Kevin as well. Looks to go up top. No sign of her yet. She's meanwhile on the other side of the map near Maintenance Bay. It's Kevin just looking to try and find it. She's got a great long range though, so he's going to have to be careful. He's not going to lose anything short of mid here. Still looking around, trying to find whatever angles are possible, but time running thin. Only 2 minutes left to play, and it's still a 6-kill advantage here. And Kevin very content to just hold on to it for the time being.
Yeah, I love that pointing out the time on the screen here, because now Kevinkoolx really can slow the game down and force Gigabrit to actually get offensive. It looks like instead Kevin is actually saying, hey, if it's not broken, why fix it? I'm gonna get aggressive. Meanwhile, Gigabrit taking him down and now getting the camouflage. Maybe, just maybe, Gigabrit can come back in this game. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, a 5-kill deficit. What is she gonna do?
Ooh. I don't know if that was pre-fire or if he saw her. Either way, Kevin backing off from that situation. Gigabrit deciding not to engage there. Didn't quite have the headshot lined up, but this invis going to be running out pretty soon, and there it goes, using the grapple to get back around, but she doesn't catch their rotation. Back up high, couple shots landed, going to try and use the grapple again, but it's not going to be to her favor. Kevin grabs that kill, and now will take a 10-4 lead.
Shock rifle in the back pocket of Kevinkoolx. Might want to trade that out for a sword, actually electing not to go so, but does have the repulsor, so let's see how Kevinkoolx decides to play this out. With 46 seconds left, I don't know if there's even enough time for Gigabrit to put 6 kills on the board. She's definitely going to try to early damage. Remember, she's flipping the back down, ends up getting the kill, cutting the lead down to 5, but we're back down to 35 seconds on the clock, and that's really tight.
Yeah, and at this point, all Kevin needs to do is just stay stationary somewhere and let time expire. No reason to try and push it. There's just not the time remaining for her to be able to come back. A much closer game than what we have seen thus far, but with only 15 seconds to go and 5 kills necessary, it is just not enough for Gigabrit to mount a comeback, and that's exactly what we're seeing Kevin do. He's just staying out of dodge, landing shots when he needs to, but in the end, it's not gonna matter. Grabs the 1 kill at the end for good measure, but Kevinkoolx on time, gonna take the game 11-5.
Kevinkoolx going to advance forward into round number 2 to go up against Scout Awaka. And let me tell you, it ain't going to get any easier. It's going to get harder and harder, especially if we get into that round number 3 and ultimately into the finals. But man, that was one good game by Kevinkoolx.
Yeah, especially after the start from Gigabrit as well. She was able to win that initial fight, grab active camo, but it didn't phase Kevin in the slightest. He was able to push his way back in, got a dominant lead, and then really slowed down the pace of play to pull things into his advantage. Ends up winning on time. You don't need to be flashy sometimes, and you know, for the teams watching, being able to have good game management and to control the time remaining can really be indicative of someone you want as a game manager on your team, to know when they need to push, to know when they need to stay back. It's that intelligence that can really come through, and we'll be able to see that a little bit here as we get into this eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind. I mean, it was some really good fights back and forth, but we saw time and time again Kevin just landing the shots he needed first.
Man, let me tell you, the 2-shot mangler into the drop for the BR, that's just textbook. And then that was a really important gunfight right there, because the easy backsmack coming in allowed Kevinkoolx to grab that camouflage and put some more separation to the scoreboard. And then you saw, losing the gunfight, what does Kevin do? He gets resourceful, mines the gap right off of the map. Just beautifully played by Kevinkoolx, and then allowing time to do the work. I love that Gigabrit threw the sword out the map. Wanted no part of that whatsoever, but Kevinkoolx I mean, he's too cool with the sword, the mangler, the BR. Doesn't matter what he has in his hands. He's a threat on the map.
Absolutely, and he is able to move on to the next round, and that actually brings an end to round number 1. We've had a lot of really good games so far, but round 2, especially in these 1v1s, going to be spicing up even more, and we're going to be headed into that pretty soon. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, more Halo action right here as part of the Twin Song Spartan Masters.
The Twin Suns Spartan Masters is brought to you by the Thrustmaster eSwap X Pro Controller, the official hardware sponsor of the Spartan Masters. And by Vite Ramen, so easy to eat healthy, it's almost like cheating.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Spartan Masters Invitational. This has been a hype tournament so far with a lot of huge moments. We have just gone through our first stage of the first part of our event with our 1v1s free for all. A lot of exciting action gains. Had an absolute sword massacre. Spiteful revealing that, oh boy, that repulsor backslap was absolutely insane. Oh, man, this highlight reel is getting me hyped for our second round here. Oh boy, howdy, Sleeky, Tony, you guys ready for some more action?
Oh, I mean, I am ready. If that, 1v1s, they have the potential to be boring, but not these, not so far. It has been absolutely just wall-to-wall action. And if that's just round number one, now that we're starting to really get the skilled players sort of distilled into the next part of this bracket, I am beyond excited to see what is coming next.
Yeah, that was, as I like to say, absolutely delicious. I was not expecting that for 1v1s to be absolutely bonkers like this, and we are jumping into our second part of the bracket here. So we got a lot of incredible pairings here. Let's go through them.
Yeah, like right early on in the top half, I mean, you got NadeGod going up against Halo Follower. Now, NadeGod, very impressive player, but man, Halo Follower, he showed us in that first match that he is no one to be trifled with. Arish, a very, very good player in his own, going up against Spiteful, who was dominant in his round one matchup as well. Taquin, surprisingly coming out over Covent, despite being the lower ranked player in playlist. In my opinion, I think he's going to have a little bit of an easier time with Halo Canon. Let me tell you, Taquin really showed me that he's deadly. And then Scalp, Waka, another strong competitor in this match and in this tournament here. He gets to earn the right to go up in our last matchup here and get to show what he has going for him. So really exciting bracket. It's 1v1s. It's up to 15 kills, single elimination. So no room for error whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm really excited for our first round here because we are jumping with NadeGod versus Halo Follower. Like you said, Halo Follower is not to be trifled with. Like, that was an absolute massacre we saw in the first round here. So I'm excited to see what they show us on the map here.
Yeah, I mean, I am as well. And, we go from one map with long sidelines to another map with long sightlines. But the interesting thing here is you get a little bit more of that verticality, right? We see a little bit of that with Recharge. But now, I mean, I think that is the high ground really going to start to play an important factor in this match.
Yeah, Aquarius is definitely a tougher map where you really have to rely on your BR and your game awareness and your movement because there's not much on the map. The Heat Wave is great, but Heat Wave is really good for like close range, and a lot of these individual battles are going to come in throughout the mid range. The thruster pack, in my opinion, the thruster pack is kind of that hidden gem on the map, along with the dynamo nades, because those are what's going to net you that advantage in 1, 2, or sometimes even 3 different gunfights, and earn your right to steal away the camouflage which spawns over towards top mid. So utilizing the thruster, utilize the dynamo nades to secure a W as far as knocking your opponent off guard onto the black screen, and then stealing away camouflage so you can roam around that map freely.
All right, gentlemen, I am going to jump in here because I'm super pumped. We are jumping into our first game here with NadeGod versus Halo Follow. We are about to get into lobby here, so let's see some high-octane Halo.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. And again, on Aquarius as well, one of, I think, my favorite, especially for Capture the Flag, is already right off the rip, a fight for active camo, and NadeGod gonna be able to take him down. And an excellent start to the game. Halo Follower drop in early.
Big kill coming out of NadeGod and now controlling top mid and the camouflage largely because of it, and looks like he wants to get his hands on that heat wave. So combining the camo and the heat wave might be able to get him that close distance that he wants, and he also has 4 thrusters in the back to be able to close that distance off. So let's see how he takes advantage of all these utilities and his 1 kill advantage.
Looking to try and rotate around here. The camo going to wear off. Does have the heat wave in hand. Just looking to try and see where he needs to position. Moving from blue side to yellow. No sight of him yet, and I think one thing that's interesting about this map is it might be a lot more hide and seek. There's much more places to hide, a lot more walls and cover to really provide sort of the obscurity that you need, but he's able to hang onto him right there. Oh, and he doesn't even know what's going on. Halo follower facing the wrong way, and NadeGod is like, all right, well, if you're going to give it to me, I will take it.
Easy kill coming out of NadeGod, and man showing off in his round number 2. Remember that these CDs were random. So NadeGod just kind of got the look of the draw, making it into round 2, but also showing that he belongs here, taking that 2-kill lead. Having the heat wave, beautiful shot coming in, but he's also bottom car, so he needs to find a way to get some kind of elevation here, because he's not going to be able to steal away that kill from the bottom side of the map.
Good hits, needs one more, able to grab it right there. Disintegration of Halo followers. NadeGod, again, this heat wave, absolutely massive. Gets it just in time to be able to grab the active camo as well. And now it just feels like another roll going on. Gets the camo, able to grab the thrusters back again. Engaging in a fight over here now on yellow side as the rotation coming back around through a fridge. Can he get the hit up top up here? Oh, the active camo again coming in clutch as Halo follower falls once again.
The 4th kill on the board here for NadeGod. Utilize those nades to get the advantage. Also still having the heat wave in hands, and that camouflage is so deadly. Easy shots come in. Love the trigger discipline coming out of NadeGod, trying to shoot exactly when Halo follower had no chance to back down. However, the denial nade coming in out of Halo follower to block off that line of sight, and now the battle ensues.
Gonna try and chase him down. Oh, just able to grab it. That was the closest I think we've seen Halo get so far. But unfortunately for him, NadeGod, that heat wave really just working towards his advantage. He comes back in towards mid here. Gonna get caught out in the open. He's gotta try and escape over here to the right side. He's in yellow refrigeration, able to get shields back again as he's moving up the stairs. Gonna try and cover his angles. Halo follower really close by, but that heat wave gonna be massive. The thruster is even bigger as he's able to push back behind. Halo can't track him, and it's a 6-0 lead.
Utilizing that thrust to gain the big advantage, jumping literally right over Halo follower's head, and then just watching the timer, saying, when does this come up? I need this heat wave. It's the only way that I'm able to put all 6 of these kills on the board, but man, is it working for him.
Couple more shots coming across mid. Good nade throws. They're gonna land in a kill. He might have lowered down his shield. 1, 2 miss, 3 miss. He's not going to be able to pull it through. Needed that second heat wave shot to land. And now Halo follower with control of the mid and the heat wave, able to grab the active camo as well. Have an avenue to come back. But oh no, he pops the invis, but not before NadeGod can get his eyes on him. And that's going to be a great return to make it 7-1.
Despite having the camouflage and the thrust, he still was not able to get away with that, with his life there. And now we're seeing a big kill going in the hands of NadeGod and leaving off right where he left off here. Beautiful kill. That's going to be an 8-1 lead going in favor of NadeGod, who's once again controlling top mid.
Good control here as well. He's covering all the angles. You see Halo coming from yellow side. It's going to come in underneath mid, looking to get his shields back. Will come through. One more shot coming in. Switches to the BR. Great thruster use from both sides, but the reload, that's going to be the downfall of Halo follower in that fight. Unfortunately runs out of ammunition, and NadeGod gets gifted one there in a situation where I really feel like Halo follower had a little bit of an advantage.
Shots ringing out once again. NadeGod forced to back down, but still having the heat wave in his back pocket and 4 thrust as well. We're going to switch gears over towards Halo follower with this huge deficit that he finds himself in. How he's going to climb his way out of it, especially with only 4 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock.
They're going to collide over here on the left side. A couple shots landed, but the heat wave, big misses the melee, but he's still able to get the turnaround on the kill. Great awareness there from Halo follower as he's able to grab one back, survives the short-range heat wave, and it'll get a little bit of a confidence boost coming as he moves into utility.
9-2 lead, still in favor of NadeGod, but we are seeing some momentum being created here by Halo Follower. Catches the backside of NadeGod, but not able to take advantage. Meanwhile, the nade is going to force him down to one shot. He has to stay alive over here towards top car, but he's not sure exactly where the pressure is coming from. Nades are starting to fly, but can Halo Follower keep his life?
He's holding on for now. Nade gonna get the needles, and they're gonna track him around the corner. If NadeGod can't see you, the Needler will. Able to grab that back now. It's an 8-kill advantage. 10-2, 5 kills remaining with 337 on the board. He's gonna look to rotate back around, especially after getting that active camo, sneaking up behind. Oh, Halo Follower doesn't even know. He might know now that audio cue could have given it away. He actually missed the backslap, but no, Halo still completely unaware that NadeGod just feet away. Oh! Oh, I thought it was going to be the nade that kills him. Halo Follower almost getting a massive reversal there.
It was pretty close here. NadeGod missing that melee almost was crucial. Halo Follower almost able to take advantage of that, but sadly not able to do so. And the 11 kills on the board, 4 kills away from coming out with the win. And with Halo Follower running into walls, it looks like that might be it. I mean, come on. How is Halo Follower going to come back? There's a little bit less than 3 minutes on the clock. Sleegy, do you think it's possible?
You know what? In the style of the announcer, at this point, I think that NadeGod is unstoppable. He is just in control, living up to his name there as well with a beautifully thrown grenade. And now 2 kills off, 2.5 minutes. This game's not going to end on time. I think NadeGod's going to end up closing it out.
He waving the hands, waiting for the nades to come up once again. It's just fun. The man's playing Snake on like a mobile phone right now here as the nades are starting to fly and forced to go by and ends up getting the ninja. Does NadeGod putting the 14th kill on the board. He goes right back to waiting for the sticky grenades. Man, NadeGod is absolutely on fire.
That was nasty, absolutely disgusting from NadeGod. One of the best ninjas that I've seen, and in a situation where he was 100% at a disadvantage. Halo down and beaten, 1 kill away from being knocked out here by NadeGod. And that's gonna be it right there. Gets the steak-tacular 15-2, and NadeGod making a show of it.
I didn't know too much about NadeGod going into this tournament, but what I do know now is he's going into the winners bracket semi-finals. He is now 1 win away from making it to the finals and showing that he's a force to be reckoned with, one of the best players that we have in this tournament. Man, that was a decisive win coming out of NadeGod.
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, we just saw so many points where he was at a disadvantage at the start of the fight. It was an ongoing, recurring theme throughout that match where, you know, Halo Follower would get the first couple of shots, but NadeGod did not care. He'd reposition, he'd throw grenades to force Halo to back off, and then he would win the ensuing fight. And in every time, it was just a greater control of the map. He was using that high ground to his advantage, and it didn't even feel like he broke a sweat, as we'll see here when we come into the eSwapX Pro Controller Rewind.
The heat wave shots were just too deadly. And, you know, normally on Aquarius, you know, in a 4v4 setting, or even 2v2s as well, lots of the battles end up becoming mid-range and even long-range engagements that you barely see the heat wave have this much control. But in the 1v1s, NadeGod was very comfortable with closing the gap and putting it to work. And that was a large reason why we saw such a big win. On top of that was the BR play. Man, it was great coming out of NadeGod, just staring at the nades. And look at Halo Follower had a couple of cheeky nades come in. This should have been an easy kill, but man, NadeGod coming in with the reverse ninja for the 14th kill. And let me tell you, style points count for me. I don't know about you, 100%. But style points count.
It's not just about winning. It's about winning in fashion. And that's exactly what we saw NadeGod do there. And you know what? It's probably because he's eating Vite Ramen, let's be honest, because, I mean, he just had the control and the speed necessary to pull it off, and you can't do that on an empty stomach.
You absolutely cannot. I'm a big ramen fan. Let me tell you, if you somehow make ramen healthy, at that point, I'm done. I'm about it. So make sure you guys stop on by, get yourself some Vite ramen and get yourself whatever the heck, Halo 5, NadeGod is taking, because man, this man is absolutely out of control. And I thought my favorite coming into this game were Covent and some of the other guys like Spiteful, but man, NadeGod showed me that maybe, just maybe, he can come out on top. And speaking of Spiteful, we're going to see him coming in now, going up against Arish here in this round 2 matchup.
Yeah, and he had one of the biggest victories in that first round overall. So being able to see how he does here now in round number 2, whether or not he can keep up that momentum, or if we're going to see a little bit more resistance against him. I believe it was 15-1 in his match. Absolutely just dominant. It feels like too lax of a word to describe how he had control. Obviously different map moving forward here in Aquarius is a little bit of a different landscape, but I don't know, I've got a lot of confidence in him moving forward in this next one.
Yeah, it's his BR play, his awareness, his spacing, but also his mastery of the mechanics. We saw him utilizing the curb slide, one of the only players that we saw using the curb slide here in the tournament. Then on top of that, we also saw him utilizing that tech with dropping the mangler and pulling out that BR faster than any other tech that we have in the game. So he definitely showed me that he's been playing ranked, he's been paying attention to the top competition, and he's a force to be reckoned with. I had him and Covent as my 2 favorites making it out. Covent is getting knocked out, so my only horse in the race here is, I guess, Spiteful.
Well, I mean, Spiteful are going to be trying to bring that spite forward here in this next matchup. It's going to be still a lot of high-octane action. We've still yet to see a really close game, so I'm hoping that we might have one on our hands, on the books here. But again, I'm excited to see if he can carry that momentum forward as we get into this next game.
And you know what? I'm going to actually bow out of this one, because I know you have a good friend, Laz, that wants to get in and wants to cause some of the action. So, Laz, if you're here, can I tag you in real quick?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm here.
Awesome. Well, Laz, you have absolutely jumping in on one of the biggest matchups so far. I mean, we've seen Spiteful already get off to a lead here. And again, like I was talking about, that 15-1 last time, I think he might be looking for a perfect this time, but it's going to continue to get harder and harder as this bracket moves on.
Yeah, Spiteful had such a great game before. I mean, just 1 round, 1 kill, and already now 2-0, putting up some big numbers already, a good start. And look at the amount of control that we have already, Slee. This is big.
Yeah, this is huge. Already getting that 2-kill lead. He's looking to move back around. The heat wave really proven to be the energy sword of this map as it was to last map. He's looking to check back around. He might have caught sight of him in mid. He does. Getting a couple of shots landed. The thruster to try and reposition, but it's not going to work. Arish able to take him down and get this game back within 1.
And the fact that he has the heat wave now equipped with him as well, this is good. He's got a lot of equipment ready to go. He still has some good nades available in the pocket as well. And holding the high ground in mid, this is important, because right now, when you have this mid possession, this allows you to have so much control. And he's looking, he's hunting, and he's being very patient. He's not just overexerting himself. I like this discipline that we're seeing.
And he's utilizing this top mid to really keep an eye on the majority of the map. He hasn't seen Spiteful rotating around quite yet, and he might be facing the wrong way at the wrong time. It's going to be shots landed from Spiteful. The grenade coming over to keep his shields down. We'll see if Spiteful pushes. Oh, still over on the other side. Heat wave coming in. This is the second shot, and that's going to be the kill coming from Spiteful to extend it back to a 2-kill lead.
Oh, you can even see he was trying to use the thruster to get out of that situation and get a better, position, but he just gets taken down. This is a pretty close game, though, a 3-1. Don't let it fool you. I mean, it's only a 2-kill gap. Now we're going to be weeding things out. Gigabrit's going to be in control here. You can see the shots come in, and it's a 4-1. Spiteful really just trying to put up a big lead as much as possible. Arish just not able to find anything yet.
And Spiteful again, here in control up top. Spots him out again. Oh, great heat wave, but it's not going to matter. Spiteful goes down to the melee from Arish. A great play from him, especially after his shields were knocked. And now we're seeing a 4-2 advantage. Arish trying to bring it back, gets the grenade out, trying to come through. Another grenade that's going to explode, and Arish backing off in that situation.
Getting things out. He's camping the blue base, and look at the amount of distance. Again, I've talked about this before, but this is so important, right? Because now he finds the player, he can get himself in a better position. Some slick movement now. positioning himself in a better position. He is in Hydro. Getting equipped with some more equipment, ready to go. Very patient. I think you said this earlier. It's a little bit of cat and mouse, and that's kind of what we're seeing here right now. I mean, they're just both very, very disciplined. They're trying to figure out when do they go for the fight? When do they want to pounce on this?
A couple of good nades, but they don't do a whole lot. Spiteful, oh, getting caught out as he was trying to check underneath. Oh, but he's going to be able to get the kill on Arish. Great usage there of his mates, able to land the shots when necessary. And now a 5-2 advantage. Arish had a good position there to start it off, but when you can't hit your shots, there's only so much you can expect to happen. We're seeing him hold over on this side, still trying to maintain control. It's going to be a nade all the way across, and a nade back that's going to drop the shields just a tad. Spiteful able to dodge a few, gets the heat wave back out. Can he land it? Drops the shield and gets the kill. What a play from Spiteful.
Oh, this is so big. Now it's a 4-kill gap, so we're getting a little bit closer. Waiting things out. He's got the camo, so this is important. So he's invisible, so now he can get some good control of this. He can just put himself in a better position. Now you can see he's already found out where the opponent is. Going in, the heat wave's getting locked and loaded. He's getting behind this, he will. That's a big, big frag, and now he's still keeping that lead moving on.
Well, now another coming through. Be able to catch him out back on yellow side. Drops the shield, gets the headshot. Arish just struggling to be able to get away, especially when the shots are coming through. And now 8-2, humongous advantage here. He's going to land a couple more shots over on the other side. Going to look to move forward. Oh, and the killing spree coming through. And if you didn't think it was a massive momentum before, it has to be now, because Arish just falling apart at the hands of Spiteful.
Man, Spiteful's just running around. He's got so much control of this. Doesn't have any more ammo left in that weapon for the heat wave, so that's the over for now. Thruster's going to be activated. He's going to be able to back off. Reposition again. Gets the top mid possession. But Peekaboo, there he is, and he's able to get that frag again. A 10-2, and he's getting closer and closer.
Closer and closer indeed, and a great melee there. And he's just making all the right decisions. A couple more shots coming through, getting knocked out of his zoom. Shield not quite going to drop. Camo up in 5. Looking to try and guard it as best he can. Arish pushed, I think, a bit too soon. His shields hadn't fully recharged. Stack camo is now up. Arish trying to prevent it as best he can, but he's not going to be able to get up top. Spiteful grabs it, drops down, and pops. And we'll see what he's able to do with it now.
Oh, man, and he's still... Look at this. He's just, again, he's in top mid. He's got all the equipment in the world, and this is important. I talked about this just in the beginning. So the fact that he can now just kind of get around the map as much as possible, he doesn't even get spotted. This is dangerous. So wait and see what he can find. Spiteful. He's been an absolute menace this game.
Okay. Oh, what a stick. Oh, what a stick. That was gross. Absolutely phenomenal play coming through. He's still holding on to this top. It's been a long time since we've seen Arish be able to get the kill here. He still is Spiteful, just holding down this top mid. He doesn't want to really leave here too much. Couple shots landed on him. At a disadvantage in this fight. Gonna drop back down. Got the heat wave out in his hand. He's looking to try and evade here. It's Spiteful really working to maintain his shield as he is going to get the recharge. And Arish has had 2 opportunities to try and drop him down and hasn't been able to capitalize on either.
Oh no, look at that. Oh no, like this.
Oh!
Now we're going to go for the trades though, so not a bad situation, but it's a 12-3 now. Heatwave's not going to be in the hands of Spiteful, so that's a little glimpse of hope. That's not a bad thing if you're Arish, but he's going to have to pull up something big. He's only got about just over 2 minutes, and he's going to have to pop off now, Sliggy.
And he's going to have to do or die in this situation. Time is running thin. Couple good hits. Great use of the evade there by Arish. able to bring it back just a tad, but he's still got to triple his current kill count if he wants to tie with Spiteful. So a lot of work to do and not a whole lot of time left to do it. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Arish not going to be able to see Spiteful there in the corner of refrigeration. He's going back over to the blue side now, just checking all the corners. But that invis is going to run out, and now Spiteful might be at a bit of an advantage.
I mean, for Spiteful, he can just burn the clock as much as he wants. Like, there's only 1 minute and 35 left, so for him, this is just making it easier. This is where Arish has to go for the aggression and look for these duels to win it. He will be able to, so that's a good pickup, but he's still got lots of time to go. Or not a lot of time, but a lot of frags to go, so he's going to have to get that foot on the gas right now.
Yeah, and he's got to try and really pick up the pace. Spiteful, like you said, all he's got to do is just run the time out. More shots coming through. The shield's going to be dropped. Arish looking to try and rotate around. So I think we might have had an extra person join. Not sure what quite happened there.
Uh-oh. Hello?
Bright Knight wanted to join in and have a little bit of fun. I'm not sure what exactly is going to go on. We are going to come out of that game. Our TA will take care of things. I mean, there still wasn't a whole lot of time for him to come back. I'm not sure how we'll resolve it, but Spiteful, I mean, looking absolutely phenomenal throughout that game as a whole.
No, he really has. And I mean, you know, you guys talked a lot about this in the beginning. I mean, he's about an 1,800 Onyx player. So for me, like, he was the player that I was looking at that he's the person I want to watch. He's the person that's going to put up big numbers. And that is a prime example of it right there.
Yeah, and, you know, maybe he felt like he needed a little bit of backup, came in, tried to help him out. Not sure if that's within the rules. We'll get that figured out as quickly as we can, everybody. But again, you know, I'm thinking about Spiteful's positioning. It was a common theme when we saw him on Recharge. It's why he was able to win that round 15-1, and he was well on his way to get a good win in this as well with less than a minute remaining, a massive lead. There not too much really that could have been done on the other end to try and pull it back. But again, it's coming down to the map control and Spiteful's very meticulous use of the tools at his hands. I mean, we're seeing absolutely fantastic usage out of him.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he's having these big dominant games like we saw before is a 15-1, like, you know, there was really no competition, right? So, I mean, the fact that, what was that, like a 12-5? That's pretty important. But I think if I heard production right there in the corner of my ear, I think they were saying that it's going to be a 12-5 reset. So we're going to have that, you know, score line going back in for, you know, we can see what Arish can maybe do. But we talked about it. This is a long road, and now he's going to have to count all his blessings because the time is now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a reset with one team needing 3, the other 10. So Spiteful still going to be able to maintain his advantage here and look to close things out as we get this lobby ready to be back up. But I mean, again, it's been really interesting to watch. I'm curious as to whether or not this break is actually going to be able to be a little bit of a detriment for him, right? Because now we're going to be able to see whether or not this time allows some, you know, thought process on what was going wrong.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you have these breaks like this is not a bad thing. This could actually be a very good thing for Arish because now it gives a couple minutes just to figure things out. Now you get kind of like a unintentional timeout, you know, where you can really reconfigure your game plan. But the way that we're seeing Spiteful play, I mean, I love what I'm seeing. We're getting the power weapons, we're getting all the right equipment. It's really just dominant performance. So right now, this is all the pressure for Arish because, again, it's 10 kills you have to get. This is a big number, especially the way that Spiteful's playing today.
Yeah, and just so that everyone isn't confused when we come in, only the difference is going to be reflected on the scoreline. So it'll be a 7-kill difference between these two. It'll still be the same amount needed to win. So in this case, it's going to be essentially the same, just a little bit of an interesting reset because we had someone break into the last lobby. You know, they saw us all playing Halo, having a good time. They're like, hey, that looks like fun. They wanted to become part of it. And, you know, I can't blame them because it really has been a fun day so far. But this is between Arish and Spiteful specifically. We want to see how these two do against one another and whether or not Arish is going to be able to pull things back here.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm a broken record right now, but again, it's so important to get those power weapons. We need to see that change for Arash's game plan because if he just allows Spiteful to get that control, I think it's game over that quick. I mean, that's where Spiteful has been just, you know, excellent. Just like picture perfect, is because he's just able to get around the map as much as he wants. He's just, you know, swinging around, and just he has the power weapons in his possession. And when you have the power weapons, man, you have such a bigger advantage in winning those duels.
Yeah, and a little bit of correction coming through here. We're keeping the score difference. So the player who was up 12-5, which would have been Spiteful, starts at 7-0 on the reset. They need 8 to win, and Arish is going to still need 15 to win. So just to make sure that everybody understands how it's going to be looking when we come in here. But again, it's still going to be a very upward battle for Arish. He's got a lot to try and make up here. And for Spiteful, if he can come out of the gate swinging again and really secure that active camo off the rip, that initial fight, that's going to be what's important.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely very important. But I mean, you know, we saw Spiteful before. He plays, in pump. He goes around Hydro. He has the top mid control. So we'll have to see what happens here. But this is a pretty decent position for Arish to be in. But like we said, this little bit of a reconfig of the game is maybe a blessing for him. But this is we will have to see if this works out.
Yeah, it gives them time to think about, what was going wrong, but at the same time, it gives Spiteful time to think about what was going right. So who knows what's going to happen on the reset. It's an opportunity for Arish to try and really push his way back in here. So hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game shortly. But I mean, overall, these 1v1s, I was curious how they were going to play out, but they have been absolutely phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, for anybody that's kind of curious too, like, so when you look at the rank difference as well, like both these players are Onyx players, but again, it's a difference between like a 1500 for Arish versus that 1800 that we're seeing from Spiteful. It might not seem like a big difference, but when you're in this kind of a rank, it's a huge difference. I mean, this is a pretty significant when you look at it in Onyx. And we're kind of seeing why Spiteful is at that 1800 range, because, man, he's like a menace. I think I've said that before, but he is absolutely a menace so far in this 1v1.
Yeah. And I mean, one of the big things as well is, like you're talking about, that skill difference. Once you start getting into the higher MMR, it gets just exponentially bigger, right? Like the higher you're able to climb, the bigger of a skill discrepancy there is. And you see that in a lot of the games once you start to really get towards that high level. Because you got to think about it, right? The higher you're getting, the better and better players you're getting against, and the more difficult gaining that MMR becomes. So it's going to be interesting here for Spiteful. He is the projected winner, and he still will be when we come back from this little bit of a technical timeout. But Arish, if he can just maintain his calm, cool, and collected nature, might be able to start on the road to a potential comeback.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think we're just about to get back into this game. I think the players are just about to ready up. So it looks like we are there momentarily. I'm excited, Sliggy. This has been a very interesting game. I know it's a pretty big gap, but, I think Arish definitely was putting up a good fight. I think there was a lot of chances where, shields were broken, and it was just right down to that one shot left. So it's not like, Spiteful's just completely just dominating and he's not even getting touched. Like, he's definitely human. He's definitely getting hit. So it's more just getting the nail to the coffin.
Yeah, and again, the team captain's going to be looking at these 1v1s to figure out who they want for their teams on tomorrow. So it's still looking like Spiteful going to be one of the top picks overall. We'll see whether or not he's able to maintain that here. Should be just a couple of moments away from jumping back into Aquarius to finish this out and, really continue on with this round. It's been a lot of fun so far, and it's going to continue to be as we get rolling here.
Oh, man, here we go. Getting back into the game we go. All right, the moment we've been waiting for. Game number 2 of the repeat of number 1. These score lines, like we mentioned, are not true. So there is a bit of a gap. Spiteful getting mid control, but it is going to be back and forth we go. Both players are low. The camo gets utilized, but it's not going to work in any favor for Arish, so he gets taken down already. This is a good start already for Spiteful.
A great beginning here. And remember that Spiteful just needs to reach 8. Arish needs to reach 15 because they kept the difference. So now only 7 remaining for Spiteful to be able to take a win here. Another shot going to come through. Couple more hits coming in. That's over on the right side. Ooh, a couple more as well. That's going to be the drop down. He's going to be able to evade just a bit. Looking to get that grenade throw through. Looking to push now as well. Going to drop on top, and Arish going to go down.
Oh, man, that's filthy. Just when you think that Arish has a good position, he's getting things done, Spiteful just does one a little bit better. Now he's just being error. Look at this thruster left, thruster right. He's still feeling confident Arish will be able to take him down. We'll see now. He's going to have the mid control from Arish. You can see this is him on the screen, waiting things out. He doesn't have Camel, but he does have the heat wave, I believe, in the back pocket available if he needs it. Thrusters in his disposal as well, so this is a good spot for him here, Sliggy.
Yeah, that it is, and another couple of grenade throws. We see Arish trying to get an angle on top. Good grenade, trying to drop the shields. It's going to be Spiteful, getting away from it, looking to rotate back around on the back end. Heat wave in hand. Good pop up here as he's going to look to come in mid. No, he's actually staying now. He'll push in the mid. Spiteful just getting away. That's going to be a pop-up. He knows he's there now, though. But the invis being huge, and Spiteful going to go down. 2-2 here, but remember, Spiteful only needs 8.
Oh, man. He's got the heat wave, so I talked about it. I mean, having the power weapons, this is important. Because now he can get a little bit better in the engagements. He doesn't just rely on the BR. So now we see if Spiteful goes across this, I mean, the heat wave would just make the connection and just put him right to the grave. But he's going to try to see if he can win this exchange, but he will fall back. Have a reset on the duel. I like this. This is good. And now look at, oh, it almost makes it work, but you can see that he was trying to get up on the boost, but he wasn't able to get it in time. Spiteful has the better ground. So the thruster will be used again, and will be Spiteful to win this one.
Yeah, and a great little fight going on there. It's now Spiteful, really getting close. He's almost halfway to what he needs to win this game. On the reset. Arish looking across, getting a couple of shots landed. Oh, able to get back out again, able to get the shields down and through. He's halfway there. 4 more kills needed for Spiteful to be able to take the victory here. And Arish still a long, long way to go.
Oh man, he's just in planters. He's just checking out the guard and making sure everything is good. He's now going to go for the fight. Look at that. He's already broken the shield of Arish, so now he's just trying to finish this hunt. Arish really waiting things out. Oh boy, that timing was just a little bit off. These players giving a lot of respect, though. They don't, just run and charge it. And this is the difference. This is the high-quality players that we talked about. Heatwave going to be in the back again here for Spiteful. Didn't actually take him down. His shield is broken, so he's a one-shot. Oh, man. Look at this. What is going on?
Great shield break. Oh, the reversal. What a play from Spiteful.
What on earth is this? And now... Oh, he's invisible. Now he can go wherever he wants. This is a perfect position for him, Sliggy, but he gives away his spot. He doesn't even care. He knows he's close to the finish line. He wants to get the job done if he can. Heatwave ready to go, and an easy kill comes in again.
Yeah, great little melee happening there. Only 2 kills off. He's got the momentum. He's got the heat wave, the active camo. He's got everything on his end. It's going to have to be do or die for Arish, and dying is not on the table for him at this point. Fight breaking through. The shield's going to come down. Evade coming across, and he's going to be able to get the return back on Spiteful. And that going to change the heat wave hands again as Arish desperately trying to fight his way back into this game.
Yeah, it's like the round table of the heat wave. Like, I mean, this seems to be like the gauntlet, right? Everybody wants this thing. It's kind of been the icebreaker for both these guys. Now it's going to be a good amount of utility being used, but both players are very low. They both actually broke their shields. Arish going to wait things out. Now he's spotted Spiteful all the way in the back, so now they're going to charge each other. The heat wave's going to be used. Can he get the job done? It will not, and it's just 1 more kill to go, and Spiteful should be able to finish this.
Well, he's got just 1 more to go. 1 kill will finish it off. Good coverage here over top. Looking to try and rotate back around. He doesn't need to rush. He just needs to hold on. Here's the audio cue. That grenade, though, going to push him back off a little bit. Arish needs to make sure that he lands every shot. The heat wave playing a massive advantage as he chases him down. Looking to try and close it out, and that will be it. Arish falls to Spiteful as he gets the 8 kills necessary on the reset to move on to the next round.
Woo-wee, yippee-ki-yay, we get it done, Spiteful. He takes it, he makes it work. I mean, it was actually looking pretty close. I mean, Sliggy, I gotta say, I was thinking, Arish was starting, he had a slow start, but he had a pretty good amount of control in that later portion of this second game, but it just was not enough. The gap was already so big, and we talked about it. It was gonna be a big brawl, and it definitely was.
Yeah, that it was. And Spiteful doing a great job, not only in the first part, but on the reset as well. Maintained his composure, especially after there was a big back and forth at the start of that. And as we go into this eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind, we're going to see how he was able to make that happen. Just excellent shot placement. And really, when it mattered, he was landing what he needed to. And that stick, just perfection.
Oh, man, chef's kiss, right? I mean, this guy, honestly, was just impressive movement and great fire shots that we see from Spiteful, like we talked about, right? I mean, both these players are Onyxes, but I talked about, the difference between, that 1500 versus an 1800 player, and I think Spiteful kind of gave us a pretty cool demonstration of why he's in this rank, and really, it just looked like his game, and there was not too much to sweat away.
Not too much at all, and just a great round overall from Spiteful, who's going to be able to continue to move on. And now, I mean, we're looking ahead to our next one between Halo Canon and Taquin. That going to be another big matchup. In this one, I have a feeling, looking at how, these players play, could be very, very close, because Taquin was looking strong last round.
Yeah, Taquin definitely was impressing me. Like, I thought it was a pretty decent game. So this matchup, I think, could be a lot more even. I'm going to be a bit curious of the change in game plan. Like, now that you've played around, you kind of get a feel, you get the nerves out, you get the format a little bit under control. So this is where things get a little bit more interesting, because it does change things pretty dramatically.
Yeah, no, it really does. And I mean, again, Aquarius, such an interesting map in general, but it's really kind of opening up my eyes to it here in 1v1, right? Because when you're playing Capture the Flag on Aquarius, you have a certain way that you think about, how you maneuver, how you're going to look for things. But when it's the 1v1, it feels almost like a completely new map, because you feel like it shifts on its side more. You're not thinking about it from yellow and blue, but from the two sides at the top, when that control of middle, that really becomes the core of this map.
Oh, it completely does, right? I mean, when you get that mid control, like, you can hide behind the corridors there. Like, you have so much control. It's a bit of a firing range. So we saw even Spiteful, he was just playing in there every single time. He was just like, yeah, I have the better position. I have the high ground. And when you have a high ground position, you're in such a better percentage of a win rate to win those exchanges. And I think we saw that before. So we'll have to see if both these players were able to catch a little bit of this game and maybe take some strategies away for this.
Yeah, I mean, because the competition is only going to continue to get more and more ferocious as we move along this bracket. And I mean, I think we've seen that Spiteful had to really kind of pick it up a little bit more there. It was still a pretty one-sided affair. He takes it very much in hand, but you gotta give it to him. I mean, he was starting to get pushed, and that's what's really making me excited for the latter part of this bracket, especially that grand finals. I think the grand finals of this 1v1 is going to be absolutely phenomenal. But first, we got to see who's going to get there, and Halo Canon and Taquin trying to stay alive right now.
It's so hard for me to even make a prediction. I was going to ask you, what are your thoughts? Like, who do you think is going to have the edge in this kind of a matchup?
I think I've got to give it to Taquin, just based on how he was playing earlier. And part of that might be because he was playing with an eSwap X Pro controller. I'm not sure for certain. But when you see play coming out that well, you have to sometimes think that maybe they're using a phenomenal controller like that. So we'll see whether or not it continues. I think he has a little bit of an edge, but so far, even though these have been one-sided affairs, I've been surprised a couple of times.
Yeah, definitely. And, I'm going to agree with you. I think Taquin, I'm going to go as well. I think, for Canon, just the fact that we had a 15-1 loss, I mean, this can go two ways. You either learn from that loss, or it really affected your mood and kind of your mental game. and it's going to dramatically affect you. So that's where I'm kind of wondering, and that's why I'm giving the edge to Taquin, just because of, you know, the dominant performance we saw from Spiteful taking down Canon, sorry. So I'm going to go with you on this one.
Yeah, I mean, Taquin, though, he's going to have a lot to live up to here, because Halo Canon, I mean, for starters, that's one heck of a name, right? I mean, if you can really be a Halo Canon, then if you can live up to that, that's going to be massive. It was like how we were seeing NadeGod living up to his name earlier on. But I'm excited to see how these two do facing off against each other. I'm curious to see if we see a different utilization of Aquarius, because that last one, obviously top mid control being the key. I don't really foresee that changing a lot, but I would like to see a little bit more fights and utility. I mean, there's so much that you can do over there, especially when you get into these different firefights as far as maneuverability. I think it really starts to open up how accurate you have to be when you're over there, and also in refrigeration.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw it was pretty much like Heatwave was like the one gun that everybody was kind of relying on. Like, nobody went for any of the other weapons. Nobody really went for different map control, like even utility room or even implanters very often. It just seemed like battle in middle. I'm going to try to fight you, see if I can get the heat wave. You get it, you might win. But I'm going to be a little bit more curious if we see a bit of different, you know, inventory of, you know, weapons that are going to be used. Not just the BRs, of course, because when you can switch things up and mix them in a right recipe, it can be delicious.
Yeah, and you know what? If there was one thing that is canon, it's casters being a little bit slow. I didn't notice the missing in canon, so that's actually the story canon and not like an actual canon, but hopefully he's able to be like an actual canon coming into this game, because Taquin, again, really started to show his fervor, and I'm excited here. I want to see the heat wave used more as well. It's proving to be a very critical piece of this map, similar to how we saw how important the sword was over in Recharge. And as we get into this next one, well, we're gonna see how it breaks down right here and right now.
Oh, we going live now, so switching things up. Taquin versus Halo Canon for anybody just tuning in. You got Sleegy and Laz on the mics, and already now they're fighting for the middle. They're fighting for that control, but it will go in possession here. That is going to be for Taquin. Our prediction is already starting to look a little good, but it's still early on.
Yeah, just the initial start here. We'll see whether or not Halo Canon able to pull things back as Taquin dropping down. Interesting little shot of the heat wave there. Might be trying to lure him forward. That's exactly what he's doing. Oh, absolutely disgusting. And he's able to grab the kill as well off the bank shot. Taquin coming off to a 2-0 lead.
Oh, man, that is the biggest IQ play I've ever seen. That was such a bait and switch. I love that, because you can just see Halo Cannon's looking around. He's like, hey, I just saw the shot. Like, where is he? He must be somewhere here. But, man, Taquin holding it down. Still waiting. Look at this. He's like a guard just protecting, but, well, no, looks like we're going to go back.
We might have had a disconnect there.
Okay, might have been a disconnect. Because I was going to say, honestly, that first play was so crazy. Like, that was just it's something you don't typically see, right?
Yeah, and it is canon. It was a disconnect, so hopefully we'll be able to get back in through here to carry on with the rest of that game. But I mean, a great start for Taquin, able to win that active camo early on, and then started to take control. Kind of a cheeky use of it as well. Fires the heat wave to lure him forward, almost like a fisher pulling in his prey, and just great map control and knowledge of, you know, how to just kind of maneuver to get these early kills.
Yeah, I mean, and I think if I heard prediction right, I think it's going to be a full. Is it a full reset, or is it going to be the 1-0 reset? Okay, so we're going to do.
So it will be a full 0-0 reset. So just a little bit of a warm up, you know, a little bit of an early warm up there. Couple of kills to get Taquin, kind of get the emotions flowing. But it will be a full 0-0 reset when we come back into this game, and you know, it might be an opportunity for Halo Canon to kind of get his mind set back into it. But I mean, I don't know. Taquin got off to a really solid start there.
Yeah, a good start. I mean, it was a 2-0, so I mean, for a full reset, I definitely agree with that. I don't think there's any issue there. I don't think either of the players are going to be upset. If anything, Halo Cannon's probably actually like, yeah, okay, this is great, because now we have a full reset. It's a full fresh start and the fresh sheets, so we can get things going. But I mean, Taquin did have a good start, had some good possession of that heat wave, but we'll see if that's the same strategy now, or are things going to change a little bit differently. But we talked about this before. Heat wave is kind of the theme of the day, especially in these one-on-one duels. It's important to have the heat wave with your BR, because honestly, if you make that connection and get the BR to finish it off, whew, you're done.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, on this reset, it always starts with that fight over active camo, right? Like, that's obviously where you've got to go. Losing that early on in a 1v1 is absolutely deadly. So you always get off to that early fight. And I think what's interesting is how these players are approaching it, how they want to make sure that they're able to close the distance if necessary, but also pushing the opponent off. And it's that fight in top mid, across the planners almost. You just got to land those shots. It really feels like the first to shoot wins, as long as you're being accurate. And that's what we saw during the beginning of that last match, and that's what I'm hoping that we'll see again here to start off the reset.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Siggy. I mean, I think it's important to know, right? When you get that camo, you pretty much can go anywhere you want. You can just walk around the map. You don't have to sprint, right? You can just kind of figure out, scout, get a little bit of sightseeing, and, plan your attack, and you're already 2 steps ahead of your opponent. So that's really good to get. Both these members are probably going to go for that fight right away in mid again. It came pretty close. I mean, again, shields were, I think, almost pretty much one shot for both players, but it did work out for Taquin. So we'll see if that, a little bit of an attempt will be different on the other side here for Halo Canon, because again, now we're still waiting things out. I think we're going live here any minute, but it's a moment where you can just get a mental reset, get the game plan a little bit more fine-tuned.
Yeah, just really be able to get in to what you need to be able to pull off this game. And for Halo Canon, an opportunity, like you mentioned, for that mental reset to really try and pull things back into his favor. But it is going to come down to that fight in mid. We saw Taquin be able to grab that early lead because he was able to get that last shot off. Both shields were down, and then the active camo, it essentially acts as almost like a free kill if you're able to utilize it right. So that's going to be the important factor coming back in here, is who can get control of the camo first, because it was like Tony was saying earlier, if you can't see him, you can't shoot him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, pro tips from Tony, right? I mean, it just makes it that much harder. And when you have the active camo and it's utilized and activated and you're in possession of it, you're in the driver's seat. Like, you have all the control in the world you want. You just have to be smart about when you go for that attack, and that's where you can just surprise people. I think we even saw that in the game before, where Spiteful, did some big flanks and was able to just completely surprise his opponent, which that's a terrible feeling, especially when you're trying to, get the rotate through and turn it around and trying to go for a fight, and you're already at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, so again, going to be big. Hopefully we're able to get back into the game here shortly. Had one player crash and disconnect out, so it is the full reset again when we come back through. And with this being the second round, it's still single elimination. It's still best of one. So it's still going to be everything in these players' powers as we do get back in here. Halo Canon versus Taquin. We'll see what happens. We were talking a lot about this initial fight in middle, and I'm curious to see if we're going to see the same play out again here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if this is the change of pace, or do things just kind of go right back and pedal to the metal, and they're going to go for the fight. Gun's going to be rattling some heads. Who will prevail? It is a full restart, and we're just saying that just in case anybody's just tuning in and people are trying to figure out what is going on. It is that one-on-one exchange, the scoreline 2-15. So we'll have to wait and see here.
As we looks at, we're just waiting for everyone to get into the lobby. I want to make sure they're nice, secured, lock in that ping, looking absolutely beautiful before we head in to this matchup here. And, we've been hyping it up. I'm going to continue to hype it up because this is the main storyline. It's this first fight in mid. So it's going to be massive. Not only how you approach, but who lands the first shot, who sees whom first. That's what it's ultimately going to come down to, because, again, if you can get that active camo, you can essentially start out the game 2-3 in the lead before we really start to see things open up.
And it just makes such a difference for the mental game. And, we talked just briefly about that, but especially, the fact that Taquin did already have technically a 2-0 and was able to win. And, if you get that camo, you get the heat wave, and you're able to get yourself a, 2, 3, maybe 4 kill lead right away, that is a hard thing to come back from as if you're the opposite side. So it's really going to come down to who can get into mid, who can get that first exchange. I think this is really going to tell how this game could go.
And absolutely, and I mean, we're even seeing through this map fly through. Again, I said it a little bit earlier, but again, it feels like the map almost turned on its side from what you normally see. Instead of blue base and yellow base being the sort of top and bottom, it's hydro and planners that really feels like the top and bottom, because all the fights really do end up aggregating here in mid on either side. So I am excited to see how it comes. I think we're just about ready to load in here. I know it's been a lot of jelly filling into this donut, but we're just about ready to take a bite and get ready to roll.
Getting ready to rock and roll. We're almost there. The hands are warming up. People are getting ready to go. And thank you so much for everybody tuning in so far today. Hope you are enjoying it. It's a very fun format, something we haven't really seen before, and I cannot be more excited. It looks like now we should be going into game. Things should be going live, and the players are here. They're ready to go here, Sliggy.
They are Halo Callan versus Taquin, and this fight going to be really early on. Taquin actually going to be able to grab the active camo without even getting into a fight, so we talk a lot about how it was going to break down, and he's able to grab it right there and pop it without even needing a kill.
Oh man, and look at that, he gets away with it too. He doesn't even get chased. So now, again, he's in the driver's seat. This is a great position for him to be in. He had it start before, but it is a reset of 0-0, and look at that, now he can go for the exchange. He is getting some good shots. He's got the thruster, and he's able to get the frag, so now he's able to win this. He got the 1-0 lead, and that's the start you want.
And Taquin able to get off to the same start that he had before the reset. That active camo is going to wear off, though. He does have the heat wave. He's going to be coming over towards Hydro side. Looking to try and get things through. He's taking a look down. And he's just taking it nice and slow. He's got the lead. He knows he doesn't have the active camo, so he's got to make sure he doesn't push anything that he's not prepared for, especially with having the heat wave preemptively out.
A lot slower pace. I think we talked about this in the pre-show, or just during the break, and I mean, this is where both these members are kind of figuring out the difference of game plan, and they're really playing different. Like before, they were just going hot and heavy right for the duels, but now a lot more patience that's coming into fruition. So it's going to be the exchange, but it will be Taquin that is able to get the shields and able to get himself a second as well. That is so big, and he is starting to look quite dominant, and you can see there, that body ain't getting up yet.
I love the zoom-ins on the dead bodies. I really do. It should serve as hopefully motivation as we're going to see Taquin go down there and Halo Cannon pick up his first kill of the game.
A good response back. It is a 2-1, so things are very close, neck and neck. Still under 8 minutes to go. And it is just the one-on-ones. The camo going to be used now. It will go for Halo Cannon, but he's getting taken down, and he's not able to put it to any sort of an advantage. So now we've lost it. It's not going to be available. The spawn's already removed, so this is big for Taquin.
And that was an error decision-wise on his part as well. He jumped and then used the thruster. It kept him too high up. It was easy enough for Taquin to track. If he had just thrustered from a standing position, he would have fallen down. And now it's going to turn into a 4-1 lead for Taquin, who's starting to gain a little bit of momentum here. And when you're talking about players such as these, the smallest mistakes like that can really, really come back to bite you.
Yeah, they really can, and it's just something you don't want to be a part of. So we'll hopefully see Halo Cannon not, go on the negative end of this, and he can just kind of rebound and get himself back into some composure. But right now, Taquin, again, running around through everything. He's in yellow utility. He's getting shot. He's taking some damage, but he's able to get out. But he still has that heat wave, and he's ready to go. And if he can win this first shot, he might be able to take this down. But Halo Cannon is going to retreat, reset the game plan, ready for the next fight. They're close on by. Sliggy, is it going to be just a dominant performance? That's looking like Taquin wants to make it one.
Yeah, and just a great power through there to be able to grab the kill. So we see yet another body shot. It's going to be Taquin, still in control of mid. I don't know if he saw him actually out of the corner of his eye. I did. Over on yellow side in the base. You can see there in the picture-in-picture. Taquin still hasn't found him. It's going to be one grenade to drop the shields attached. Misses one, misses two. Gets a little bit on the third. Going to have to switch to the BR. Missing a couple of more shots. Taquin on the ropes. As Halo Cannon not quite able to push him to finish it out. It's going to be a rotation back around. Looking to try and get an advantage as the heat wave back recharged. looking to try and pick up the active camo from the base. Taquin's going to try and take cover. He's able to pop the camo, but now he's in a position where he might not be able to get the thrusters back, but he does, because Halo going to be moving back off just a tad.
I mean, the thing to note, too, is that Taquin actually was just playing around in mid. He knew the timing of the active camo was ready there. He just was waiting that few seconds. Such an amount of game sense, and now look at him. He can just come death from above. Oh, he swings and he misses, but he's getting these shots with the heat wave. Can he get the job done? He will. Yeah. That's going to be a 6-1 lead, and Sliggy, I think our predictions are looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, Taquin, so far, so good. It's almost like clockwork. He's looking to try and get another kill. Doesn't have the shield advantage here, so he's going to let it recharge. Taquin, high ground. Gonna look to drop back down, gets the killing spree, and Halo Canon having some trouble being able to get some returns here on Taquin.
And just look at how Taquin's playing. He's just running around everywhere, switches things up. The heat wave is out of ammo, so he's got the needler. Gonna see what he can find with this. I don't know about you, but I get so tilted when I get taken down with a needler. I don't know what it is about this gun. It's just something that just gets me like, I can't believe he got me with it.
Well, the needler is a bit too far for it to really be effective, though. If he can close the gap, especially now that he's got the movement, can he jump up to find him? Needler now within deadly range. He's going to try and get him, and he's going to be able to pull it off. The needle seek and destroy as it turns into an 8-1 lead in favor of Taquin.
Just over 4 minutes remaining, and it's already an 8-1 scoreline. If it's a time for a comeback, it's now, and Halo Canon needs to get something different. He will win that fight, actually. It looked like Taquin actually had the advantage, so he's going to be able to end the killing spree. Gets himself back to a 2-8. Now able to have the heat wave in his inventory in the arsenal, so this could be maybe a switch now, Sliggy.
Yeah, I mean, still very much within the realm of possibility of coming back. 4 minutes, a lot of time. They are very across the map right now. A couple more shots landed. Active camo is up. Looks like Taquin wants it. Oh, but he's not gonna get it. Great rejection there coming out of Halo Canon. He's not even gonna go for it. He's gonna reverse back to the other side, trying to jump up. He's struggling to make this jump. He's finally able to get up there, but not before Taquin gonna land a couple more shots. Can he reject it? Yes, he can. It's a return rejection of the center active camo.
Oh, I'm surprised he went for that fight, because, I mean, the camo was just sitting there. He could have just taken it, put it to use, and then just get himself in a good position to go hunting. Would have been like just hunting some deer or something, but instead he tries to get a little bit more aggressive. And now look at that. Oh, man. The nice backstab. That is huge. You hate to see it if you're Halo Canon. And now we're at a 10-3. 5 more to go for Taquin. Oh, it's again.
Oh, my God. Oh. That is ruthless coming in from Taquin. Able to get not one, but 2 backslaps back to back. And now still in control center mid. He's got plenty of ammunition in this heat wave. That's a lot of damage that he can do. If these two end up meeting, it's going to be a couple shots landing. The grenade out. He's going to look to try and move forward. Grabs the hit and the secured kill. 12-3, and Taquin running away with it.
And we talked about this before, right? When you get that heat wave, you get the camo, it almost kind of guarantees you like those couple kills, and we now see it. He's only 3 away from taking this thing home to win this one-on-one. And now 8 seconds left on the camo. They're waiting things out. If Canon can get this and put it to work, that might be big. But no, he's going to try to go for the engagement. He's still putting up a little bit of a fight.
Well, good rotation coming back around as he's trying to chase him here through mid. Gets 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, killing spree indeed. As now he's only 2 kills away from being able to take this match. Halo Canon falling far, far behind.
And it's not even like Halo Canon's making these like drastic mistakes. It's just little mistakes that are happening right now that I think is just costing him this game so far. And look at the camo's use. Well, hitting it. You know, it's a home run. Dingers are being made. And now we're on the game point. Taquin just needs 1 more. And this could be a 15-3 game.
Well, the pressure is on. Taquin just 1 away. Like you said, Halo Canon has got a mountain to climb. Game over. Steaktacular on top of it. And 15-3 is what's going to be the final scoreline. What a game coming out of Taquin.
Oh man, Taquin. I mean, we said he had two kills in the beginning, an advantage. We're like, okay, yeah, this is looking pretty good. No, that's going to be a full reset. And man, he didn't even care at all. He came in guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely fantastic play there. He's going to move on to the next round. And like you said, it was just a lot of small mistakes coming out of Halo Canon. It was nothing really too major, but sometimes it could be the death of 1,000 cuts, especially when you're playing against someone like Taquin, who will capitalize on each and every mistake that you make. A great showing, but you see there, just absolutely fantastic from Taquin. He moves on, and now, I mean, it's really going to be a battle of whether or not he can maintain this momentum, and that's going to be the case for every player moving forward.
Yeah, we got the replays coming in a little bit, some great production that we're seeing here. E-swap rewind, so just again, like Taquin just was able to get the high ground. He had mid control. He went for the engagements at the right time. It just seemed like Halo Canon, it almost seemed like his timing was just a bit off, in my opinion, when he went for these fights. He wanted to be aggressive, but he had no control of the fight, and really it was just Taquin kind of leading him on and just saying, yeah, sure, chase me, but there was just, a booby trap at the other end of that corner.
Yeah, and then again, the heat cannon proving to be a monster on this map. And it is being used to absolute proficiency. You just can't win close range fights against it. It's so hard. And our eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind showing that beautifully. But there's still more to be played as we carry on through this bracket. We're nowhere near done just yet, lads, because we're getting ready for Scalp Walker versus Kevin. Kevin, someone that we were able to see last round, played absolutely fantastically. It's been a lot of blowouts today. It really has.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything too close, but man, oh man, and you can see him made outfit right there. I mean, if that's not a character of winning, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and I mean, just for anybody that's kind of curious, when you look at ranks, I mean, it's a grain of salt. This isn't just, the make it or break it. But when you look at Kevin, he's about a Diamond 6 player. He's about that 1455 CSR. And when you kind of switch things over to full Waka, I mean, he is a pretty high 1600 Onyx player. So when you look at it, you're like, okay, Skullwalker does have an advantage when you look at his experience in the games he's played, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's just a blowout. Like, things could change. It's a one-on-one. It's very different formats. So it's all about, who can get those first opening exchanges, in my opinion.
Yeah, and look, I gotta say, Scalp Walker coming in with that costume, and you can't not give the edge to him, right? I mean, that is just confidence on another level. And you could even see it on his face. He was locked in. He was focused and ready to go. So Kevin, going to have a big fight coming up here. But again, we talked about it last game, and we didn't end up really seeing it. That fight in the middle at the beginning, not breaking out as we see Scalp Walker again, the dab in the maid costume. This man is more ready than any competitor I've seen in my life.
Oh, man, that's awesome. That's such a thing you want to see, right? I mean, good vibes, good energy. Yeah, I gotta say, like, when you have that kind of a mindset, in my opinion, you're just going to be able to flourish even better. So I feel like you and I are on the same predictions here. It's always nice when you can have a little bit of a difference, but just the way we've seen Sculpt today, I gotta give the edge to him in this one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're coming in confidence like that. You can't not help but predict that you're going to win. But for Kevin, that confidence maybe works out in his favor. We might see Scalp be a little bit overconfident. I mean, both of these really fantastic players. So this could very much be the one that goes the distance. Only time will tell, and I'm excited to see how this matchup ends up breaking off.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that too, because I think we saw a little bit of it in the last game. Like, when you have that overconfidence, like, it's a good thing, but it also can be a bad thing. And I mean, when you start getting overconfident, you start playing a little bit more sloppy, things can start to slip, and that control you've had, it's out of your control. So we have to make sure that, for Scalp Walker, he doesn't have, like, overconfidence, but he's just got enough where, the gauge is at 100%, not that 101, right? Because they could change things. So I'm really glad you brought that up, because I think that's a very important thing, especially when you're looking at this kind of a format on the 1v1s.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the heat wave ending up being one of the really key parts of Aquarius here. It has been massive in a lot of these gunfights. When you get that close range, it's so hard to win the fight against it. There's just not a whole lot that you can do unless you can grab active camo and get the backslap. But even then, we saw a couple of really great ninjas come through. So this last game of this round, before we start to really get into the money fights, Kevin and Scalpwalker going at it here, and it's actually not a fight in the middle to start things off.
Oh, things are changed around here. So actually Kevin getting the planter control, so he actually does have the heat wave, a little bit of change of pace that we saw before. We talked about the use of camo being used. Oh, is he able to escape? He will not. Scalpwalker actually gets taken down, so this is a good position here for Kevin. And I talked about him. He's technically an underdog when you look at the, the rankings of this game, but we have to see if Kevin can be cool, calm, and collected.
Well, I mean, we saw two decisions get made there. Scalpwalker wanted Invis, Kevin wanted the heat wave. Kevin ended up being correct on what he needed to win that fight. Oh, he looks away at the worst time possible, and he's going to get taken out. He was watching the staircase and the frame that he looked away. Scalpwalker comes up, able to take him down, 1-1.
And now he's got that mid control one more time, right? So he's just going to be able to sit there. He's going to be able to go for the fight. He's got a great position. He can just maneuver just slightly, and it changes everything completely. So this is good for Scalp. Waiting patiently, gonna go for this fight. They're in the flag room, so it's gonna be Kevin. He's taking some critical damage. He's gonna switch up his position. You can see in the bottom right, that's gonna be Kevin, but this is the main view of Scalp. So he's trying to get himself in a better spot, but he's in that low ground. But oh, the shield's actually broken, Sliggy.
Yeah, shields break, but still alive for now. He's able to hold on. Scalp trying to rotate back around. He's still able to hold on to the heat wave as well as he looks to come upstairs. Gets a good sight, but he's not able to land the shot. Couple more misses, but he is able to get close to breaking, and there it is right there. Able to grab the kill, and Scalpwalker will take the lead.
Yeah, these duels are very close. I mean, I think this is almost neck and neck in my opinion. Like, it's not, again, like, a blowout performance where, you're just winning those fights, barely taking damage. This is coming down, shields being broken, and it really just comes down to just getting that aimed locked in. But the camo will be used again, so now Scalp has a good spot. Just going to be by pump, and he's going to be able to get the shot. He actually lands the first one. Still seeing if he can make it work. The heat wave's making connections, but he's not able to finish the job.
Well, good rotation coming around here. He's got the invis. We'll see if he can potentially move forward. Movement still coming from the right. One hit. Oh, I think he got the stick, though. Is that going to be a trade? No, it was just past him. I'm not sure how that plasma did not make contact. It looked like it must have gone through him.
Yeah, that's weird. I was going to say he was able to get it from the grave, but no, I guess the fate was not there for him. Now they're far away from each other. Yellow utility for Scalp, and he's going to get himself in position, ready to go. Mid is going to be in possession for Kevin. Camo not up yet. It's already been used. Still plenty of time left for the recharge to be coming through. Plasma going to be thrown, and it's going to be the fight that comes in. Shots are being fired. Nobody's getting taken down yet. It's the lower mid fight now, and the shield is broken. Can he make this work? Can he finish this? Yes, he will be able to, just barely, but he gets it done just at the end of the clip.
And a great shot coming through there as well. So they're looking for a potential rotation. This coming back around. Still holding down this control at top mid. You can see in that picture-in-picture, the rotations coming through utility. So the fight is going to break out. We're going to see still a little bit of hesitation to try and move forward. Going to get a couple more shots as he finds visual. Now they're really engaged in this fight, and Kevin doesn't really have too much he can go. Great plasma nade, more shots landing. The shield gets broken. All he needs is one more hit on the head, but Kevin smartly staying back to allow the shields to recharge.
Oh, he gets the connection with the heat wave again. Takes a little bit of damage with the nade, nothing to really worry about. Camo going to be used. Oh, man. That's the tail of the tape, and he wins it, but he's right down to the critical. He's living by the skin of his teeth, but he's able to get away with this. It's a 5-1 lead. Scalpwalker having a great game and a good amount of control. He hasn't really been aggressive. He's just been really holding the ground just in this kind of mid-planter control. We haven't really seen him, just running around the map like we saw the other games before.
We still got the invis here. Rotation back around. He's going to actually run away here. Looking to try and get the escape. A couple of more shots coming through, and he's not going to be able to get the kill, though. Kevin going to be able to grab one back. get things back within 3 in a great fight. He's able to hold on to the angle and secure the kill, gets the heat wave too. It's now a long-range fight breaking out. I'm not sure this is what Kevin wants to push, and he doesn't want to push it either, as he's going to move over now towards right side. Interesting grenade. I don't think that Scalp Walker would have been pushing as quickly as you there. That grenade, though, going to be much better for Scalp. Oh, but he's able to get the reversal. What an excellent shot coming through, and a huge loss on that fight for Scalp Walker.
It's just like that, right? The heat wave can do such a difference maker, and that's a great demonstration of it. We see it now. This is a 5-3 game. This is a comeback story that could be here for Kevin. He's in the great position because he does still have it. He's got the position, but he's got the shield broken, so he needs to reset this. He needs to run away for now, retreat. Go and lose the battle, but he's going to go try to win this war. You can already see both players close on by. The heat wave makes a good connection. Shots are fired, and Kevin again is able to get the job done. We're at a 1-round difference.
Yeah, just 1 kill between them, and Kevin really bringing back a resurgence. I'm still in shock that he was able to win that fight after his shield being broken first, but it goes to show the power of the heat wave as he's looking to try and chase him down right now. Couple of good shots, broke the shield, not able to get the last one as he's going to look to chase him down, coming through utility. He's got the heat wave out, but Scalp Walker on the run. He understands the situation that he's in, as now Kevin back into mid control. We see Scalp over on yellow side base. They're actually really close to each other. Scalp might be able to come up from behind, gets a couple of shots. The heat wave, 1 shot, 2, not going to be able to land it, and that grenade absolutely beautiful as Scalp Walker extends it back to a 2-kill lead.
Man, Scalp Walker, I mean, I was going to give kudos to Kevin because he was baiting that camo. He didn't just run for it. He didn't just rush to get it right away. He was thinking Scalp Walker might try to go for it really quickly. So it was really good patience, some good discipline, but just like that Scalp from the back lines, he's able to get the job done. Man, this is huge. It's still a close game. Don't let it fool you. It's a 7-4. Match point is 15. Camo's still going to be in control here for Scalp Walker.
The Invis really playing a critical part here. Kevin needs to back off. This is not a fight that you can push. Smart to sit there, allows his shields to recharge. It's going to be able to get away with his life. Interesting push. That grenade going to drain about half of his shield. We'll see, pushing back forward here again on the run. Oh my goodness, Scalp really trying to chase this kill, but he might be coming into a trap. He is going to back off a bit, gets the reload, trying to reset. The drop down, the heat wave, misses! Oh, but Kevin can't land the shots. It's a little bit of a beam battle happening right there, but Scalp Walker able to come away the victor.
Oh, Scalp Walker getting a second win now. He's feeling a lot better. It's an 8-4 score line. He's got that mid, 25 seconds for the camo. He's going to be able to retreat from this. This is good now. Waiting things out. You can see Kevin still holding middle. He wants to grab this if he can. Still lots of time left, though, and that's actually going to be Scalp. Look at the shots. It's Chris with lock and loaded. He's on the gear, boys.
Great coming through here. Is this going to be in mid? Waiting for the Invis to recharge. He's going to be able to grab it. Needs to try and get his thrusters back. Not able to grab them. I think he might have forgotten after getting shot at. We'll see whether or not that plays an important role here. Is the rotation coming back around? Still looking for him with the heat wave. But that Invis, only a couple seconds left on it. And Kevin's not going to have to worry about it. This Invis is going to go away in just a moment. And Scalp Walker not really able to utilize it at all.
This is good. I really like this play from Kevin because he's not showing himself. He wants to burn as much time from that camo as possible because he knows Scalp Walker's just running around looking for him. Not really running, he's kind of searching for him, but good amount of game sense that comes in. So now it's kind of an even playing field, but that power weapon's still in the pocket here for Scalp. So this is something to worry about if you're Kevin. He's going to have to make sure he plays this right so he can remove this threat from Scalp. It's close on by. The big flank's coming in. Does he expect it? It doesn't even matter because he's making connections, but Kevin somehow still pulls it off.
The reversal king, Kevin, twice now that he's had his shields broken and twice now that he's had shields. Who needs shields? Able to come away with a big one there, back within 4. And now with the heat wave as well, he could potentially do a little bit of damage. He's pushing back over down to the left side, coming out of yellow. Scalp Walker might be meeting him here on the stairs. In refrigeration, Kevin doesn't see him. Good return, miss on one, miss on two, grenade out. Gonna switch, but he's not gonna be able to get the reversal on that one. Scalp Walker able to grab it in 5 away from a victory.
Even just Scalp Walker getting those first couple shots just put him in that slight advantage. 10 seconds left on the camo, so now you can see Scalp Walker kind of waiting things out, hanging out. He's picking a flower or two, but he's gonna get taken down pretty low, and he actually gets taken down, so Kevin finds him. I'm not sure what Scalp Walker's game plan was. Waiting for the camo as long as possible, but that's going to be the time. That's going to be that. It's a 10-6. Scalp Walker's able to pull this thing through.
Yeah, and you know, I got so caught up in their fights with each other that I completely forgot about the time.
So did
I think that goes to show how close this game was. 10-6. And Kevin was really starting to find a little bit of edge, but that's what's so important about being able to get that lead early, is you can still win on time. And we saw Scalp Walker slowing the pace, and it was beautifully done to be able to secure the win. But I mean, you've got to give it to Kevin. He was fighting down to the bitter end.
Oh, man, he just completely was swinging. He was trying his best, and I mean, it was a 10-6 game. You can see here on the score, and it was really close. I mean, yeah, it's a 4-kill difference, but honestly, a lot of these engagements came right down to the wire. It's not, again, it wasn't just a blowout performance, and I got lost in the action too, because I mean, the time was ticking, and we didn't even notice, because honestly, it was that close and such good action-packed.
Yeah, and I think the accuracy there really went to show it. 52% for Scalp, 37 for Kevin, and that really is what the difference was. We saw some situations where Kevin really could have gotten the kill, but missed shots leads to Scalp being able to take it. And it can be minor just changes like that. But this right here, even though he lost, the play of the game from Kevin, massive reversal, felt like it gave him the momentum. But you got to give props to Scalp Walker. He never lost his cool and was able to maintain his momentum throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, we talked so much about this before, you and I, because we said, you know, if you have that overconfidence, it can really bite you. But again, I think Scalp Walker had some pretty good control. There was a little bit of a, questionable play here or there, but I mean, both these players were really just tooth and nail close. And even you can see these engagements where you think Scalp's going to win it, and Kevin, I don't even know how he wins that engagement, but man, that was one of the most exciting games I think we've had so far here today. I mean, that was
100%.
So close. I mean, with a score gap of 4, I mean, man, you give them another couple minutes, and I think things could have been even closer.
I think they could as well. I mean, absolutely fantastic. But now we are getting set for the semifinals. It's going to be big, especially, I mean, seeing how close that one is, the semifinals really going to make or break. And I cannot wait to see that grand finals. But we're going to take a short break first. Let everybody get their popcorn popped and their drinks ready, because this is about to be so entertaining. So don't go anywhere. We've got more Halo right here as part of the Twin Suns Spartan Masters.
Captain's Brawl is going to be bonkers.
The Twin Suns Spartan Masters is brought to you by the Thrustmaster eSwap X Pro Controller, the official hardware sponsor of the Spartan Masters. And by Vite Ramen, so easy to eat healthy, it's almost like cheating.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Spartan Masters Invitational Tournament for Halo Infinite. We are having an absolutely crazy afternoon here in Halo Town, population us. It's been an intense series so far. I am joined back on the desk by my good friend Laz and Tony. Tony, Laz, what have we been seeing out there?
Oh, I think it's just high octane action that we're seeing here today, and man, I'm so excited. I think this has been such a cool tournament, and I mean, it's just starting to really heat up.
Yeah, I mean, we made it to the semifinals, man. Oh my gosh. NadeGod and Spiteful, Taquin and Scalp Walker are going to be going at it, and man, they're trying to fight their way to make it to the finals. It's going to be absolutely insane.
These four high-level competitors, it's absolutely bonkers seeing what they've all been doing. Like NadeGod in their actual first set, they're absolutely just bonkers there with some plays. Like the Heatwave spree was ridiculous, and Ice Spiteful as well. So like that's gonna be one hell of a match to watch too. And then Taquin and Scalp Walker is gonna be another one to watch. I mean, we're watching them all, but like they're both gonna be like insane games. So I'm really excited for this.
I personally couldn't be more excited. Yeah, I mean, when we look at the bracket, I mean, I said this before with Sliggy, I really do think Spiteful is the easy pick. So I'm still kind of thinking Spiteful is going to be the player to really watch. I mean, when you look at the other game with Taquin, again, he kind of sold me a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta go Spiteful. But I will say, watch out for Scalp Walker. I mean, I feel like he's a bit underrated. I mean, taking down a player like Kevinkoolx is not easy whatsoever. And then even Taquin, he really surprised me. I had Covent making it out of round 1, and Taquin was able to come out on top of that one. So, I mean, I threw the stats out the window at that point.
We are actually jumping onto Bazaar here, so we're going to see some really cool plays here. What kind of strategies, Tony, do you think we're going to see the players have to employ here to really come out on top? Again, it's all the name of the game is controlling the resource, especially in a 1v1, because there's just so much on the map that once you get that first initial kill, you grab the rockets or you grab the overshield, combine that with the grapple or thrust, and you know, even the bulldog. There's just so much on the map that once you get that initial kill, you're able to pick and choose what you want, and then it kind of snowballs downhill from there. So name of the game for me is going to be controlling the sandbox. All right, friends, we are jumping into our first round here with NadeGod versus Ice Spiteful. Let's get ready for some Halo.
Oh man, Tony, I could not be more excited for this. I definitely agree with you. I think the name of the game is really going to be the resources that you can have. I mean, if we see somebody get, you know, overshield plus rockets too, like, oh man, that's a recipe of disaster.
I agree 100%. And like I said, when you and the crazy thing is when you combine those power weapons and those equipment together, that's when you start to really feel like Master Chief. Rockets by itself is absolutely phenomenal. Rockets and grapple or rockets and thrust is damn near impossible to deal with. So we're going to see who's able to come out on top as Spiteful starting off with the cross map shots, really getting overzealous, no cover whatsoever, but taking down NadeShot and earning himself the overshield because of it. And here we go, grabbing the overshield, not done yet, getting greedy, gets himself the grapple and tries to go in for a little bit of a tricky play towards the rockets. Either way, it's going to work out. He has all the resources. And now at this point, NadeGod, his best effort might be to just wait out this overshield and maybe kind of hide in the corner for a bit until that overshield's depleted, because then he only has to deal with rockets and grapple as opposed to all three.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think this is good because right now Spiteful, he has the overshield activated and you can see it's depleting a lot. So for NadeGod, this is important. He's actually waited things out a lot. He's not looking for him. He's waiting things out. It's only a 1-0, still 9 minutes left. So now that the shield has been removed, he's just got the rocket. So NadeGod has to be very careful on how he goes for these fights, because you're not just going to shoot a rocket across the map, but when you get up close and personal, that's where this is going to be a big advantage situation for Spiteful.
Rockets still in the hand of Spiteful right now, no longer having that overshield in hands, but still having the grapple. And notice how slow Spiteful's playing it out. He has the 1-kill lead. He knows all. He has to force NadeGod's the one that has to force the action here and try to create something, because, I mean, if they wait 8 minutes and 26 seconds, Spiteful wins it by 1. But finally the engage is going to come in. The rocket comes, makes that player one shot, but the nade ends up getting stuck. They call him NadeGod for a reason. He ends up taking down Spiteful. We are tied up at 1 apiece.
Oh man, that's huge. I did not expect that. Especially the fact that he's in bar, and I mean, he's just kind of waiting things out. I thought Spiteful had a good position, but NadeGod, like you said, the name is true. The stars are starting to align. It's an even game, and now NadeGod, he has the power weapon ready to go. The overshield is there. It's on the playing field, and now it's a little bit of a bait and switch. We'll see. You know, Spiteful, we saw him before. He's not just running and gunning. He's being pretty tactful on all his executes, so we'll have to see what's going to be in flourishing now.
NadeGod baiting out that overshield, thinking that Spiteful's going to go after it all willy-nilly. Clearly, he finds out that it's not the case. Spiteful wants to fight it out here, and it looks like Spiteful finally coming in, able to grab the overshield, and right before he clicks it in, putting the shotty to the body, does NadeGod, taking him out, and now we have a 2-1 lead going in favor of NadeGod.
And rockets are now gone. They've been used, but he's got the shotgun. Oh man, and NadeGod, he's still able to make the work happen. He's got himself a 3-1. And for anybody that's unaware, it is a 15 game point that you need to get to, so it's already looking good for NadeGod. The rockets are going to be respawned here very shortly. 2 seconds left, so this is good now, Tony. It's looking like NadeGod is again going to have possession. He gets the shot. No, he will not, but it's going to be Spiteful that's going to be able to slap him, and he gets a gun back in his hands.
Mangler now in the hands of Spiteful with the rockets in his back pocket and still having 2 grapples available. Now he's influencing the spawns over toward the red side of the map by sitting clear on this blue side. So you're seeing on the overlay, there's a play over towards bottom rockets, but obviously Spiteful is not aware of that. He's had to play a little hide and go seek.
This is where Spiteful, I mean, we were looking at him right now. This is where he was just waiting things out. He had the rockets and he actually lost it. He wasn't even able to get the first engagement the first time he had this. Shotgun's going to be in possession for NadeGod, so this is good. And when he gets close like this, he's been quite flawless. But Spiteful still hunting. He's waiting things out. The overshield going to be up in 10 seconds, so he's waiting things out. Look at the inventory that Spiteful has, though. This is big. He misses the first one. He's trying to see if he can hit this dinger, but it's looking like it's not going to happen yet. And he will make the connection finally, so now we have ourselves a 3-3.
And because of that, Overshield now handsomely in the hands of Spiteful. No more rockets to play with, but he has the Bulldog and the Mangle. I was going to say, he might want to trade one of those off. Two close-range weapons aren't going to be the pick, but now grabbing himself a BR, the king of mid and long-range engagements, and having the Bulldog in his back pocket. So Spiteful is poised to make a run, going in for the challenge, ends up losing his Overshield, but the harpoon going right into the face and making NadeGod as uncomfortable as possible.
Oh man, Inspector Gadget or something, right? I mean, that's just filthy. And look at the positioning changing again. Spiteful's able to get himself back into a high ground. He gets himself inside into a new room. He's in bar, so he's going to be able okay for now. Been able to reposition himself. They're close together. He's got the BR and he's also got the shotgun ready to go. You can see NadeGod is trying to see if he can find him in the back. He is good positioning. He might not expect this Spiteful. He's still thinking that he's on the other side of the map.
Great position by Spiteful, going right over towards the cafe side. You're going to notice that both of these players want to gravitate and control this cafe side, keeping that elevation, having multiple exit points in case they're taking damage. We're going to have to back down and play their life. Spiteful trying to find any information on where NadeGod is. It's so hard to try to commit to any engagement. You have no idea where your opponent is, but now both players having the information that they need. And now one can advance forward here as NadeGod is the one currently down by 1 kill. He has to make something happen. And you know what? I'm going to call it now. Time is definitely going to be a factor in this game. With 4 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock, time will end up running out for one of these two competitors.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 4 minutes left. I'm so glad you said that because, I mean, time is ticking. And look at that. Both players are going to be able to exchange it for each other, so they get the trades, but it's still the 1 kill difference that's going to be in favor for Spiteful. So he's got himself in a good position. The rockets are now up. Overshield's also available, so it's going to be a matter of who wants to go for what. Overshield's going to be picked up. Spiteful, or no, sorry, NadeGod's going to be able to get that use, and now he's got himself full shields. He's going to be spamming away. See if he can get it. The shield is broken. It's about Spiteful. Can you get out of this?
The classic battle. We have rockets going up against Overshield at the moment. Spiteful now just waiting for NadeGod to make the mistake. Rocket's gonna come in, actually getting right behind enemy lines by taking the vents, but it's not gonna matter because Spiteful utilizing both of those rockets to hold on to his lead. It is 6-4, going in favor of the 6-4 British Spiteful.
I think this is a good play too, though, because I mean now the rockets are completely out of play for the time being. So for NadeGod, this is a little bit of relief, right? He doesn't have to worry about another rocket that's coming at him. But Spiteful, he's got himself in a great position. He's doing some good damage. We're going to be reposition himself one more time. The shotgun's ready to go, and he's trying to see if he can be the maker. Both players are just thrusting away. They're trying to get away from each other. Tony, this is just mayhem.
That it is, and Spiteful hiding in this corner, trying to get those audio cues to find out exactly where NadeGod is. There's no radar in this one. It looks like he looks over towards the thruster pack, but as soon as he does, NadeGod ends up going away. So a little bit of Halo timing right there at its finest. Still, Spiteful holding on to a 2-kill lead. Still having the shotgun in his back pocket, and pay attention to the timer. It's going to be important. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Beautiful shots coming in out of Spiteful, forcing NadeGod to back down. And every time this happens, Spiteful now should create some distance and eat away at the clock.
I mean, with the time ticking like this, 2 minutes, it's 2 kills of a difference. And look at how Spiteful is just able to get himself harpooning around. I mean, he's just like Tarzan, right? He's just jumping all over the place. Both these players are getting themselves in great positions to get themselves out of those hectic moments. Overshield now going to be popped. It's ready. It's on the map. It's available. But I believe NadeGod, I think he actually did pick this up if I saw that correctly. So yes, he did. So now it's going to make it a little bit more detrimental here for Spiteful.
And that's a great pickup by NadeGod, because with time and less than 2 minutes on the clock, he had to get aggressive to try to eat away at this 2-kill lead. And Overshield's a great way to do it, but not a great way is getting a Bulldog to your back. And that's exactly what Spiteful's going to do. And now with a 3-kill lead, Spiteful just has to eat away at the time. It is looking so good if you're a fan of Spiteful.
Oh man, now it's a 3-kill difference. Time is ticking. 1:20 left. NadeGod, he's going to have to pull something out of the book now. He's going to have to put everything on the line. 14 seconds for the Rockets. Could be available, but Spiteful now, he's got the better position. He's close on by. He's got the shotgun. He's got a good advantage. He's at the high ground, but both players are low. It's just a matter of one shot, and it's going to be Spiteful. He's able to win it, and now he gets rewarded with some nice rocket pockets.
Who would have thought, man? This guy shares some of the most funniest videos that I've seen on YouTube, but who would have guessed that he's a competitive player as well, and he's damn good at it. 47 seconds. NadeGod have to make something happen. The Rockets are coming in, actually whiffing both of those. A bit of a bucket rocket that we're seeing here, but luckily the Bulldog is going to pay dividends. 36 seconds, and I think it's mathematically impossible for NadeGod to come back, but we're going to find out right here, right now.
Yeah, it's a matter of NadeGod really changing the pace of this game. And I mean, time is taking 25 seconds. And look at this Spiteful. He's not playing passive. He's still bringing the fight to this, Tony. He's not going to give up. He wants to see what amount of points he can get. He wants a bigger lead. He's hungry, and that confidence is starting to really build up. But he's getting taken down. Shots are being fired. And look at him. He's down in the red. Can he survive this? And now both players are low, and Spiteful wins that.
Spiteful utilizing that Bulldog, and let me tell you, its bite is louder than its bark. He's gonna come out with the win. Spiteful is going to the finals.
Oh man, I talked about this in the pre-show. I mean, I said Spiteful the guy to watch, and there you go. He pulls up a great show, and I mean, I think the finishing was what, 10 to 4, I think it was. I mean, a great performance that we saw.
Phenomenal performance, textbook at that. That was beautiful coming out of Spiteful, man. Let me tell you, he's 6'4". He towers over me even, but he was playing like he was 7'3". Man is playing like Goliath right now. It's absolutely insane. Great job for the young man, earning his ticket into the finals. And I mean, he's probably both of our favorites going in, but I don't want to count the other two competitors out. Because let me tell you, they showed me something, but let's talk about these stats. 10-4. Coming out of Spiteful, even able to come up with a killing spree. That was a five spree times 2 to get his 10 on the board. And then you're seeing some of the headshots coming in, some of the melee kills, and also controlling the power weapons. He may have only gotten 2 power weapon kills, but the amount of damage that he did with them and then whipping out his BR to come out with the finisher was definitely kind of the storyline of that game, as we're going to look at this eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind.
I think it's a really good point that you made. I mean, the fact that he had a big kill spree of 5, I mean, that just shows that he had some pretty good control early on in the game, or in one point of the game. And I mean, we saw NadeGod, I mean, staying true to the name that early round. This is just a replay showing us a little glimpse of these, but man, this has been some good work. And this is a map change as well. So before we were on Aquarius and now we're on Bazaar. So this is where things have, you know, changed a little bit for all these players. So this is where things could go either way. But I mean, Spiteful, I mean, he looked like the same on Aquarius. Maybe not as a bigger score line, but still really started to start cooking on the end there.
And what a clutch kill that you saw right there by NadeGod, utilizing the Bulldog to actually take the lead. Literally, Spiteful was a millisecond of a millisecond from clicking that overshield in his chest like Iron Man. But the Bulldog comes in, he gets the kill, he gets the overshield, and I'm not gonna lie, at that point I was like, whoa, NadeGod is looking good. He may come out with the win, but then Spiteful having that mental fortitude to bounce right back and to get right back into work, and then really taking control from the game or of the game from there.
Yeah, and I think for Spiteful, that was probably one of his closest games that he had. I mean, that was, you know, in the very beginning, from beginning to middle, it was pretty neck and neck. I mean, NadeGod really put a lot of good contention up, but I mean, near the end, it just seemed like Spiteful got that second wind, and it was just smooth sailing, and there was no bumps.
No bumps whatsoever. But again, we already know Spiteful is our favorites, but do not count out Taquin and Scalp Walker. Scalp Walker really surprised me. I mean, the man coming out with that maid energy, that was quite impressive. And Taquin actually took out Covent, one of the strongest competitors in this tournament, in round number 1. So that threw me so off guard. I want to say Spiteful is the favorites to come out, But again, it's really not by far, because any one of these two competitors that we're about to see on screen can easily pull off the upset. And we're going to find out how they gauge at in this matchup here. We're going to go back to Bazaar. Again, you already saw rocket launcher, bulldog, grapple, all of the resources that you need to be successful in Halo. Now we're going to see which player can put them to work best.
I got to ask you, Tony. This is probably the toughest question, but I mean, when you look at this matchup, I mean, who do you give the edge to if you're kind of thinking about it?
Wow. I want to say Scout Walk. I really like. If you were to ask me this, if you were to ask me if these two matched up before the tournament started, I would have said Scout Walker. I respect Taquin. I think he's a phenomenal player, but man, he really impressed me. So I'm going to switch sides, and I'm going to go the Reach way, and I'm going to go Taquin ends up coming out on top in a close one. Okay. Let's call it 11-8. Let's call it 11-8 score line in favor of the Reach way.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to go the opposite. I mean, that made energy from Scalp. I think I got to still go on that train a little bit. And I think I agree with you. I think this is going to be a neck-and-neck game. I don't think this is going to be a blowout. We're at this point now where we're getting closer to the end of the bracket. So this is where the competition really starts to cook up. And I think both these guys can bring a lot of heat to this game.
Oh, yeah, they definitely can. You're talking about the Reach way. HS Grassroots partnered. You're talking about Scout Walker dressed to impress right now. They're going at it here on Bazaar.
Starting things off in Bazaar now. We talked about resources. Can it be available? Going to be able to get the rockets now. So this is in favor for Taquin. Got a position. The overshield's still up. Nobody's been able to grab it. Oh my goodness. Look at that. That's beautiful display and does get rewarded. The overshield's available. Gonna be able to get it. Now has the grapple as well. There's one shot left on it. Still one rocket remaining. But this is a good start for Taquin to really get things going for a big lead.
And if I'm Scott Walk, again, same thing as what I said last time we saw in Bazaar. You cannot allow a player to have all three of these resources and you're going for the challenge. His best bet is to hide it out and wait for this overshield to waste and then try to go in for the mid-range and long-range gunfight with the battle rifle as opposed to trying to battle out all three, because then he also has the grapple in hands, although a little bit of a blunder there. Luckily, he doesn't have any more, actually, so overshield's about to run out. No more grapple, but a player in front of him got to whiff that factual rocket, and now Scout Walker making Taquin one shot, but the nade is going to come in out of nowhere. Ninja, Big Bunny coming out with a 2-0 lead and getting his hands right back on the grapple shot.
Yeah, that grapple control is really important for the equipment because it just allows you to change your position just like a blink of an eye. So you love to see it. Scalp now, he's on the back burner, so he's actually down 0-2, so he needs to make something work, but no, it's going to be Taquin that's going to be able to keep things going. This is a 3-0 game. There's not even a kill that's been able in favor for Scalp, so the mate is going to have to start cleaning here very momentarily.
And let me tell you, that Bulldog looked a lot cleaner than the rocket that we saw earlier. Bulldog still in the front pocket here with Taquin. Meanwhile, Scout Walker now gravitating over towards rocket side. I love the position coming out of him. He can easily bait that overshield, but it doesn't matter because the Reachway actually had to grapple it to himself, but it might have got interrupted there. I don't think he was able to take control of that overshield. It's down on the ground. He's going to have to fight for it. He actually tries to go for it again, but Sadly going to grapple towards it and right into a nade from Scout Walker. Bangler, overshield, dynamo nades in the hands of Scout and all the momentum that he needs.
Man, I'm so glad you said that, Tony, because honestly, with the grapple grabbing the overshield, that was great, right? It's, it looks so sick, but he moved at the last second, so it hits that wall, so that really caused his death and the demise of him. So now that allows Scalp to get his first kill, and it's gonna be switched up. He does have the Bulldog that's gonna be here for Scalp. He's trying to get these shots. Some good nade work, trying to grapple, trying to get a better spot. It's gonna be the Bulldog who will not be able to bark because this bunny is bouncing.
And once again, the Bulldog went right back in the hands of Taquin, utilizing that grapple looking like Spider-Man and controlling the rockets. And he wants to waste as much of the Bulldog ammo before taking advantage of the rockets. There's a player right above. I think he's aware of it. Got the audio that he needs. The rockets going to come in. Easily make some one shot to finish. Coming in with the battle rifle, and that's going to be a 5-1 lead going in favor of the Reachway.
Yeah, still 6 minutes left, like over 6 minutes, and Taquin already at a 5-1 lead. This is big. I mean, we haven't seen this much of a dominant performance. We saw before there was a kill spree of 5, but we'll have to see if Scalp can really start to wake up. Still lots of time. Anything can happen. One shot left on the rocket. Does have good position in palm. Waiting things out. 22 seconds left on that overshield. Kind of camping things out. And this is a spot, I mean, Taquin's not going to be able to win the rocket exchange like far away, so if Scalp can, you know, be able to win a long-range duel, I think this could be a good opening for him.
Well, it looks like Scalp actually was able to get a hold of the Bulldog here, so it's going to be a Bulldog versus Rocket. The Bulldog comes in, makes him one shot, but sadly the Rockets are just too strong, and now that he's wasted all of them, he's going to trade it out for that Bulldog, and once again, getting along with that overshield, all of the resources in the hands of Taquin, and that's the thing about 1v1s on Halo Infinite. There's so much to the sandbox, there's so many resources that the moment you go down, you end up being punished because you don't get a hold of those power weapons and your opponent does.
Oh man, and even Taquin now really starting to build up this confidence, right? 7-1. Scalp has just not been able to get any sort of ground this game. It's looking problematic. Still over 5 minutes left to remain, but it's going to be a matter if he can start to rechange the game plan, figure out something. He needs to reconfigure. He doesn't have a timeout. He has nothing he can work with, so it's going to be a matter of now to react to this situation, Tony.
Shots are ringing out, forcing Taquin over towards one shot. Taquin goes over it and drops down, but then baits it right back in with the grapple, keeping his high ground, going back in for the shots, but missed shots from both of these players. Taquin gonna back down, throw a couple of nades, utilizes the grapple to play his life, but he's already down to one shot. He needs to get his shields back.
Shields are gonna be back, so this is good. Different pace now. Again, Taquin does have the high ground, and I mean, really, when you have this high ground, it gives you that slight advantage, and oh, look, he's just gonna go, he's just gonna blitz it! He's on the killing spree now! He is absolutely cooking with the premium gas. An 8-1 scoreline, Tony. I was not expecting to see this big of a lead.
Now Taquin with the grapple in hands. I expect him to keep his height advantage while also going for overshield after he backs down Scalp. However, he's actually going right past the overshield, getting really aggressive on Scalp. Scalp gets the early shot, taking him down to one shot. Taquin gonna be forced to back down, then goes right back in with the grapple, trying to get real fancy with it. Despite being one shot, he's still going in with the challenge. He's feeling real confident, but has to be careful because now Scalp has the kill, and now he's gonna be able to grab overshield, and now that momentum is gonna change hands over to Scalp with 3 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. There is enough time on the board for him to mount a comeback.
Oh man, but like, it was not an easy kill to get. I mean, Scalp was really working for it, so he's trying to earn his dinner. Rocket's now going to be in favor for him. He's still got 2 shots in the chamber, but right now, Taquin, I mean, really, he can wait things out, Tony. He doesn't even have to go for this if he doesn't want to. I mean, it's an 8-2 scoreline, so now the more pressure is here for Scalp. He has to go for the hunt. He needs to find out where Taquin is.
Oh, I'm not going to lie to you. With big money on the line, bragging rights as well, I promise you I'd be hiding it out, not only in this individual battle waiting for the overshield to go out, but you know, with a 6-kill lead, I have no incentive for me to push forward and to try to get on the offense. I'm gonna make you have to work for it, and even if that means I have to give up 1 or 2 kills while running away, that's fine. I'll give up 1 minute and 30 seconds minimum on the clock, and time is not on the side of Scalp, and that's kind of what you're seeing right now. Taquin just rotating back and forward, finding the information to come in, knowing exactly where he is. The shot, making him one shot, and now doesn't allow Scalp to get really aggressive. 2 minutes, 39 seconds on the clock. Pay attention to the time.
Oh, time is ticking. Rocket's going to be used, but it doesn't get the kill, but he will be able to get the BR combo there, so he does take down the head of him. Now 3-8, still just over 2 minutes remaining. Overshield up in about 22 seconds. So we can see Scalp pick that up again. It's going to be, like you said, the control of the equipment, the control of, you know, overshield and the power weapons, and this is where Scalp really needs to put this into the game plan.
Still on board with Scalp right now. Overshield is coming up. You notice how Taquin was able to get a hold of that needler in his back pocket. Scalp taking his time, trigger discipline. But how much time does he have? Rockets in the hand, trying to bait for the overshield. It looks like Taquin is not taking the bait. He's going to rotate over towards the big door. The Rocket is going to make a one shot. Scalp is on the prowl, and it looked like Ninja Big Buddy was going in for the Ninja, almost connecting on it. But sadly, the kill's going to go in hands of Scalp, and so is that overshield.
1 minute and 35, Tony. This is getting closer and closer now. It's a 4-kill gap. Still plenty of time for the Rockets to come back through. They could be used again for one last round of this. Oh man, the pistol actually makes the connection, so the shield is dropped, and now Scalp, he's starting to pick up some big kills. This is a killing, or almost a killing spree for him. He's getting close to it. He's definitely had a few in a row now, and it's going to be the Rockets ready to go in 10 seconds. If he can pick this up, this could be good. This could be dire for Taquin.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Again, big money and bragging rights are on the line. You literally had a 6-kill lead. There was no reason for you to continue to go on the offense and making things easier for Scout. All you're doing is giving him 3 kills and giving that momentum and pulling him into this game. You could have made it mathematically impossible for Scout to come back. However, now he's within striking distance, only down by 2 kills. Having the Rockets end up dropping the Bulldog, but also having the grapple. Time is still against him, but he has a chance right now to tie things up.
Man, that momentum has definitely been shifting. So you can see right now the main screen's on Scalp. The mini screen was showing Taquin. 26 seconds left, so now we have to see Scalp. He has to pick up these kills very quickly. He's got 2 shots in the Rockets, but he's hunting. He's looking as fast as he can. He spots the player. He goes for the shot. He makes a connection. He gets the kill as well. So now it's just down to 14 seconds, and we're at a 1-round difference of a game.
1 kill, 5 seconds. He has to find the spawn. Not able to. Nobody's home just yet. He has to go back toward the middle of the map here. Taquin's over towards Blue Cafe, but he's not going to know about it, and the time ends up running out either way. That's going to be an 8-7 win going in favor of Taquin, who makes it into the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Spiteful going up against Taquin in the finals of this 1v1 tournament, and man, was this hype.
Oh man, we talked about this game being neck and neck. We thought this was going to be a bar burner, and I mean, it didn't look like in the beginning, but all of a sudden, just things changed mid-game, and it was a 1-round difference. 1 kill would have made a difference for a tie game, but man, what a way to go. And I mean, you got to give your kudos to both these players. I mean, that was a big comeback that was coming from Scalp. He was able to just push himself through the resistance, everything that was against him. I mean, what was it, 8-1 at one point? Like, that was a massive comeback. Like, I thought it was all over.
Yeah, first of all, big ups to Taquin. You've earned that win, and it was 8-7. It was a nail biter. But I mean, I got to give a shout out to my man Scalp as well. Having the mental fortitude to be down by that much and to never count yourself out, keep pushing forward, keep doing what you do, and to come back in that game and just almost was able to tie things up. So big shout out to Scalp. And mind you, I mean, this is the 1v1 portion. This is only a small portion of what we're going to see all weekend. After both of these players get drafted, they might end up on the same team. They might end up against each other, and maybe we see them go at it once again in the 4v4s or the 8v8s. It's not going to be the last time you see Scalp or maybe that maid costume.
Yeah, maybe, but I definitely agree with you. I mean, this is where, you know, this is just the beginning, right? This is just the 1v1 piece, but when we start to get into the actual team combat, that's where I'm going to be very interested, especially with the amount of talent we've seen at this tournament. But we see here, this is the eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind, just some good highlights that we saw from this game, but my God, Tony, I still just can't get over, like, I mean, the biggest lead, and we were saying, like, Taquin didn't have to do anything. He could just burn the clock. He didn't have to go for these fights, but man, he just thought, yeah, you know what? I'll try to bring the heat, but that heat was not cooking as much as I thought it would be. But a 1-round difference, and whew, all right, he makes it through.
Yeah, really excited to watch this now. I mean, $500 on the line, but also, you know, coming out of the captain's brawl, whoever ends up winning that one's gonna have that advantage to picking the first player. Most likely, we're gonna see one of these 2 players end up picked first on that captain's draft. And let me tell you, so a lot of implications on here. You want to end up on the best team possible. So I think coming out with the win on this one nets you $500, and it almost guarantees that you're going to be on the best team possible, at least picked first by the best captain coming out of the free-for-all.
Yeah, this is a good feeler for everybody just to kind of get it. You know, everybody kind of knows each other, right? But now that you're kind of seeing, okay, you know, Scalp's playing pretty good, you know, Spiteful's having good games, it just kind of gives you good feels of how people are doing. And sometimes people get in slumps. And I mean, right now, I don't think we're really seeing that here. I think everybody's pretty neck and neck in terms of like the competition. So I think this just builds up that narrative for when we get into these team picks. I could not be more excited.
I'm right there with you. 1v1, $500 on the line, and these 2 have really showed that they've earned their spot here in the winners finals. We have Spiteful going up against Taquin, and I can't wait. I still got my money on Spiteful.
Okay.
However, Taquin has again. I thought Covent was going to win round 1. I didn't even think he was going to make it into round 2, and here he is in the finals, guaranteed top 2 in the 1v1 tournament.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to agree with you here. Like, I think Taquin, I definitely never, I always thought Taquin was going to do well in this. I mean, Spiteful to me is just have blow-up performances, which, I mean, makes me just, the obvious pick, I think, is to have him. It is a map change. Does that change his game plan? Does that change how well he's going to play? I don't know. I mean, this is a different map situation now. Rockets are on the playing field. You have your overshield that's on the playing field. So we'll have to see. And I mean, Taquin did have a game on this, so now he's a little bit more familiar and he knows what he wants to do for this next game. But I'm going to go with you here. I think Spiteful does have the edge, but I got to think this is going to be another close game. And 15's the cap, but I mean, time definitely runs out for these guys, especially how they play on this.
Oh yeah, for sure. Time will always be a factor as close, maybe not early in the rounds because we saw a bit of blowouts, but as the competition gets tighter and tighter and we start to get better and better, it's simple math. There's just not enough time on the board to put 15 kills on top of that respawn when you're putting shots, staying alive, and playing good fundamentals in Halo. It's like we're ending it on the streets once again. You got the thruster, you got the drop wall, you got rockets, you got plenty of goodies on the map here. We're going to find out who can take advantage of it. And this first kill is going to be so important because, again, this first kill is going to net you rockets. It's going to net you either thrust or a drop wall. And if you choose to, maybe even combine that with a bulldog as well. This first kill is going to set the tone for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, even the rockets just being right in the middle of the map. I mean, this is where you just kind of wonder how these guys are going to approach this. And we saw this before, when it was on Aquarius, like everybody kind of just seemed to go pedal to the metal, fight for the camel right away. But I'm kind of thinking both these players are going to have a pretty interesting game plan for how they want to get the, the power weapons and how they want to be able to have control of this map. I'm so curious. It's a big map, so it's not really, easy to find somebody, pretty quickly. It's going to take some work to get the location revealed.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty big for a 1v1 map, but I mean, still one of the smallest maps that we have in our circuit. So I'm not too mad at this going into streets. And obviously, you have the arcade. God bless. Every time I die in the arcade, I hear that music. I'm like, oh my gosh, please spawn me. I still think whoever spawns over toward the PD side is going to have the advantage here. I mean, spawning over towards PD, you have that height advantage. You also can even take advantage of the drop wall if you spend a second to go after it. And then if you want to, you could really big brain in like 200 IQ play. You could drop the drop wall early and then utilize that to secure rockets. You could drop the drop wall, put down shots, grab the rockets, and then go behind the drop wall as you go in for cover. So that could be really good if you're spawning over towards the PD side. Meanwhile, if you're spawning over towards C side, it's not the end of the world. You can go thrust, or you can actually fight for the bulldog first before you try to make your way into the rocket. So you still have options going from there. Either way, we're going to see both of these players really go at it and controlling the spawns, and the resources on the map are going to net you the victory. $500 on the line, Spiteful and Taquin.
Oh man, this thing is, just could not be more excited. I mean, I've been able to watch a lot of the games for both these players. I think we both have, and honestly, they're hitting targets. They're hitting everything they need to do. They've just decapitated all the competition. It's coming down to this, the grand finals, and just between these two players, they've been able to have some close games. They've been able to have some dominant performance, but it comes down to this on streets. Both Why Not be casting in last here on the mics. And I cannot be more ready for this. I'm excited. It's just the anticipation's killing me right now, Tony.
That it is. I also I mentioned a bunch of the tier 2 weapons, but I almost forgot the Stalker rifle. Stalker rifle is deadly in this game if you could take advantage of it. Not much aim assist on controller. However, just enough for you to reach shot kill. And even if deadly from close range, mid range, you can even use it from long range as well, like a sniper. So really important as their first shots are going to come in, and then utilizing the rockets immediately to get the trade-off and kills. And just like that, we are tied at 1 apiece. What a way to start off our $500 final.
Both players taking each other out. I mean, one rocket has been burned, so they still have one available. Don't believe it's been picked up yet. Do you have the bulldog that's ready in the hands here? I believe that's for Taquin on the bottom corner, you can see here. And that is Spiteful. I don't know how he didn't spot him. Oh no, the location has been revealed. He takes some big damage. He's able to get himself out of this, but now his shield's been broken. He's just one shot away from his death. Both players trying to go for the fight, but it is going to be Taquin that is able to win this. Being able to not find this rocket, I thought he would have been able to, but I guess he'll just keep it out of the plan for now.
Taquin in the last round showed us how amazing he was with the Bulldog, controlling the resources on the map, but he's also damn good with the battle rifle as well, putting Spiteful on his back, and with a 3-1 lead, and the momentum now going in favor of Taquin. Spiteful is fighting with his back against the wall.
Good lead now, Taquin. Sorry, he was able to have this good start before. We'll have to make sure if he can keep that preserved and ready to go. See, actually, the shock rifle, I think, has been picked up now. Oh, man, and the nade works, and Spiteful gets the reply back. A 1-kill difference from being from a 3-3 already, Tony. Still 8 minutes, just over 8 minutes left, and, man, this action is definitely going to be packed.
I've been playing and casting a bunch of competitive, including HCS events over at Raleigh, and I've never seen a nade like that. Going from that angle from Purple Street, he bounced a nade off of the top side of the wall, where it landed perfectly onto, a little bit past the ATM and over towards Front Cafe, and that nade ends up taking down Taquin. I've never seen that angle of nade being used, and it was beautiful at that, and he used that momentum to take Taquin down once again when it matters most, as he's going to waste all of the bullets of the Bulldog and now net himself a rocket launcher. We are tied at 3 apiece.
Oh, I love that play too. I mean, Spiteful just burning the ammunition, making sure that even if it gets picked up, Taquin's going to have to go for the reload. So it's not just able to, you know, quick switch to it and get, you know, hopefully a kill. A very good play, especially with the amount of time that he had for the respawn coming in for Taquin. So now he has the rockets, like you said. This is good. He's got himself in the subway position, so now he can just wait things out. Gonna be able to scope things through, and both players not ready to go for the attack yet. You can see in the bottom corner that is gonna be Taquin. He does have himself a different weapon ready to go, but they are so far apart from each other, Tony. They're not even close by at all.
That they are rockets in the hands of Spiteful. However, Taquin does have advantage of that Stalker rifle. And with that 3-shot capability, it is a really fast TTK as they're seeing the shots fly. None of them going to connect just yet, but both players having the information they need. As Spiteful just barely missing that pole, ends up getting that player 1 shot, but Taquin backing down, playing his life. Spiteful is on the prowl, trying to cut off any angles that he has. Once again, having the information, he's going over towards back PD. Spiteful's awareness is incredible coming in. It's almost like he's seeing through walls. His awareness is so daggone good. Forcing Taquin to back down, going right at him. Beautiful shots are coming in. And just like that, Spiteful has taken the lead and now has the Bulldog. Beautiful plays, awareness, and shot coming out of Spiteful, who's really impressing me.
Yeah, he's just doing a great job just to maneuver around the map. He's getting some good control, and the movements just picture perfect. And oh no! Oh, he wins that exchange, and now he's got the rockets ready to go again. So he's still got 2 shots, ready to see what he can find. The silver lining here for Spiteful, so he's got himself a potential that he can at least pick up 1, if not 2 kills. Taquin only down by 2. Doesn't have anything to pick up yet. I think he's just got some thrusters ready, and that's going to be the first rocket, and that's going to be the kill solidified. That's a killing spree, Tony.
That it is. Taquin started off the game hot, but Spiteful has really started to heat up and has now heat checked him. Currently doubled the enemy's team score. 5 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Enough time for the reach play to make something happen here. Information comes in. Spiteful now knows exactly what Taquin is. The shot's going to come in. Both players going weak. And Spiteful now, great job trying to cut off that angle, keeping Taquin exactly where he wants him, and still has a rocket in the back pocket.
Burn the rockets now, but look at it, he's got the back of Taquin. Oh no, and it's going to be a little bit of a smack. And now it's a 7-3. This is a big lead now for Spiteful. A great use of the arcade we can see there. Nice little capture from production, but Spiteful now has full control of this game, and Taquin, he's on the back. He's getting hit with all the heavy hitting shots, and he needs to see what he can do. He needs to get some consciousness and make some fight.
He may be in the arcade, but no games are being played right now. It's all business. Spiteful going all the way down to 1 shot, and what does he do? Backs down. plays his life. High IQ play. The awareness coming in. Shots are going down, making that player one shot. Now they're both one shots, playing a little bit of SWAT right now. And finally, Taquin able to stop the momentum coming out of Spiteful. Now has the Bulldog. We've seen how dangerous he is with the Bulldog. Let's see if he can put it to work here.
Ooh, a good reply back, though. I mean, he was able to get the one, and then, I mean, Spiteful kind of read him like a book. It's a children's book. He gets the double nades that land on him, so it does some big damage. So he gets himself back. He's got the rockets again. I mean, Tony, he's had the rockets, I think, almost this whole time. Like, I mean, what is it, the third time he's had it now?
Luckily for Taquin, there's only 2 that come in the chamber, but yeah, it seems like Spiteful always seems to be having them. Excellent jump coming in, a little bit of a skill jump, a little bit of tech coming in. Spiteful well aware of it. And notice how Spiteful is very comfortable with just gravitating towards the outskirts of the map. He's always traveling alongside the perimeter, making sure that his back is against the wall. That forces him to only have to worry about a lesser field of vision, and ultimately that's him a net positive as far as shots go in, as opposed to him just going out in the middle of the map and not knowing exactly where Taquin is and can be able to be shot from all sides. Loving the play come out of Spiteful, excellent awareness, and still navigating that perimeter, making sure he only has to worry about what's in front of him. But the Halo timing comes in. Taquin ends up dropping the drop wall. That is the audio cue that Spiteful needs. And now he's going to get aggressive here. 3 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock. Can Spiteful get another kill and add to his lead?
One shot left. He's been able to take down the drop wall. Really good placement that came in from Taquin. 4 kills of a difference here. 8-4. Still just over 2 minutes remaining. Under 3 minutes, I should say. The long distance rocket, it actually makes in the combination with the BR. That is phenomenal play. The 1-2 punch makes the landing, and now Spiteful puts himself in a 9-4. There's a potential that we could get this to a 15, maybe. I don't know. The way that we're seeing this Spiteful, he's feeling confident. He's feeling good, Tony. I don't know what's going to stop him.
And Spiteful has the opportunity to slow things down and make it a game of time, but he's not. He's a man of honor. He says, if I'm gonna win this, I'm gonna stay aggressive the whole time. I'm gonna keep my pedal to the metal. Bulldog shots, making Taquin one shot. Excellent movement. Taquin having no idea where Spiteful was coming from, going for another ninja, but sadly the big bunny is not going to get it, and rockets are coming up.
Just like that, I mean, rockets again for Spiteful. He gets it. He burns a shot, so he actually doesn't make any sort of a connection against Taquin, so it's not going to matter too much, but that's a good amount of usage that he's wasted. You know, the bullet management here, the rocket management, we can say. One shot left remaining. So we're going to need to be careful. Drop ball going to be placed from Spiteful. So this allows him to kind of be a little bit more loose on the positioning. I like this, and he's actually still kind of going for the hunt.
Taquin understands that the wall with only a minute and 30 seconds on the clock. He has to make something happen. The last thing he wanted was a rocket to the dome. I promise you that. That is not a part of the doctor's orders. And a little bit over a minute on the clock. Stalker rifle now in the hands of Spiteful. It might just be mathematically impossible for Taquin to come back. Spiteful is feeling good. I can see it. He has a little bit of bounce in his step. He's moving with a bit of swagger right now because Spiteful knows he is less than a minute away from coming out with the win.
I mean, now with the big lead like this is where the confidence really builds up, and now you can see he's trying to see, can I end this game? I got a killing spree. I only have to get 3 more kills, and this game will be done. He can get himself to that 15 mark instead of the time ticking. So he's really trying to put things into another gear, and he's looking so composed. I completely agree with you. It's just a totally different perspective we're seeing from him now. And look at this. He's just going to bring on the fight again. Oh, he gets it as well. Oh, man, that's filthy.
Making it look easy. 2 kills or 20 seconds. It's not a matter who's going to win. It's a matter of how. Is it going to be by the time? Is it going to be the kills? 15 seconds here, grabbing the Bulldog. Spiteful most likely will become your winner. $500 richer. And let me tell you, if I'm a captain, I'm watching this, and I already know who I'm picking first. I'm picking Spiteful all day, every day. He is your winner.
He is going to be able to take that with a big bang. 14-4. He's able to make a statement, and he's definitely taken some names. Man, what a way to finish that thing off. I was thinking it was going to be a little bit closer, but I mean, I think Taquin must have just burned everything that last game.
I'm sorry, I was quickly trying to Google Spiteful merch. He doesn't have any merch. I'm trying to buy it. I'm a fan. He just made me a fan. The man just became, he's going to be $500 richer. He's definitely going to be on an amazing team. And now going into the 4v4s and the 8v8s, he put the captains on notice. But let's talk about those stats. Please walk me through those stats.
Oh man, I mean, you can already see, right? Like 14-4. I mean, look at the max kill spree, 7 in a row. I mean, that's nuts. When you think about that, like that's already a lead you don't want, especially in this one-on-one kind of situation, Tony.
That is not. And also, I want to give a shout out to Taquin as well. Again, he had a tough round 1 matchup, came out on top, beating the likes of Covent, and then fighting his way into the finals, and put up one hell of a job against Spiteful as well. There was a few times where Taquin really started to go on a run, but eventually Spiteful ends up coming out on top, controlling the rockets, controlling the resource. We talk about all the time, commentators, 343 employees, even pro players. It's all about controlling the sandbox. And I feel like it's no more evident in a 1v1. It's probably even more important than even going into 4v4s. As you saw, literally most of the game, Spiteful had the rockets in hand.
Man, I honestly think that was the biggest difference in this. Like, I mean, it just seemed like Spiteful was able to get the power weapons. He seemed to be in the right place, the right time. I mean, Taquin looked like he was a little bit lost. Like, just the map awareness from Spiteful, I think it was just a whole other level. I mean, this is like a heavyweight versus a lightweight, because we know that Taquin's good. We know that he brings some good heat. But, I mean, Spiteful looked like he was in every position he needed to be to win all those duels.
I mean, the awareness, I think it's more of he's 6'4". He can see over walls, man. It's honestly not fair. He's the tallest competitor in here, and clearly your skill in Halo directly correlates with how tall you are. I promise you. You just saw it. The proof is in the pudding. Spiteful ends up winning the tournament. He's also the tallest player in the tournament. And look, I'm just dropping facts right now. You can be mad at me if you want.
Hey, man, you're dropping facts. I like it. But, we got to give a big congratulations. Of course, Spiteful is going to be able to be the victor of the 1v1 tournament, so he's going to be able to take home $500 for himself. But, I mean, Taquin, like you said, able to push on through perseverance, and he's able to get himself a second place, which he had some high competitors that he had to go against. So, I mean, don't ever take that as a fault. I mean, he definitely made a good fight to get here.
Daddy did. Really proud of him. Really proud of him to make it this far into the finals here. And the guys, again, that was just the 1v1s. We still have the captain's brawl. That's going to be all the captains going up in a free-for-all. We still have the actual draft. And even tomorrow, that's when we actually get to watch the 4v4s and the 8v8s. So, I mean, I'm so happy. We're going to see some fantastic Halo ahead of us. What are some of the favorite, segments about this weekend for you, and why?
I think it's kind of a cliche answer, but I think it's kind of having this mixture of everything. I think that, the one-on-one is a nice little icebreaker into the whole thing. I just think, we're getting this segmented piece. I think that's what's making me excited. I think it just builds more for that, team fights that we're going to go into. And I think it just adds a little bit more of that, fine picking of who you want. And you kind of get a scope of, who impressed you, who you're like, I don't know if I want them. So I think that's what I really like about this tournament so far.
Well, we saw the draftees go at it, and let me tell you, that was exciting. After a short commercial break, we're going to watch the captains show what they have. We have 4 captains today, and let me tell you, that's going to be really exciting. You guys don't want to touch that dial. We'll be here shortly.
Yeah, we definitely will be, but make sure you grab a snack, whatever you need. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for that captain's brawl. Don't go away. We'll be back very shortly.
The Twin Suns Spartan Masters is brought to you by the Thrustmaster eSwap X Pro Controller, the official hardware sponsor of the Spartan Masters. And by Vite Ramen, so easy to eat healthy, it's almost like cheating.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Spartan Masters Invitational. I'm your host from the north, Steve, and we are jumping into stage 2 of our event for Captain's Brawl. I'm super excited because I am joined on the desk here by my good friend Laz. Laz, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here. Switching things up, Steve. It's you and me, the guys from the Great White North, and we're already, going to be able to get some good action here at the Captain's Brawl.
Oh no, my Canadian accent's gonna start slipping out. I almost went, oh yeah, eh? And yeah, I'm excited. You know, we got the Canadians on the desk. We got, that early matches, man. We got a lot of like stuff that happened today. Like, you know, shout out to Spiteful for that huge win, $500 richer today. Like, you had a chance to catch that match. Like, that was so crazy.
Yeah, and this is the eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind. We're just seeing a lot of highlights that came in. And yeah, honestly, like I said it before, Tony and I were talking about predictions, and I was just like, you know what, honestly, Spiteful, I was thinking he was taking the whole thing home, and man, did he deliver that in a nice envelope.
Yeah, like, some of these plays were absolutely bonkers there. Like, I was just, like, thoroughly impressed by the gameplay we're seeing from everyone today, and, like, it didn't... You know what? Yeah, it's been like high octane plays. Like, look at these plays in this recap here. Like, man, what was your big moment so far from the tournament? Like, what was the one play that made you go, wowee?
You know, I think it was, honestly, this last game that we're seeing right now, I feel like Spiteful, just the way that he won this with like sheer dominance and just getting rocket control was just, it was just absolutely filthy. I mean, he's a filthy animal because he was just able to not make a, really a big sweat at all. He had full control of that game, and when you're in a grand final, I mean, you think the pressure builds up, but he made it look pretty cool, calm, and collected, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like, not to discredit Taquin here, but like, they did an incredible job too going through these matches here. They both started from the very beginning, so they didn't know how to buy. They had to work their way through the entire bracket here, and like, that last match that Taquin had against Scalp 2 was very intense. That was so close. That was like a 1-point difference, and I was like, oh, what's going to happen here? I was actually on the edge of my seat. I'm going to have to make sure I'm back on my seat. Okay, we're good. The edge has been taken back here, but like a lot of incredible matches that just happened there. So yeah, I'm excited. We're going to jump now into Captain's Draft, and I really want to talk about the format here for everyone that is just tuning in. Captain's Draft is the second part, and well, really second stage of our, Captain's Brawl here. So this is a 4-player free-for-all with all of our captains. This is a series of 3, so we're going to be diving to 3 maps. We are playing Free-for-all Slayer, and we're jumping on Live Fire, Streets, and Bazaar, some of my absolute favorite maps. I'm really excited about this because a lot of the points throughout the games will be accumulated to determine their standings, and the final standings will determine the main bracket event season draft order, which we'll be doing right after this. So buckle up, get ready, because we are going to be diving into this right away. I'm excited because we have some really great creators here. We have the ActMan, Chris Raygrun, Experias, and Uber Nick. So what are you expecting to see here? What do we want to see here, actually?
Oh, man, it's okay. So the thing that's been pointed out is like when you have a free-for-all game, I mean, typically it's more players than what this situation is. So this is only 4 players versus when it's typically around 6 to 8. I think we have seen in the past. So for this is going to be a little bit slower. I don't think people are just going to be running and gunning and it's putting the foot on the gas the whole time. I think there's going to be a lot of strategy that's built into this. So it's going to be a bit more of a slow-paced game that I would expect from this. Just because, again, it's going to matter and it's going to be very critical because it is only just 4 in a free-for-all. And getting, the power weapons is going to be pretty important. And, Steve, I know you're a big advocate for, getting the right spots at the right time for all that equipment and power weapons.
Yeah, like, looking at the spawns here, actually, on our first map here, because we're jumping into Live Fire, and I am going to quickly get back over to that. Like, we got... I think an item here that we're not really going to see in play is going to be the Pulse Carbine here because... Like, it's going to be a very, very cautious game. I don't think we're going to see a lot of opportunities where there's be a lot of open field here, but I really want to see the Bulldogs to be played. I'm hoping actually to see some Sentinel beam on here as well. Maybe some Skewer action. I don't know what we're going to see spawn here, if it's going to be Sniper or Skewer, but I love to see some Skewer plays here as well. This is a nice open map here, a lot of movement, a lot of opportunities, especially some hidden corners, especially running through those tunnels as well. So yeah, I'm really excited to see all 4 of these creators dive into that.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, Steve. So I'm really glad you brought that up. So it is live fire. This is probably one of my favorite maps personally. And now with it, you know, a little bit of a twist that we've had so far, the Spartan Masters.
Kansas City's going to be a major again. Like Anaheim was not supposed to be a major anyways. They called it was a regional.
And this is, you know, a best of 3 free-for-all. But this is a map where it's quite big, but it's also not gigantic. So you still can have a lot of close quarter combat. And it's going to really matter that comes into the positioning of the weapons and the equipment. And especially, you know, when we talk about the sniper rifle, when we look at, you know, the camo that's available, these are going to be very important, especially when you're just by yourself. You have no teammates to rely on. This is just you versus the world, baby.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast-paced game here. I'm really interested to see who's going to run right at mid and try and get the power weapon right off the bat, because this tunnel is an absolute death trap, especially we're going to see some nades going through there, and it's going to be fun. Responding, obviously, the battle rifles to keep it straight competitive as well. But yeah, like you definitely want to get some of the power items, because we're going to see repulse around here, drop wall, and active camo or overshield. So those are some of the items we're definitely going to want to see players running for, and obviously want to attain early in the game here. So
yeah, this is going to be very interesting, and I think I'm just going to wait until, you know, production gives me the cue. But I know this is going to be interesting to spectate this. I mean, it's not a typical spectating format that we have for a free for all. But it will be interesting to see what we come up with, because I know it's going to be, I think, based off a few of the streams from the players. So that's going to be, you know, looking at their point of views on how things work. So that'll be very important to note. But I mean, you know, like I said, Steve, or you said as well, I think, you know, the importance is going to say who goes for the middle right away. But I think what we've seen so far in the 1v1s is a lot of these players have that game sense where they know they shouldn't just, you know, dine and dash and try to go for it right away. They're going to wait things out. They're going to look for the kill if they can and then try to get it. So they're not just going to rush it. They might actually have some, you know, methodical plays that are going to come through for this.
Yeah, so I just want to really highlight our captains as well for anyone that's just joining the stream. So we are jumping into Captain's Brawl. We are going to be having ActMan, Chris Raygun, Ubernick, and HiddenXperia dive into this Captain's Brawl. It's 3 rounds, and basically what we want to see here is then get the most kills accumulated over the matches here. So we're going to be looking at Ubernick's stream here first. All right. Where are they going to spawn on the map? I'm super curious.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because it is just him, right? So now he already knows one player is going to be by camo, and look at the engagement he's already had, Steve. So he's able to, you know, do some good damage. It's still over 20 seconds for the overshield, and he actually does win it. Ubernick able to get the first one as well. So both these players have 1-1. And I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing right now from the streamer himself.
Oh, we dropped the skewer for the Bulldog? That is so interesting.
Oh, that is a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pans out for him.
Oh, my apologies. We were looking at HiddenXperia. My bad. That was my bad call there. So I just want to apologize.
Gun, I believe. I'm just trying to make sure I got that right. Could be wrong.
Back to HiddenXperia here. Looking for some kills up the center here because, yeah, we're up on 2. Yeah, this is nice and tied up early. We're seeing a lot of the players really play conservatively so far and not really running into the action here because obviously you have to play this a little more cautiously. Like we said earlier, there's only 4 players versus your traditional 8 for a free-for-all. So, like, stacking up kills will go faster in this mode.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a 3-2 so far. So ActMan and I believe, I think that was actually Chris that are actually at the 2-point, but right now in the lead is HiddenXperia. He does have that 3-point. He's quite low. He's got the Mangler. And look at that. Yes, that's a great recipe for disaster. It's going to work out great for him. Oh, man, you hate to run into that kind of a situation.
Oh, that was delicious. Now, Ubernick is getting some good chase action here. Who are they even hunting down right now? This shenanigans running around. That's my favorite thing, to run in circles around this thing. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, they got mangled.
This is good. This is big. I mean, this is Ubernick that we just saw that was the POV for. Switching things up for anybody that's kind of confused on what's happening. So we're looking at the POV from all 4 of these players from their streams, just because obviously with Halo in this game mode, you can actually just do it like a normal spectating. So this actually makes it a little bit more interesting, you know, to see from their perspective on the stream. But back to HiddenXperia, he's still in the lead. He's got that 1-round kill difference, and just like that, he gets the hidden back of Ubernick, and that's a good start. But look at all these players. They're trying to get this overshield, Steve.
This is so ridiculous. But see, the thing is, they definitely need it because like we were talking about is like this is going to be a fast-paced game. There's going to be a lot of kills real fast, especially when you get to that 25 first. And every kill matters really here because that's going to be it's going to all add up later for getting yourself the rank to get the draft done.
Yeah, so the scoreline is for 25 for people that are kind of wondering what's going on. So this is, the 4v4 free-for-all. You start, of course, with 10 minutes, and 25 is the limit. And we're just kind of going back and forth for all these players on their streams. And HiddenXperia already taken down. His shield's been depleted. And Uber Nick going to be able to get the good shot onto him. And this is a very close game. I think we're all even across the board. This is 5s everywhere.
Oh, no. We got another Mangler kill there. Look out. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Uber Nick. Are we going to get 2 here? Oh, that took a while to deploy there. But, yeah, we got a double kill there. Nice. Oh, we're going to see a triple? Oh, no. Oh. Caster curse, my bad.
No, man, that's good. I mean, Uber Nick, I thought he was going to get it too. He looked like he was in good position the whole time. But, I mean, this is the nice thing. I mean, we're kind of seeing the different point of views from all these players, right? So right now, a lot of fights have happened underground, which I'm a little bit surprised about. But, I mean, I guess you are in that close quarter more than the other spots of the map. So I guess this kind of makes sense, especially when you're in these one-on-ones. You don't want to just be in the wide open space so you can get picked off by everybody else.
Yeah, it seems like we're just seeing everyone gravitate towards the center, and it's like, like you said, like, everyone's just right here in the middle. Everyone's just running through the tunnels. They're all jumping down. Here we go. Yeah, Uber Nick's jumping down here too. There you go. Oh, mangled right there. And they're all waiting for the overshield to come up. Everyone's going to be running over here shortly, so he's in a really good position because they don't see him. They don't see where he is. He doesn't even know where he's getting shot from. Oh, no.
Oh man.
Missed it.
I don't even know how he gets away with that, too. Like, Uber Nick, I thought he had him dead to rights, but he just got him in the critical red, and look at that. Overshield's going to be used, and that's going to be for HiddenXperia. So now he's in a good position here, Steve, because he can now go for these fights. He can be aggressive as much as he wants because he has that extra kind of life, if you want to call it that. And look at, he's feeling good. He's looking as much as possible. The Mangler's out, and baby, is he delivering.
Oh, it was a delicious kill here. I bet, you know what, someone's right behind him right now. Without a doubt, running through those tunnels. Yeah, because everyone's just doing the circuits here, running through the middle here, and then running down low. Actually, we haven't seen anyone really on the left of the map here at all, except for, Uber Nick and Xperia. Oh, yeah, there we go. Xperia taken out by Uber Nick there. Very close game here because Xperia is leading by 1 right now with Uber Nick right behind them with 1 here. Are we going to see Uber Nick tied up? Oh, we got a tie for the first. Oh, look out. Uber Nick is in first.
Yeah, definitely tie game. And for people that are kind of curious too, and I know a lot of people play matchmaking, right? But I mean, the thing that's interesting is HiddenXperia. Like, if I remember correctly, he's actually a diamond, 5-6 player, whereas Uber Nick, he's in the high-end 1500s of Onyx. So I mean, a little bit of a skill gap, but I mean, look at how close this game is. I mean, you can't let the matchmaking rank fool you because I mean, this is, when you look at it, you have somebody that's Onyx is like pretty neck and neck with somebody that's technically below him, but it's very close. I think it's a 13-12, and Uber Nick now has put himself at a 1-round difference.
Yeah, here we go. Just like, there you go. Now he's on a killing spree. He's got 14. He's leading the pack here. Definitely 2 lead here. This is something you definitely want with a 4v4 free-for-all here, just because this is so fast-paced and it's really everyone out for yourself. Like, if this was a team game, oh, yeah, here we go. Get some action. See, everyone's going to the tunnel here.
Everybody loves it, man.
Nick.
Oh, man.
HiddenXperia and Uber Nick are putting themselves in a really good position right now because they're stacking these kills up. So this is going to help them a little later in the other rounds here because depending who comes on first, they're going to position themselves really good for the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a very good point, Steve, because I think if I saw that, quick scoreline, I think we see both. It's 2 players that were, I think, 15, 16, and then it's actually 2 of the other players that haven't even hit the double digit yet. So pretty big difference when we're talking about the, kill difference as well. But, I mean, it's really just been Uber Nick and Xperia that are just going back, and they're just trying to hunt as much as possible to get themselves closer. And the game point is 25, and we're getting really close now. So, I mean, we're at that 17 mark, so we're only a couple kills to go before we have a winner.
Yeah, and, it's so crazy how fast these games do go when you have less players, because, it's just more fast-paced. I was expecting players to be a little more conservative with their game style, and maybe, not hide, but, maybe run on the corners a little bit, but we're just seeing everyone rush in, guns a-blazing, but that's what it's all about, having fun, clicking heads.
Oh, man, I thought HiddenXperia was going to goof up that jump. I don't know if we call it that, but...
Yeah, I saw little. I thought he was crouching, and I was like, "Oh, he almost fell off the map."
I know he almost fell off, and he made it. Honestly, I was thinking he was gonna be like, "Oh, I thought he'd have a better reaction." Like, "Oh crap!" But I think he's trying to be cool. He's like, "Nah, I had full control of this."
Nothing happened.
Nothing
there you
happened.
go.
You saw nothing.
Ooh, that Bulldog doing the work. There you go.
That's good.
Uber Nick taking it back. 19. Here we go. We're down to like last 5 kills here potentially for Uber Nick here, as they're just dominating the center area. They are doing great. You know what? We haven't seen the drop will come back into play yet, which I'm expecting. Oh, my bad.
My bad, but yeah, I mean, again, it's just, this fight in Underground has been just all over the place, and there's a couple seconds left for the overshield. This is really important, but the Mangler has been the telling tale of this game for sure, because look at that. You just get one shot, you get the hit, and it's just done. Like a 1-2 punch, and the person's completely knocked out. 3 seconds left. Look at this. HiddenXperia is looking so great. He's got some hidden talent, because now he's going to be able to get this overshield, I believe. He picks it up, but he doesn't get it popped off, so it's still available.
Oh, yeah. See, everyone's waiting for that Mangler. That Mangler is really doing the work. Like you said earlier, just like one pop and then one punch, and it's just taking everyone down here. Uber Nick is still leading the pack here at 21. They only have 4 more kills needed. HiddenXperia is just behind by 2, which they can easily pick up, but it looks like the overshield is gone, so I'm not too sure actually has it in play right now. Oof.
Yeah, it's been really floating around, and you can already see it's going to be, Uber Nick and Chris Raygun. They're able to get it through, but 22 is out here for Uber Nick, so he only needs to get 3 more to put himself as the victor. Next closest, I believe, was 19, and right now in 4th is, I believe it's the ActMan. He's looking to see if he can get the 10K dream, if he can get himself on that mark. But he's got a long road to go, and I mean, Uber Nick and both HiddenXperia are really fighting tooth and nail for this.
Yeah, we got close. See, it's like right here in the center, we got a nice gun battle going on here that Uber Nick needs to win here to bring it up. But now it looks like HiddenXperia is going to be tying up here in this center battlefield here. Here we go.
It's getting really close, and look at that Mangler and a punch, just like that.
Oh,
I mean,
it's
this
skewered!
Oh no, man, not like this. And it's 22s across the board, so 3 to go. This is getting really tight now. So these players, look at even the Mangler. It didn't work, and Uber Nick, you could see he looks so frustrated. He's like, what? How did I not win that?
That was, yeah, there's that missed skewer was pretty wild. Oh, final kill here. Can Uber Nick get it?
Yeah, if he plays his cards right. And he's got good patience too, right? Like, he's just kind of waiting things out. He just needs to find one person, and Chris Raygun close. He's low, but no, it's not going to work out for him. He's still looking for it. HiddenXperia, I think he's around 22, so he's got a few more to go, but they just got to make sure they don't feed Uber, and you can see he's starting to really push it up into a new gear. He's going for the fight. Chris needs to win this engagement, but it will not work, and the victory will come in for Uber Nick. He can just get the sweat off the brow. He's able to brush this off, and map will go for him.
There you have it. That was an intense first round here for our Captain's Brawl. Like you said, with Uber Nick coming out on top with 25, and HiddenXperia right behind them there, keeping them on their toes. So the importance of the kills, just so everyone is aware of what's going on, we are doing 3 maps, but we're playing up to 25 kills in this 4-person free-for-all. And the importance of the kills, like I just spoke about a little earlier here, is the kills are going to help determine the captain's seed for choosing their team earlier on for the draft here, which is coming up right after this. So a lot of great action there. Laz, what was your thoughts on that round? Like, there was a lot of good plays there.
Oh, there was. And I think it's funny because I know we were talking a lot about this before today, and we were like, well, we're going to talk about the Mangler, right? Because everybody has their own opinion about that gun. And I mean, I think once we all get on the desk here, I think we can talk about it more in detail. But I think this was a really clear demonstration that the Mangler is it overpowered? Is it overhyped? And I mean, right now, I would say it was pretty much the tail of this game because every player was relying on it. They get the one shot, they get the bash, and they were done. That's pretty much what I feel like I saw most, kills went for.
You know what? I was going to say the Mangler, I think, is perfectly balanced because look at this. Yeah, just shoot and punch. Just there you go. It's doing the work. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's clicking people. Yeah, there you go. Click and punch. Nice and easy. Also, I really think that I'm laughing at the eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind. All the clips are basically Mangler plays, which is really funny.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the thing I think the reason that people get frustrated is because it is just such a, what's the word I want? I don't want to say overpowered, but it just seems like such a big combination where if you get close enough, you can break a shield pretty much in one shot, and then really it just takes, a hit or even a headshot with the BR to just kind of get the job done, where I feel like you don't always have that kind of a situation with other weapons, so it's I can see the frustration, and especially if you get the ground to be up close and personal, I mean, you get rewarded with it, right?
Yeah, I was going to say literally all these clips, as you were saying that, were literally that is a single shot up close and then a single punch and they're down. So like, as much as I like to meme about it, I do agree that it is a bit of a cheese weapon right now. I love it. I love using it. Don't get me wrong. But let's take a look at our scoreboard here. So Ubernick is in first with obviously 25 points. HiddenXperia with 22. Chris Raygun with 12. And the ActMan with 11.
That's big, yeah, 25, 22. I mean, really, this was a game of just HiddenXperia and Ubernick, and I talked about their, ranks when, and I don't like just basing it off matchmaking ranks, but I think it just kind of gives, anybody that just casually plays Halo, like a bit of perspective. I mean, HiddenXperia is that Diamond 5, Diamond 6 kind of realm right now. And then, I mean, Ubernick is in, the high end of the 1500s for Onyx. So there is, that discrepancy in the skill. And then, I mean, I think you saw the other two, captains where, I mean, they just, they weren't able to do as much damage as they could. Because, I mean, they're going against some good players in this field.
We are diving into the second round already. I'm excited because we're going to Streets, which is going to be such a fast-paced map for this. I think we're going to see a lot of action happen in Subway Bend. We're going to see a lot of people in the subway area for sure. So let's see how Ubernick goes.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, I think this is going to be really, really important for this as well, right? And Rockets, I mean, look at that. I mean, Ubernick, he gets it, but he gets taken down, so it's still available. I don't even think he got the shot off either.
Ooh, the ActMan got him. The ActMan's up too there. Wowee, acting up already.
Yeah, he was just, he's building a little suspense. He's like, hey, I'm not out for, first map. I was warming up. I just wanted to make sure, and now he's got a feel, and maybe things will change here.
Yeah, exactly. So here we, oof. Ubernick get punched for the spanker there. Spanked, I guess you could say. Now we're going in with 3 rockets. That's deadly because that's 3 potential kills right there.
Yeah, this is big, and I mean, there's still a couple shots left here in the rockets, and actually does take him out in red room, so that's perfect. Now he's still got one more shot to go. He's going to be able to get himself into the C site, so this is some really good control. Gets the shot. Oh, he breaks the shield. Not enough. Ubernick does get him with the nice leaping lunge. I don't know how he got away with that, to be honest. It looked like he was completely done, but nope, he's going to be alive.
Yeah, now it just comes down to holding down the map because, like, HiddenXperia is leading the round right now here. And now it's just a matter of Ubernick cashing up and holding that first place again. I really think we're going to see a close match here again between HiddenXperia and Ubernick. But then again, we did see a lot of early plays by the ActMan as well. Yeah, ActMan really coming out here and getting some early kills here, taking them as well.
Yeah, this is actually a very different, pace we're seeing from ActMan. I completely agree with you. This is very different. And I think the maps make the biggest difference too, but look at this. Ubernick, man. Whew. Just an unsung hero. That's just gross.
Look at that focus. Look at the determination. They are, like, the map awareness is just there, and, like, they are in it. They are, like, consumed right now, and it's amazing how, like, you see, like, the difference in just the play. Yeah, the ActMan down. My bad. A lot of action happening in the subway area, which I was kind of predicting as well. As we're seeing this rotation is coming from middle, going up, going down left or right, either way, and we're going to see a lot of players coming into the subway and police area.
Yeah, and look at how important this is, because like Ubernick, like even just having the Bulldog, he's able to just get, a big shot. If you can get close enough, you break the shield pretty much instantly, which makes it that much easier. And he has three shots remaining in the rocket, so he's got the rocket pocket ready to go. He spot a little bit of a prey and see if he can be able to get this delivered. And he's not going to be able to get the shot. He breaks the shield. He actually goes for another rocket. I was a little bit surprised, but he will get it done as one more to go. And this could be good for him to get himself in a bigger lead. I think it's
that
right
was a
now
great
9-4.
drop wall.
Well, that's perfect.
That saved them right there. Oof. Nice. There you go, the ActMan. Yeah, here you go. Bulldog action back at it. They are getting that Bulldog on rotation. Oof. Ubernick down. Yeah, it looks like Ubernick has a huge lead here right now. They're up 6 across everyone else right now. And really what Ubernick is doing, they're just doing like rotations around the map. They're running the same path. They're running center to police and then running police down the subway. And it looks like we are seeing that from HiddenXperia as well. Now they're trying to go down the same pathway and really owning the sandbox.
Yeah, Ubernick has really just put this in, like into a whole other gear. I mean, it was really close between him and HiddenXperia, but right now it's actually Chris that's in second place with 6. And I mean, Uber Nick has just been, he's already at the double digits. He's at 11. It's a completely different game plan we're seeing him have on Streets. Very, very different than what we saw in Live Fire. So he's feeling a lot more confident. I think, a little bit of a warm-up has put him into a whole other element.
Yeah, we're seeing the ActMan and Chris Raygun really come up here, and my prediction's wrong. We got the gun out. We're seeing the other two players really come out here now and playing a lot more aggressive and a lot differently, like we were talking about as well. So Chris is picking up kills. He's already got 8. Like he's catching up on Nick real quick.
Yeah, he's definitely making a climb back. So I mean, this is where Uber Nick has to be really careful. He can't just, be overconfident. We talked a lot about that in the early show in the 1v1, so it's all about the mental game. The rocket will be used. ActMan does get the kill, but the trade's back right away too, so...
Yeah, it looks like the other 3 competitors are really close in score as well. We have the ActMan with 6 kills. We have HiddenXperia with 7, and Chris Raygun with 8. So they are really closely playing together here as well. So the ActMan really coming up here. Yeah, there we go. Everyone's just trading kills here.
Yeah, it's a lot of trades, and that's not a bad situation, but I mean, obviously when you're in the deficit, you don't want to be trading. You want to be the one that's being able to win the engagements, but at least it kind of puts you still that even playing. Look at the long-distance rocket, and I mean, Uber Nick makes it work and able to finish the job, and now he's at 13. He's getting a little bit closer, still just under 5 minutes left here in the second map. So, I mean, Uber Nick is really just keeping the pressure on, and he won the first one. He's trying to see what else he can do to keep the lead.
Yeah, that Stalker rifle is deadly with that 3-shot burst, and, just get it and going, there you go. He got Chris Raygun with it twice now, and just getting finished off there by the ActMan. The ActMan really acting up this match.
No, he's doing great. And now HiddenXperia, I think, has now put himself at 10, so he's got himself 4 of a deficit. He's in second place, and that's kind of what we saw. That was the theme of the first game. I mean, HiddenXperia and Uber Nick were going for it, going for the jugular, and now it seems like both of them are trying to get things done. But the ActMan, like you said, he's picking up some really big impact kills. I mean, when you talk about impact, I mean, it's important to get Uber down, because if you can get this guy in the lead taken down a lot from everybody, that just makes it even that much closer for the free-for-all.
Yeah, just Chris got him there. So the other players are really catching up on this round here. They're really getting in there, and it's getting really good from them. We got some bulldog action happening here from HiddenXperia as well, and he's watching that spanker, waiting for Uber Nick to go for it, because you can see him right there already going for it. Oh, that Stalker does the work. Here we go, some bulldog action. Oh, not enough. Chris Raygun. Oh, and the ActMan, they're just all swapping kills there. Yeah, Uber Nick got his rocket. He's ready to shoot off some spankers here as well. This is really close for everyone here, because HiddenXperia is catching up as well, and everyone else is too. Everyone's so close in this, and they keep trading who's going to hold the rockets.
Yeah, I mean, this was something we talked about a lot before. I mean, when you get that overconfidence, it can really start to bite you in the butt, right? And I mean, Uber Nick, he was at 15 with a pretty big lead, and now HiddenXperia, he's just down by 2. So now he's been able to climb on back. He's refocused. He's got himself ready to go. He's trying to go for another big fight at this. It's only a 2-kill deficit. This is getting to be neck and neck, Steve. I was looking, it looked like Uber Nick had it, in the bag, but definitely not the case now.
No, this is a very close match here. I think we're going to run out of time before anyone actually finishes it off this time. No. And I think we're going to see a lot closer scoreboard, and it's going to really help the other players out, like the ActMan and Chris Raygun here, for getting better seed.
Yeah, completely. And I mean, when it gets close like this, we can see some of the player reactions too. This is the one thing I love about this game mode, because we can see from their perspective, there's some frustration, right? HiddenXperia, grabbing his head. He's just okay, things are getting built up. The pressure's starting to get there. Even Uber, when he got taken down a few times, I saw him shaking his head. He was getting a little frustrated. So It's how well you can handle this. And it's important, because Uber Nick, I mean, he pulled off the first one with a victory, but it was just barely. It's not like he had a dominant performance.
Yeah, that Stalker right. Oh, and he's stealing the kill. Who do you steal it from? Chris. Oh, no. And he took Chris, too. Oh, you know what? I might be wrong. Hidden Nick. I was going to say Uber Nick might actually come in here and get the rest cleaned up and get the 5.
Yeah, it's getting close. I mean, it's only 5 more to go, right? So, I mean, there's still just under 2 minutes left. I mean, Uber Nick, he's close. HiddenXperia with 15. So this is about everybody shutting down Uber Nick as much as possible, not feeding him. This is very important, because if Uber Nick just picks up a couple more, this just makes it even easier for him to have that lead again and taking the second map.
This is going to. Oh, this is close. I'm going to say right now, I think it's too close to call because just like the deficit's not too bad. And I think we're going to hit the timer before anything, actually, because, yeah, we're seeing a lot of the other, like the ActMan's making a lot of big plays. They're getting a lot of melee kills, and that's really funny. Oh, they killed each other. It's hilarious. Chris Raygun and the ActMan both meleeed each other, and they both died. Rest in pepperoni there.
Yeah, and even Ubernick wasn't even able to pick up the trade either, so he got taken down. And is starting to claw back, but he's able to get the back smack onto the ActMan. He's going for a little bit more. Some great movement. He actually does take down another before he gets taken, so it's a little bit of a trade. But this is really good for Ubernick because he still has that big lead. So everybody needs to make sure that Ubernick's not picking up more kills. And it's not looking good because it looks like Ubernick, he might be able to get himself another one. And he does, HiddenXperia.
Oh,
and it will be the rocket that lands right on top of him.
Yeah, it really seems like, well, what really needs to happen here is the other players need to focus on Ubernick and make sure they're taking him down constantly here in the last few seconds here because they want to make sure they're getting as many kills as possible. So taking out Ubernick first to ensure that they actually have an opportunity to get anyone else.
Yeah, and there's only 25 seconds left, right? So one more kill to go. Ubernick close on by. If he gets this, this is going to be it for this second map. He's getting the assist, HiddenXperia at 17, I believe, so it's a little bit longer to go, but no, Ubernick, he's not able to make it work. HiddenXperia, he gets away with murder somehow. ActMan will be able to get him with a needle or two. A little bit more insult to injury, and 3 seconds on those rockets, Steve.
There we go. Oh, he got it at the 0 marker. That's so crazy.
Oh, look at how cool he is. Wow. He's just like, all right, I'll have a quick drink. He's got a little smirk, you know. I think he knew it was getting pretty tight, but he's like, yeah, no, whatever. It's all good. We're feeling great.
That was wild. That had me, I'm on the edge of my seat again. That was an intense second round. Everyone picked up a lot of kills. Everyone did really good that round. Like, thoroughly impressed by everyone's performance that round. Like, seeing ActMan and Chris Raygun really change their play style there.
Yeah, completely. So this is the eSwap X Pro Controller Rewind. We're just seeing a bit of highlights that came on through. I mean, this was an early on aggression that came in from Ubernick. I really liked what I saw. Like, he had a killing spree, like you can already see there. But this is kind of the tale where we see a player getting a big lead, but then all of a sudden that lead, it really just started to get caught up, right? I mean, it was just very interesting to see. I thought, you know, Ubernick had a really good pace in the game, but something changed and all the players kind of woke up.
Yeah, it was, I couldn't tell you what it was, but like just seeing everyone else like just turn on, it was like they just got the map, they started going into cadence, they started doing rotations. Because we were seeing that from Ubernick, just like constantly going center, police station, subways. And we started seeing that from the other players too, I think, and I think they all caught on.
Yeah, they completely did. And I love that we got that replay too, because I mentioned it a little bit before with HiddenXperia. Like, you can't always take the body language for like the solid fact, but it definitely, I think, kind of gives a good little bit of a demonstration on what, you know, a player's going through. And yeah, he's kind of rubbing his head. He's like smirking, but you can tell that he's, I think, getting a little bit nervous because he knows, like, you know, him getting killed is like not allowing him to get those extra kills that he needs. So it's just adding that extra pressure. And he knew that him and Ubernick were probably going to be, you know, the two that are going to be really going for this. And I mean, now Ubernick has put 2 gold stamps on this. And I don't know, Steve, do you think he's going to get a 3-peat here?
I think so. I think he is. I just don't know if we're going to see a cap like we did last time because he got that cap on the last second. So I think we're going to see high 20s. My guess is actually 20 on the nose for the next map because we are jumping on Bazaar. And that is going to be another fast-paced map because everyone's going to be storming middle. Everyone's going to be running there. I think we're not going to see a lot of maybe possibly we're going to see some action happening in the basement tower, potentially there for the Bulldogs. But I think people are going to see people fighting for the Bulldog there. It all really depends as well on what the power weapon is. I'm hoping to see a Cinder Shot here. Cinder Shot will be great for actually getting in there for some team cleanups here. So jumping into our current standings here, Ubernick is leading with 50 kills, so he's obviously first. HiddenXperia with 40, Chris Raygun 29, and the ActMan at 26. This is still really close. Like, it's really anyone's game here as well. Like, this could easily switch around here. I'm really excited to see what everyone else can pull to the table for the next round.
Yeah, like, this is really important to know, right? Like, I mean, it's 50 that we're seeing in first place, 40 for the second. So every kill is going to really matter because, I mean, the first and second place are really close. Third and fourth are really close together too. So it's going to be interesting to see how well Ubernick can perform in this. He's gotten 2 gold stamps. I talked about it. I will see if he's going to be able to get 3. And look at this already. He's got rocket control just like that. I was not expecting to see him with it. but he's already in a good position. He's getting the high ground. He's got the power weapons, and he's able to get a nice, juicy rocket onto his opponent, and the camo is actually going to be on the field. It's not over shield, so that actually makes it a little
Kind of
bit
interesting.
more tactful.
It's like,
oh, can't believe that
was
worked.
wild.
Dude, that was filthy. I thought he was just going to hit the wall, wasn't going to do enough damage, but my god, he makes it work, and I think he just caught it like just on the edge of it. And now that he's got both, he's got 2 more shots and camo, Steve.
And grapple.
Oh,
like,
man.
he can just Spider-Man across the map here, man.
Oh, man, he's Spider-Man. He's just going all over the place. He's trying to fight crime.
Doc Ock. Oh, my God. He's going X game mode with that hook. Actually, I'm surprised that people aren't running around middle. Everyone's just kind of keeping into the upper buildings or kind of staying in the alleyways and really out of sight, which obviously a strategy you want to employ because you don't want to be seen here. But the ActMan taking out HiddenXperia there, like some early kills here by NadeGod as well. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty close one as well between HiddenXperia and Ubernick, I think.
No, I definitely do. And I mean, HiddenXperia does have 1 more rocket ready to go. He might be able to find 2. He's got 2 guys right there. He might be able to find it, but he will just get the stab or the back, or he gets the smack, sorry. But he's got that 1 rocket remaining. He still has grapple too, so this is good for him. He might be able to get himself another one. Camo, I think, up in a few more seconds, about 20, just under 20. So
yeah, we got 15 on the rockets here. So we're
oh man, this is getting interesting.
Oh, we got some action up there. Oh, the ActMan, look out! Dynamo grenade! Man, those dynamo grenades are something else, let me tell you.
Oh, man, they can completely change it.
Ubernick coming around the corner here, getting the rockets. Oh, who killed HiddenXperia?
I didn't catch who killed him, because, I mean, Ubernick, I think he's now got the rockets. I thought he had the...
The ActMan actually is in second with 2 right now. That's very exciting. Oh, they killed it.
Oh! He didn't even get the kill. HiddenXperia got the double.
That's crazy. Dude, I wonder what happened there.
I think the damage was done. I mean, Ubernick hit the rocket, but I think HiddenXperia just got the shots at the right time. I mean, I was going to say Ubernick at least got that trade, but I mean, the fact that HiddenXperia took 2 away like that, that's perfect. He needs to make sure that Nick's not picking up as many kills, right? Yeah,
he's a game of catch-up here to get that first seed. He has to get 10 on top of Ubernick here. So, like, he needs to make sure that Ubernick is not scoring. He needs to target Ubernick and making sure that everyone else targets it too.
How was that from?
There we go.
This is 6-4. HiddenXperia with 4 right now. Ubernick's still in the lead, and it will be HiddenXperia. You can see his POV, but he doesn't win it. No. Chris Raygun, he's going to do one a little bit better, just barely, but it will definitely do in this moment.
The ActMan's leading this map pretty well. They got 5 right now. They're holding themselves really well right here, and I think they actually took first. Yeah, I mean, went and took first.
No, they did, and I mean, they were in the back, right? Like, they've been the players that weren't really putting up big numbers, but they're pretty close when we look at their ranks. I mean, I think, you know, like I said, Ubernick is kind of that Onyx player in the group here, but everybody else is pretty well balanced in terms of like their matchmaking rank. And again, I'm not using that as just the sole determination, but it does give a little perspective for anybody that's just, you know, a casual like me and, you know, figuring it out. You're like, oh, okay, I can understand that.
Yeah, like the ActMan is real. Oh, 9. They got a 2 lead here. They are doing fantastic. You know what, ActMan? I'm real proud of you. You know what? I'm really excited. They actually just put out a really exciting video this morning, so I'm really excited to check it out later here. We got the ActMan versus Uber. Oh, there we go. He got that killjoy on him, took him out. And he got rocketed too. Oh my goodness.
Man, HiddenXperia has found a lot of these doubles, and that's huge, right? I mean, this has now put him back. He's still in 3rd place, so it's not even like he's in 1st place. He's not in the driver's seat by any means, but he's got the camo, he's got rockets, he's got heat wave. And look at that. Just an element of surprise, and he's just able to peekaboo and take down somebody like that.
That was so good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have the heat wave and rockets. Yeah, he's targeting Ubernick. He knows what he needs to do. He knows he needs to take him out constantly. Oof. Assist. Someone else took it from him.
Oh, and he gets it too. Oh man, HiddenXperia, he's been kind of the like silent killer. I mean, he just seems to pick up these kills where I really didn't think it was going to go his way, and he somehow just makes some magic happen.
Yeah, like yeah, this is so crazy. Seeing how close this is. Like, 1st place is tied with the ActMan and Ubernick right now. Like, 2 vastly different players at different skill levels, and just seeing this performance is like, I'm excited about this. Like, this is great. So
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, because they were quite quiet in the beginning. I was a little bit surprised, and now they're really starting to pull back through and starting to give a run for the money. And Uber Nick, he gets himself a double, man. That's absolutely filthy.
Yeah, that was gross. He finished off HiddenXperia and then went across the way and took out the ActMan, taking back first place and, yeah, getting up to 12. We are halfway through kills here. Everyone's just throwing grenades at him, which is hilarious. There we go. Oh, is he going to get HiddenXperia there? Yeah, we got him there. And then we got the ActMan across the way. I don't know if that's enough to do anything to him. Oh,
man, he's still
there we
fighting
go.
this.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're really getting out the board here. He's really taking it away now at 14.
Oh, man, he misses.
Run,
now,
Chris, run!
Oh, I was going to say, you need to get out of there, Chris, because you cannot fight Uber Nick right now. He's really starting to put things into another element.
Yeah.
He's feeling a lot better.
Yeah, he's zoning in
Mangler going
right
to be
now.
equipped. And now, I mean, I don't even think the camo's been used. He's trying to get the back. ActMan is really pulling up big. It's very impressive.
Yeah, HiddenXperia needs to be very cautious with that as well because, like, the ActMan can pull ahead. And that's definitely something to look out for, especially with we're jumping into the next part here, which is Captain's Draft. Basically, what's going to happen here, anyone that's just joining us here, is the total kills from the last 3 games will be added up to determine their seed for the draft. So this will be very exciting. Oh, we got the Oh, I thought he took the Mangler there. Yeah, throw a nade on the Spanker there. Keep everyone away from it.
Yeah, man, if you get the Spanker and you get the camo, I mean, it's just a recipe for disaster.
There
I mean,
we go.
HiddenXperia being able to get himself another one. I think he's got himself finally at the double digits. He's still in 3rd place. So Uber Nick does have 15. I'm trying to see who's in 2nd. We haven't been able to get a score tab yet.
I'm pretty
So, I
sure
mean, this
that
is
the
good.
ActMan's right behind.
I think he is. Yeah, I think it's Uber Nick and ActMan, and then it's Xperia in 3rd. So
Man, those dynamo grenades are like just wild, man. Those should be reclassified as like a power weapon.
they really should. Like they can just clear up so much ground. Like the AOE on them, like the fact it's so annoying.
Yeah. You know, the ActMan's really holding. I feel like the ActMan's really good with close quarters like this because they're able to hold rooms, able to hold spaces, just based off the playstyle we've seen. Because the first 2 maps were very open and very, you can be easily seen in not a lot of hiding places. Meanwhile, this map has had nothing but hiding places.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Steve. I mean, 13 seconds on the Spanker. I think there was about relatively the same on the camo. Actually, less on the camo, so about 9 seconds. So it's a little bit different. Mangler going to be used. HiddenXperia not able to get that done. And it's, again, Chris, that finds these kind of, sporadic kills. But, I mean, and now the Spanker gets picked up. Not going to be able to get shot. Uber Nick might be able to find himself a 2-piece. No, he will not. He's going to have to run away, but he's got the camo, so he gets a little bit of a reward.
Yet tied with the ActMan. The ActMan really leading the pack here with 17 kills. They are doing an incredible job here, really pushing this game. So, whew.
Things are getting close. 17-17. This is actually tied now between the ActMan and Uber Nick. And the ActMan was, I think, in 3rd place, if I remember the ranking correctly. So, I mean, the fact that he's, pushing Uber Nick to the absolute edge here is big. Because, I mean, Xperia was the person in 2nd. And there was a bit of a skill or kill gap, sorry. So, I mean, that's going to be the interesting piece for me is how much of that gap that, ActMan can find between him and Xperia.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're seeing, like, nice little Mangler punch. There we go. And it is still tied up. This is crazy. And I think Xperia is even acknowledging that. Like, seeing, like,
Oh, man.
Crazy.
This is actually quite wild. I mean, it's the Wild West out here, apparently. And look at that. Nice rocket right to the dome. Oh, and
the ActMan
Xperia.
taking it away.
Oh, this is good. Now it's a 19-18. Uber Nick is in a good spot, though. He had a lot of points over the ActMan. So, I mean, I don't think he needs to worry about that. But Xperia, this is where that pressure builds up for him. Mangler going to be used. He will get that kill. And I believe that's the ActMan that actually got taken down.
Yes, it was. Yeah, and he stole his grappling hook. But the ActMan's still leading the pack with 20, which is pretty crazy. Oh, now we're seeing it tied up here between Uber Nick and the ActMan. Uber Nick just parking himself on those rockets there. We are down to the last 15 seconds place, so the rockets will not come up before the round is over. And let's see what we got here.
Oh, and he misses it. Uber Nick, I can't believe it. The slide. He just was about to go the
dirty teabag.
Xperia is
Oh
just
my
getting
God.
them dirty,
But you're
do
not
the
gonna believe
BM.
this. The ActMan stole the win.
Oh, man. I was not expecting that at all, but a big congrats to the ActMan. He took that away.
Yeah.
Woo-wee.
And I think it's also crazy. I actually predicted on the nose that Nick would get 20 kills that round. So
yeah, you did.
That's just like seeing everyone kind of just like turn on, like just get going in the third round, and everyone really doing an excellent job there, coming together and playing crazy. Like everyone did an incredible job, I think, in this round. Like I was thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, no, I was too. So we're gonna see you're gonna have on the screen right now the eSwap X Pro Controller rewind. So you're gonna see a lot of highlights that happened this game, and
that rocket there, man, that was so crazy.
I mean, Nick got some sick shots, some good trick shots that he's able to find. I mean, Xperia as well. Like he was able, again, this was, I think we'll see it up here pretty soon, but he was able to be on that, mid possession on the top ground where he actually got the double where Nick had a rocket. And I thought Nick got the trade, but Xperia somehow just took it away. He was just an absolute thief.
Yeah, like some of these highlights are absolutely bonkers. Like I really wish we had the perspective of the ActMan, because I would love to see some of these kills that they were getting when they were getting them, because there were some top tier plays from them. Oh,
yeah, it really was. I'm excited to see
that rocket play. Still bamboozled me. That was so crazy earlier.
Yeah, I was, and I'm excited to see what actually the final score is once we get that back. I mean, we're just getting all these juicy highlights, but I think it's going to be different actually, because I mean there was a bit of a discrepancy between third and fourth, and then obviously there were about 10 kills between first and second. But Xperia, I don't know if he's going to have that second place anymore, because he wasn't able to put himself in a first or second position. I think he came third.
Yeah, he came in third, and I just don't know how far behind they were, because I think they needed to keep 11 kills above third place there to not be in trouble. So oh, yeah, just enough there. But just enough there. Yeah, the ActMan really came to play, and they were close. That's pretty wild. So, like, incredible work there. But Nick taking first place, so that means they're going to be getting first pick for this event for our captain's draft, followed by HiddenXperia with 53, the ActMan at 49, and Chris Raygun at 36. But we are doing a very interesting captain's draft, and I'm excited to get into that there. The captain's draft will be coming up right after this. So.
Yeah, so you can see here, so obviously Nick being in first place with 70, so that's a pretty good way. And I mean, this is, it's a nice way for everybody to get their picks and kind of get the lineup. You have some fun with it and play against your co-captains and your opponents. So that makes it a little bit more interesting, especially when you look at all the competition they played. And now Nick being the first player, he'll have, a decision that he can make for who he really wants on his roster.
Yeah. So, all right, friends, we are going to be right back. We're going to jump to a quick break, and we'll be back with the captain's draft. We'll see you soon.
The Twin Suns Spartan Masters is brought to you by the Thrustmaster eSwap X Pro Controller, the official hardware sponsor of the Spartan Masters. And by Vite Ramen, so easy to eat healthy, it's almost like cheating.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Spartan Masters Invitational. We are jumping into the third stage of our event, the much anticipated Captain's Draft. We have a lot to go on today. I'm joined again on the desk by my good friends, Tony and Sleeky. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing?
I mean, look, I came into today hoping that it would be action-packed and just absolutely fun, and that is exactly what we've gotten. It's been everything that I was really hoping it would be and more. So not only am I excited for this draft, but I'm really excited to see how tomorrow's going to end up breaking down.
Yeah, that 1v1 was so exciting to watch, and I hope these captains were watching every moment of it so they can make well-informed decisions, because not only do you have to be that vocal leader and that leader in the slays department, but they also have to play general manager as well. Make sure that they pick the best team possible.
Yeah, going through actually the highlights right now, there have been some absolutely bonkers plays from these captains as well. Like a lot of mangler plays, a lot of pew, and then punch, but then there was a very delicious rocket play. Gentlemen, did you happen to catch the last rounds here?
Yeah, I mean, I know I was able to catch it, and me and Tony were watching a lot of it throughout the end, but my goodness, I mean, obviously some really good performances throughout. I thought the second through third was pretty close, but I mean, you looked at the scoreline, you don't even need to say it. There was one clear winner that came out of those FFAs, and that's going to be what I'm really looking at going into tomorrow.
I was really actually surprised by HiddenXperia as well. Like, I mean, Uber Nick came out swinging. I'm pretty sure he probably spawned a Scorpion tank somehow, and that's how he stole that win away. But HiddenXperia really was going toe-to-toe with them for quite some time, and I can't wait to watch what team he ends up developing and also how he fares going into tomorrow's 4v4.
All right, friends, that may just be joining us. I want to go over the day and what we're doing now. So we started off today with the player exhibition, which was 12 players, single elimination bracket, best of one. Next, we dived into our captain's brawl, where all four of our captains duked it out in 3 games for a free-for-all Slayer to determine seeding and placements for this. And we're now in our captain's draft, where all 4 of our captains will be taking part in a snake draft. And it starts with the 4th seed. So this will be exciting here because hopefully, like you guys said, the captains were watching the streams or to see what the players were doing in some of those big plays. Of course, we have some delicious prizing. First place will be coming across with $5,000. Second place will be getting $2,500. Our exhibition winner actually won $500, and that would have been our friend Spiteful. And then Reclaimer round winner tomorrow will be getting $2,000.
Yeah, those are some big bucks, and I mean Spiteful absolutely earning that 500. And you know, I'm sure all the captains going to be eyeing him as one of the top picks here when we get into the draft, because I mean he really did look absolutely unstoppable when he was running through that 1v1 bracket.
Yeah, and I'm actually excited to see tomorrow's Reclaimer event, that 8v8. You know, you have Uber Nick, the reigning BTB 2.0 champion. And although Sleegy might sound like Golden Boy, he's not here to carry Uber Nick here. So I wonder how he's going to be able to do in the 8v8.
All right. I am going to start introducing our captains as we dive into this. So today we're going to be starting with Uber Nick, working our way to the HiddenXperia, followed by the ActMan, and then Raygun. But then working back from Raygun to Uber Nick, that's how the snake draft works. So, Uber Nick, are you there? Hello?
Hello, I'm there, yes.
Welcome. How are you doing today?
Great. Feeling like I didn't even break a sweat there. No problem.
Yeah, all right.
Aimbot really taking a lot off your back there.
Oh, you tell yourself whatever you need, buddy. All right.
So you have first pick for the draft. Who are you choosing and why?
I'm going to have to go with my boy Taquin or the Reachway.
Nice.
Interesting. That's
HGS Grassroots Partners.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
It was funny because we're watching your perspective. I actually saw your most recent sub, and I was like, oh, that's so nice to see community support like that. So I was like, that's nice. I love it. All right, we're going to jump to HiddenXperia. Are you there with us? Hello?
Yes, sir. Hello. I'm here.
Hi. Hey, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the event so far?
Dude, I'm loving it. This has been an absolute blast. I can't thank everyone enough for like putting it on, and the production and everything's been so good. I'm loving it.
Hell yeah. Glad to have you. You have your pick now. Who are you choosing and why?
I'm going to get Spiteful because not only is he also a Brit, he's also very, very good at Halo. And I think Spiteful would be perfect for my team.
Great pick. Great choice. The ActMan. Welcome.
Ahoy hoy.
I have to say that last round there, you just like went X game mode. Like you just turned it on. Like it was crazy. So I just really want to call that out.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Oh, tremendous. You know, those first couple games were a little rough for me. Aiming a bit hard, but I pulled it together. You know, came out with the W in the third round. Last second, thanks to my boy Xperia for dropping down.
I was teabagging.
I lost it when I saw that. ActMan, who are you going to choose and why?
Ooh, well, we got a lot of great players here. I think my first pick has got to go to NadeGod.
Oh,
I was expecting a top 3 for NadeGod. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm glad to see him go early on.
Oh yeah, I mean the hair, the jawline, he's just got the whole package, and you know he's all right at Halo, but you know that's besides the point.
I mean, hey, if you look good, you play good, right?
Yeah.
I definitely play horribly then. So.
Oh no!
All right, we're gonna jump to Reg. Are you with us? Yeah, you're with us. What's going on?
Hey.
How are you doing? How are you enjoying the tournament so far?
It's cool. It's fun. I've never really done anything like this. And it's, I think I participated. But,
love it. Who are you going to choose for your team and why?
Back to back.
I think I'm going to go with Scalp Waka. I feel like he played really, really interestingly. And the fact that he's so new and has such a good handle on it impressed me quite a bit.
Yeah, I happen to know Scout from other competitive scenes, and they are a top player. I love what they do in the scene, and I think that was a great choice. So. And actually, since we're doing the snake draft, it starts with you again. So who are you picking for your next pick?
Oh, I go again?
Yeah, you can go twice in a row.
Oh, shit. Well, I'm going to go Kevinkoolx. I think Kevin had some really cool plays, and I think he had like one of the more interesting games earlier on. And I think he could do really well on my team.
Nice. Nice.
Fun fact: Scout Walker and Kevinkoolx actually played against each other in the 1v1. So,
Do you think they're going to see any team animosity over that?
No, probably not. I mean, it was a pretty one-sided affair. Let's be honest.
I'm kidding. I'm being a goober. I'm starting stuff.
They're just like RB and the Chief now. They're friends.
Friends
on the same
Once
team.
enemies, now working together.
Yeah.
ActMan, I'm going to send it to you. Who are you picking for your team and why?
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't been picked yet, but Chris Covent joining.
yes, oh my,
Joining
dude,
Act
he's the
Clan,
highest ranked player.
Joining Act Clan.
ActClan, I love it.
Oh man, you know, I'm thinking about it now too. NadeGod and Covent together, like that's dangerous. That's a good combo.
That's going to be delicious.
We're building the Avengers.
Love
He's
it.
Onyx
Which member of the
1917.
Avengers are you, ActMan?
Ooh. You know, probably Captain America.
Let's go. That makes sense.
All right.
That's the least interesting answer.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, he's got a point.
Fine.
Outside of Hawkeye.
Fine, Batman.
There you go. That's more like it.
All right, shut the stream down. Jordan, end it right now.
Thank you all for coming today. We had a great run. HiddenXperia, who are you picking for your second?
I'm going to get Arish. I know Arish is a really good player. Yeah. Perfect for the team.
Love it.
He's hard to get rid of.
Hey. Oh my.
Oh no.
Uber Nick,
Yo,
back to you.
I'm gonna pick Gigabrit.
Like that pick.
All right, now we have our first little picks here. We're going down through our final picks. Tony Sleegy, what do you think of the current teams? What do you think about our current placements? How are you thinking this is looking? Do you think our captains are setting themselves up pretty good, or?
I think so. I'm not gonna lie. So far, I do think ActMan has the best team, just out of the combo that's been built. But I'm kind of interested in seeing how this plays out, and how, especially once we see what the final 4 players going to which teams looks like.
I mean, I really like Uber Nick's squad so far. Combining Uber Nick and Gigabrit, who are both Onyx level players, along with Taquin, who was like the surprise player of the 1v1s, I really like that squad. But if I'm picking with just the threesome, I don't know. Something's gravitating towards a little bit to the right towards HiddenXperia, man. I mean, Spiteful literally won the 1v1s, and Arish is a very strong player here. So far, it's looking fairly even throughout all 4 of these teams.
Nice. Well, Uber Nick, I hope you're feeling confident because now it's your pick. Who are you going for?
I'm gonna go for Yellow Canon.
Nice.
Okay. All right. One of the 2 cannons gone.
Was there any particular reason why you went with Halo Cannon over?
I thought he did well in his matchup in the 1v1s. You know, obviously he didn't quite win, but he showed like a lot of game knowledge, which is what I want on my team. So feel good with him.
Nice.
Don't lie. You're trying to separate the lore boys.
We were going to form the lore.
HiddenXperia, what are you feeling here?
I'm going to go with Halo Follower. Played really well in the 1v1s. Plays pretty well. So I think that's, good pick.
Yeah.
Love that pick.
ActMan, it's your turn to act up. Who are you going for?
Turn to act up. I'm gonna go with General Heed.
General Heed.
All right.
And in that, I mean, ooh, this is actually interesting now that we're seeing this kind of come together here.
Yeah, these are pretty interesting teams, and I'd like to say, Raygun, who you're going to choose, but it looks like we are going to be giving you a Covenant follower. A Covenant Canon, I bet that.
Well earned.
Very good. So we are excited. These are looking like pretty good teams for tomorrow's main event. I'm really excited because this is going to be pretty bonkers for tomorrow. So hope you guys are all feeling pretty good.
I feel great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
I gotta
Who's winning?
And this goes to every captain. which team, not the strongest, which team feels the weakest to you guys?
Oh,
Every other team but mine.
Captain America is fine. As I gotta know though. I gotta know. Other than your own team, which team do you not want to see in the bracket? Which team looks the strongest to you guys? I'll start with you, Ubernick.
Which team looks strongest?
Yeah.
Oh, 100% mine.
Other than your own team. Other than your own team, you can't pick yourself.
Sorry, sorry. Like other teams don't exist to me, so I. Like to me, I don't see any competition here, so I don't know how to answer that question.
You are getting bagged so hard, buddy. You're gonna get bagged so bad.
I would say, if I had to be honest, like if I really had to think about this, which is kind of difficult, it would. I guess it would have to be Luke's team.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I was gonna say either Nick's team or ActMan's team. Kind of torn between the two of them.
They're both really strong.
Yeah.
They're both really strong.
That is a difficult. That's I think that could be a coin flip. Really, it comes down to as well to a certain extent at least.
Honestly, I feel like all the teams here are kind of pretty equal. I don't think there's one that's like a league above the rest. I feel like all of them are pretty equally balanced.
No, yeah, everyone's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow. So you know what, captains, I'm gonna let I want to thank you so much for joining us for this captain's draft. It was a blast. It was a lot of fun, a lot of good commentary, and I hope you're all ready for tomorrow. So go get yourself a good night's rest, and we'll catch you captains tomorrow.
All right,
Thank you.
sounds good.
Tomorrow, thank you.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, good night.
Yeah,
Thanks
good luck
for watching.
tomorrow,
Night,
guys.
guys.
See ya.
Cheers. Night.
Really excited for tomorrow. Like just seeing how these teams were created, and like even seeing the bracket pop up there to see who's going against who. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Like I really think the ActMan teams are going to perform really well there. When you pointed out that how stacked it was.
Yeah, I mean, ActMan's team, I don't know. You've got Covent and NadeGod. NadeGod obviously was performing extremely well in the 1v1s, and then Covent, I think, maybe got the short end of the stick there in the 1v1s. I think he's really going to shine a lot more in an actual team environment, and that's why I'm really thinking that ActMan's side is having a really strong edge going into tomorrow.
And I'm always of the mindset you're only as strong as your weakest link when it comes to these draft tournaments. So, you know, and that comes to the captains as well. Having a strong captain is going to be important. So Ubernick winning that free-for-all showed me that he has what it takes in order to come out on top of these individual gunfights against most of these other captains. And then he also has a strong team as well. So it's really hard for me to bet against his squad. If I was going to pick any other one that might just possibly go over the edge, HiddenXperia squad. He impressed me in the free-for-alls himself, and on top of that, he drafted a very, very good team.
These are all versatile teams, like you both have said. So, like, it's really anyone's game tomorrow. So I'm really excited to see everyone performs. Audience out there, I am excited to invite you back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time. So that is PST or West Coast, as we will be back with the main event tomorrow. So I'm your host, Steve. I'm from the North, or Canada land, and I'm joined by my both wonderful co-hosts today, Tony and Sleegy. Thank you all from all of us for joining us. So until next time, friends, goodbye and good gaming.